Chapter 1, One-Click Full-Level System. The Land of Fire meets the Land of Thunder. Inside the hidden cave, the wood-leaf ninja is more or less gathered here with wounds. Everyone is ashamed. Damn Yun Ren, we shot in the decisive battle with Yan Ren and Sand Ren. Our current strength is only 29, and the other side has at least 100 people, and the team is still the group that is rumored in Yun Ren. That's Ray Yun's alternate in Yun Ren, and Yaoi Zolai. If we don't retreat now, once a siege is formed, I'm afraid it will be dead. The wood-leaf ninja in the field was anxious. The third battle of Ninja World began with the disappearance of the 3 generations of Feng Ying, and Yan Ren took the opportunity to break through the defense line of Shenhua Bridge and launch an attack on Wei. The Kingdom of Water violently attacked, leaving Wei alone to open up 3 battlefields. I thought that the stable rear did not expect Yun Ren to be equally impatient, and sent out a devious roundabout attack. For a time, Koba could only forcefully deploy personnel to open the 4th battlefield. However, in the face of Yun Ren, the ninja team they had put together was obviously inadequate. The battle with the vanguard has been mostly damaged. Now the enemy deliberately broadcasts the information of the group, which is intended to be defeated without fighting. Haven't you answered the requested support? An answer has already been received. It was the golden flash wave Feng Shuman. Master Watergate? Isn't he decisive in Kikyo Mountain? I'm afraid Yun Ren has arrived, and Master Watergate has no way to arrive. The excitement on everyone's faces disappeared instantly. Bo Feng Shui Men's reputation in the Third Ninja War is so famous that it has made a name for itself. Unfortunately, distant water cannot save near fire, and it is difficult for them to keep the gate alone. According to Yun Ren's speed, they will arrive in 3 days. We are not Yun Ren's opponents. If we count the combination, we will definitely lose. A wooden leaf ninja can't sink airway. The words fell, and the eyes on the field were locked together on the 2 leading men. This time, the coordination of the 4th battlefield, with the roots of the regiment Tibetan, sent 2 Shangni to lead the team. They were Unitake Root and Mountain Stroke. First look at the situation of the wounded. If it is too serious, we will all give up. Shen Zhongfeng said in a loud voice. This time, if the members of the Uchiha family in our team are all stopped for a while, then we don't have to retreat. That Uchiha Chinyu, too bad luck, as soon as he entered the battlefield, he was directly detonated by a rune, and was seriously injured. I heard that his riding wheel eye is still a single hook. Noisy discussions came from the cave entrance. Chinyu, about 14 or 5, opened his eyes in confusion. Looking at the wounded lying beside him, couldn't help it. I depend. Why did you really cross? It also crosses Uchiha, who will be destroyed sooner or later, and it seems to be the battlefield of the Third Ninja War. Chinyu was stunned, and the madly combined memories in his head gave him an inexplicable confusion. The beginning is a battle of life and death. Isn't this sending him on his way to death? Moreover, the conversation just now seems to intend to abandon the wounded retreat. Then I'm afraid he has really become cannon fodder. Miscellaneous, I will not be the fastest to die in the army, it is not my style to start off. Ding dong, one-click full-level plug-in activation was successful, whether to use it immediately. Plug-in, one-click full. Chinyu is stunned. This happiness came so suddenly. Do not. It should be said that Golden Finger is the standard configuration of the army, and it is too timely. Enable one-click full-level plug-in. Chinyu quickly ordered. Ding dang, congratulations on the successful activation of the host, and the database is being built. Host, Uchiha Chinyu. Ninja level, medium ninja. Ninjutsu, Hwoha Fireball, Hwoha Dragon Fire, Shadow Clone, Instantaneous, Single Hook Jade Right Round Eyes. Looking at this humble property panel, Chinyu finally knew why the people outside looked disdain. The Uchiha family is full of talents, and putting this kind of strength in it is a complete hindrance. If the skin is complete, will the host use one-click full level immediately? Use it right away. Qin Yu quickly gave instructions, but this is xiang, not for nothing. Ding, right round eyes full level. Opening the kaleidoscope to write the round eye is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden ability, Sky Photo, monthly reading, Susanoo. Ding, the fireball is full. Ding, dragon fire is full. Ding, full of instants. Ding, shadow avatar is at full skill level, activating multiple shadow avatars. Ding, multiple shadows are full. A series of system sounds in the brain. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Flashed in the sea. Looking at this scene, Qin Yu was a little aggressive. This means that Qin Yu was able to instantly reach full level when exposed to any ninjutsu. Whether it is Susanoo no, or monthly reading and Sky Photo, that is the killing trick of air every second. Others have worked hard for decades and spent countless hard work to achieve what they can achieve. With me, I can reach the full level with one click. This is really a good idea. Qin Yu felt the huge pupils emerging in her eyes and couldn't help laughing. Qin Yu, don't move around. The wound on your body has just healed. It won't be good if it cracks again. A quiet black hair appeared in Qin Yu's field of vision. She is the only medical ninja in the entire team. In this battle, death may be a relief, but living is a sin. At least, looking at the hot sweat and quiet white face on the silent side, it is obvious that chakra and physical exhaustion are too much. Looking at the medical chakra that lit up in her hand again, Detective Qin Yu stopped it. Rest assured, my body is already getting better, you still have a rest. If you continue, I am worried that you will consume too much energy and pass out. Qin Yu advised. She shook her head stubbornly, biting her red lips and said, Master Tsunade has said that the medical ninja is the last guardian of life on the battlefield. If even I give up, they will be abandoned. I'm not reconciled. If they can be as strong as Lord Tsunade, and summon Lord Hero to help you treat them, they won't have to be given up. Silent Eyes turned red, kneeling on the ground, his hands clenching his trousers. My mom and dad have died in this war. I don't want those who are waiting for my parents to come back, just as disappointed as I am. I don't want to, they are clearly alive, why should they be abandoned? I am not willing, I am a medical ninja, but I can't do anything now. Hot tears shattered on the back of the hand with a slight sob. Forcibly pursed lips, full of unwilling grievances. Or, this is the unwillingness of the healer. Chapter 2, Let you see what is despair. Qin Yu, what do you do with me? Silently raised his head, tears were already full. Now, she is not like an experienced medical ninja at all, but has the feeling of a helpless child. You've done enough. Qin Yu got up and gently wiped away the silent tears. It's up to me to resolve this matter. Feeling the warmth on the palm, the silence could not help it. On weekdays, use Haibo and Qin Yu are a shy, or inferior, boy. Now, she feels completely different. The pair of eagle-eyed eyes made her feel inexplicably secure. However, thinking of the intimacy now, with a slightly ambiguous move, the mute cheeks turned red, and quickly shifted the topic. They are seriously injured, what can I do next? Unless shipped back to Koba, or with more medical ninja support, they are now discussing retreat and abandoning the wounded. Rest assured, they will not be abandoned when I am here. We put an end to this war, and we go home together. Qin Yu loosened her body and stood up. With a silent and aggressive look, he gave a thrill directly to his brows and walked out. Hate. Silent rubbed his forehead subconsciously, only to find that his tone of speech seemed strange, and his cheeks couldn't help turning red. At the entrance of the cave, the fighting session continued. As soon as Qin Yu approached, he heard the final resolution. Now, in the name of the captain, I propose to immediately abandon the wounded and retreat. If you are willing, please raise your hand. The mountain stroke suddenly said. The oil the side took roots and raised her hand to agree, I do. The transportation of the wounded and the treatment along the way will slow down the retreat of the large troops, so it is appropriate to give up the wounded. I hope you will consider it carefully, and do not forget how the white leaves of the wood leaves end. As soon as this word fell, everyone in the field looked suddenly changed. The death of Mu Shuo Mao, the white leaf flag of Muye, is a huge loss to Muye ninja village. Unfortunately, his death was rejected by most people. People are selfish, they just focus on results, but they care about what is sacrificed in the process. Now the words of Yu Nu take root, obviously making their choice to the absolute end. No need to choose, we are not the same as roots and will not give up our teammates casually. Qin Yu said lightly. It's Uchiha Qin Yu. Isn't his injury serious, and he woke up soon? Many people were shocked. They remembered Qin Yu, who was rescued in the detonation rune and covered with blood. Yu Nu Teng Zhen and the mountain stroke could not help sinking. Whether they are in the roots or in the leaves, they can be regarded as the existence of little geniuses. When have they been questioned in public, and openly opposed to their decisions? Moreover, the thought instilled in the root is that for victory, everything can be easily given up. Qin Yu, you are just a forbearance and you are not qualified to participate in this decision. Hurry back to me aside. Shan Zhongfeng cried in a loud voice. If the next time you speak rashly and bewildering, then don't blame me for military disposal. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of all the people in the field changed drastically. Qin Yu looked intently, and Qin Yu, who was inferior in peace on a peaceful day, was completely different. Intuition tells them that this Qin Yu may have stupidly hit his head and dared to hit the root person. Use Haibo Qin Yu, you dare to ignore the captain's order, but you are trying to die. Shan Zhongfeng yelled. Let everyone's face change. Yu Nu Take Root also coldly echoed, don't forget, we are facing hundreds of Yun Ren, an abomination. This is a world of weak meat and strong food. You, a weak person who can't even endure tolerance, is simply not qualified to speak. Now give you two opportunities, first obediently shut up and roll aside. Second, die. The sound of words suddenly changed the look of everyone on the field. Qin Yu come back soon. Silently rushed out and said quickly, sorry everyone, Qin Yu's consciousness is still not clear. Mute, leave it to me. Detective Qin Yu interrupted, looking up at the oil girl and taking root, what do you mean, you can kill each other? Can I kill you as well? A small voice swept through the cave and changed everyone's face dramatically. This and Qin Yu, whom they knew all day long, were just like two people. Hey, a good Uchiha and Qin Yu, we have long known that your family is eager to move, but you are too naive. With your strength, you threatened to kill me. Yu Nu laughed disdainfully. Hey, a China ninja waste that doesn't even have a little bit of strength, originally stayed obediently, we might take you away, it seems to be free now. Shan Zhongfeng said coldly, the following offender, openly violated the captain's order, we have the right to kill you. Weak people, just hide in the corner and tremble. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Xiao Qi was locked on Qin Yu's body all at once. Everyone at the scene knew that as long as Qin Yu had the slightest movement, the thunderous move would be waiting for him. A stroke in the mountain, we are companions, you don't go too far. A man with purple hair stood up and stood out, in this case, we should calm down and discuss it before we can find a solution. Hey, Yu, I advise you not to worry about it anymore. This time, we are all responsible for this task. This boy is so weak and has been hindered. Now we are still openly violating orders and we have the right to kill him. Do you mean, can you kill someone with strength? That's good, let you see what despair. Qin Yu laughed miserably. The blood in the pupils was like a tide, which instantly occupied the entire pupil, and the next moment, the 9 hooks were practiced into one. The surging tide-like pupil strength, like a hurricane, centered on Qin Yu, and instantly detonated. A black hair moves without wind, and the pupil makes people feel a throbbing. This, what kind of eyes? Wu's Haibo Qin Yu, don't you just write round eyes? Now it's 1,2,3. 9 hooks. What the is going on here? Among the Uchiha clan, San Go Jade is already very strong, and that 9 Go Jade. Strong pupil pressure, as well as blood-stained 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing round eyes. The look of everyone in the cave changed dramatically. The Uchiha clan is a well-known family in the forbearance community. The evolutionary pattern of writing chakras has long been understood. Single hook jade, double hook jade, 3-hook jade. This is the most common change. It can be said that even if the kaleidoscope writes the round eye, few people in the Uchiha family know it. Not to mention, chance coincides with the awakened person. However, none of this matters. Most importantly, under the pressure of this powerful pupil, they felt like a disaster. Chapter 3, Say Nothing. How is this possible? Isn't he a renminbi waste? How can he open the legendary kaleidoscope? Yunu's look suddenly changed. He and the mountain stroke, as the confidant of the regiment, are also the highest root combatants. Of course, I know one or two about the secrets of the Uchiha family. In front of this pair, the transcendental writing wheel, I can only explain this one. Wind. Yunu take root and the mountain stroke can't help looking at each other. Do it. Heart to heart. The mountain stroke was the first to explode, and the hands were pressed in the air to directly perform the mystery of the mountain family. At the same time, the oil girl took her mouth to agitate, and opened her mouth to spit out a black mist. Mystery poison dust. The violent scene shakes everyone's nerves. Silent face changed, and he hurriedly said, Qin Yu, be careful, this black mist is a nano-level poisonous insect. Once ingested, it will definitely die. Relax. Qin Yu Huoran looked up, Jujuyu reincarnation turned wildly. Chakra, full of disasters, filled the surrounding atmosphere, and the next moment, like a tide, rolled back to Qin Yu's body. Boy, you are too big, as long as the poison dust is close to you 1 meter. Yunu take a smile and can't help but stagnate. The poisonous dust blown away head-on was stopped by the invisible scarlet gas field 3 feet away from Qin Yu. The next moment, the rolling eyes of the sky turned into a scary skull. The originally narrow cave was filled directly. A pair of eyes beating with flames exudes a breathtaking taste. Hey! Oncoming poisonous insects were instantly consumed by the flames. It turned into a dust and scattered on the ground. Not a word to say, Suzu. Looking at the squinting skull, the blood-colored energy ribs, and the flames jumping in the sunken eyes. Just looking at it makes people feel cold. It's impossible, you're obviously controlled by the wind's mystery. The oil girl's expression changed suddenly. Not only because Qin Yu showed Su Zonenghu, but also because he and the mountain stroke had a combination of unfavorable killing moves. How to break it is unknown. Oh, have you forgotten? We of the Uchiha family are best at imagination in addition to fire maggots. Qin Yu sneered. What? The oil girl took a sudden change in her roots and hurriedly moved, but found that her body was bounded by invisible shackles. My body can't move. When did you apply magic to me? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Qin Yu sneered, it's too late. Roar. Suzuno roared loudly, his right hand with a bone protruding, and patted them with lightning. Do not. Since you want me to die, let's die too. Yunu takes roots and reveals her face. Unlike a mountain stroke, her body is restricted, but she can still give orders to send bad bugs. Mystery worm blast. The poisonous insects spreading all over the body instantly agitated, and saw that the oil woman took roots and bulged quickly on the body surface. Bang! The poisonous insects detonated instantly, the powerful air waves swept away, and the dark green poisonous gas dispersed with the wind. Be careful, Don't inhale these poisonous gases!" Silent exclaimed. But soon I saw the whole world turning, and I stayed awake. They are still in the cave. However, this time the karst cave did not have any traces of battle and poisonous insects exploded. Hurriedly looked at Qin Yu, but found that Yu Nu take roots in a mountain stroke like dementia, kneeling on the ground and smirking constantly. This weird look is obviously still deep in illusion. What is this illusion? It can instantly control all of our hearts. The battle just now is an illusion. Two Shang Nishans were unknowingly dragged into a fantasy, and now there is no way to get out of trouble, which is too horrible. People with sharp eyes can see the clues instantly. However, watching the mountain stroke and the oil girl taking roots like a smirk with dementia, they have a little more lingering in their hearts, and their spines are still cold. They knew very well that if Qin Yu was in a bad mood just now, they could easily kill them together. This is definitely not a problem. They were able to go to the battlefield and had already made psychological preparations. However, death can die vigorously, but this kind of death is also unclear. Make them unacceptable. Okay, the killers are always killing them. They want to kill me. Then I should kill them. That should be normal, right? Qin Yu seemed to have done a trivial thing, and looked at the audience with his eyes. Then slowly walked towards the mountain stroke and oil girl. Yes, Qin Yu was right. Zhen's human nature was too indifferent. He dared to kill his companion, and even if he passed it back to Koba, he could not escape punishment. Instead of keeping the two in the team, it's like. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. The fish bones stuck in the throat might as well be dealt with. Now you take the roots and the mountain stroke hard to persuade the crowd. The team has no leader, Qin Yu has outstanding strength, and I implore you to lead the team. The ninjas in the field echoed one after another. Qin Yu could not help but smile. Wall grass is not missing anywhere. But the only thing that satisfies him is that these people never proposed to give up his teammates and shot him. Otherwise, he didn't mind and resolved them. Qin Yu, you can't kill them. Silently persuaded, Tuanzang is very vengeful. Once the mountain stroke and the oil girl take root, they will definitely give you the name of rebellion. I don't want you to have an accident. As soon as this remark came out, many people's expression changed dramatically. They have heard about Root's behavior more or less. However, many people are afraid to speak out because of their identity here. Moreover, the hostility of Tuanzang to the Uchiha clan was seen by many people. You don't want me to be in trouble. Qin Feng smiled and looked silent. Silence looked stagnant, a trace of crimson appeared on the cheek, and finally knotted his teeth and said, I don't want anything to happen. It turned out to be this way, it seems that I am in a bad mood. Qin Fengen laughed and said, since you are silent, I will let them go for a while, but the death penalty can be escaped, and the living crime is difficult to forgive. Everyone respects me, so I won't dodge it. I will rest for 3 days in situ, and after 3 days we will take the initiative to fight. Qin Yu looked at mute, in my eyes, my companion must not give up. Unless stepped over my body. Come, take them down first. The indifferent voice suddenly shocked everyone in the field. In their eyes, Qin Feng was a cowardly person. But now all these things have completely subverted this label. Whether it is using illusion to defeat the mountain stroke and oil girl to take root, or take the initiative to attack now. In their eyes, Qin Yu stood up for his companions. This gives them as a companion an inexplicable sense of security. Chapter 4, I learn quickly. Qin Yu, although you can rest assured, this barrier is an important strategic position for our country of fire. Although we will not disobey orders, we will never give up easily. In the case of Zero, it is a huge threat to Koba. Shen Yu Kangyu, who spoke just now, stopped. Get ready. Qin Yu said watching these people. The world of Naruto is weak and strong, and Qin Yu's strength is enough to shock them. What's more, abandoning a companion, even if it is for a task, will also be abandoned when going back to Mui. Moreover, once Yunren enters the leaves through this pass, it will be a flat place like a no one. It would be too difficult to continue blocking. Qin Yu, you can rest assured. Ninjas echoed, intending to alert each of you. Yes, any of you have a ninjutsu scroll with you. Qin Feng suddenly thought of important things. He now has a one-click full level system, which can make all kinds of ninjutsu full level. There are 3 days left at the moment. Of course, we cannot easily miss the opportunity to strengthen our own strength. Moreover, Yunren's combination is not an easy role to deal with. Scroll of Ninjutsu. The more than 20 ninjas present were helpless. No. Qin Feng didn't hold much hope either. After all, in this wartime state, who would carry the learning scrolls with them? Moreover, there is a concentrated ninjutsu scroll practice room in Ninja Village. Most of the ninjutsu is also passed on by teachers or guided by elders. Few people carry the ninjutsu scroll alone and carry it with them. In case of defeat on the battlefield, not only will the lives be lost, the scrolls will probably fall on other people. Shiyu Kangyu made her debut. Qin Yu, I don't know why you want a ninjutsu scroll. This is the A-class ninjutsu I prepared for my daughter, Lei Luolei. I plan to return it to her after the mission was completed, be a gift of Zhong Ni. Rather than falling into Yun Ni's hands, I might as well give it to you. Your daughter. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at the outline of the face on the face of his eyes, a rare familiar outline, and said, Your daughter is Yui Yuzian. Haha, Yui Yu, your daughter is really outstanding, even Qin Yu has paid attention. A big man laughed heartily. Yui Yu Kangyu stared at him, You shut up, you always introduce your son to me, my baby girl, but swear, at least he likes it. Che, my son Inu Lan, will soon become Zhong Ren, and especially Ren Ren is just around the corner. Inu Feng quickly retorted. Yui Yu, what do you think of Qin Yu? The strength can definitely reach a special tolerance, but even the old guys in our hand can't keep up. Cold and uncontrollable voices emerged from the team. Silence looked stagnant, and he hurriedly said, Don't make a joke, give the scroll to Qin Yu first, he may be of no use. Xiao Mute, why are you blushing? You won't like Qin Yu. As the laughter came out, the depressed atmosphere inside the cave disappeared slightly. After looking at Kangyu up and down, she patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, Good boy, your powerful illusion can indeed reach the limit of special tolerance. This scroll is entrusted to you. If you can go back alive, I have a letter here, hoping you will pass it on to my daughter. Qin Yu, I have something here, too, please help me transfer it to my son. I have it here, too. I trouble you too. Seeing the ninjas pulling out letters, what personal objects? There is no doubt that Qin Yu is the person who has the greatest chance to return to Mui alive. Qin Yu, can you help me return this suffering to Master Tsunade? Mute was also impatient, this is the gift she gave me to worship. For a moment, the smile on everyone's face was hiding a bit of bitterness. Do you think this battle is bound to die? Qin Yu said lightly, why did you disapprove when they decided to retreat after a stroke in the mountain just now? Everyone looked stagnant. In their eyes, Qin Yu's strength is enough to reach a point of special tolerance. However, hundreds of people in Yunren, and the combination, are not alone. Yui Yu Kangyu hurriedly said, Qin Yu, don't get me wrong. We are not greedy for life and fear of death. When we become ninjas and take on the task, we already have a heart of death. What's more, this pass is the main passageway to Mui. If Yunren is allowed to drive straight through here, Mui will suffer the enemy, and our family and children will be threatened by life. So, we would rather die than retire. Inu Feng also nodded and said in a deep voice, Qin Yu, we have always underestimated you. We did not expect that you are proficient in such powerful illusions. We have already held the heart of the war dead here, but I hope you can bring us something. Chin-yu, you can help them. Silent could not help but persuade, help me too. For a while, everyone looked at Chin-yu. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. A little more hope. Sorry, I won't help you. Chin-yu said lightly, you take back these things, you have to hand them back. Including this scroll, let's go back together. The small voice swept the audience like a hurricane and shook everyone's soul. Hao Kangguyo couldn't help but clenched his fists, his eyes slightly red. Okay, good boy is right, let's go back together. I will definitely introduce my daughter to you when I go back. Haha, Yu, you are really disrespectful. Hey, I see you now, I wish I had a daughter and introduced it to Chin-yu. Wu Kangguyo stared. Chin-yu, what are you doing with the ninjutsu scroll? This is A-level thunderbolt. Everyone couldn't help being curious and looked at Chin-yu. Before the battle of life and death, this A-class ninjutsu was very powerful, but obviously it was not useful. Nothing, I just want to learn 2 more jutsu. Chin-yu took the scroll. He has a one-click full-level system, but for ninjutsu, the better. I'm afraid I can't keep up with ninjutsu now. Mayu Kangguyo looked stagnant and said, it took me more than a month to learn this ninjutsu before I mastered it completely. Now it only takes 3 days, it seems a little too hurry. Rest assured, I can learn soon. Chin-yu did not explain. I can't always tell them that I have a system nearby and can reach full level with one click. I'm afraid this is even more unbelievable. This. Mayu Kangguyo said for a moment, and said, well, I know this ninjutsu. If you insist on learning, I can guide you. Thank you Uncle Yu, I will be enough by myself. Chin-yu shook his head and refused, taking the scroll to go out first. Watching Chin-yu's back going away, many ninjas in the field sighed secretly. Chapter 5, One Click Full Level. This Chin-yu seems to be a bit overwhelming. The difficulty of learning A-level ninjutsu is not small. It took even more than a month to learn the old way experience. How can it succeed in 3 days? Well, young people are like this, just touch the wall. Yu Kangguyo patted In Yufeng's shoulder and said, I hope Chin-yu will understand that there are some things that cannot be forced. Outside the cave, a slightly remote basin. Chin-yu opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye immediately after spreading the thunder scroll. The writing eye fell on Kakashi's hands, creating the prestige of copying the ninja Kakashi. There are 2 most important levels for a ninja to learn ninjutsu. The first is to get started, and the second is to be proficient. However, Chin-yu now has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which can be achieved in an instant. As for mastery, you can reach the full level with one click. Now Chin-yu can be said to be equipped with the original physical plug-in, an invincible upgrade hanging. Step on the horse. Ding! Find out how fast the knot printing technique is, whether it is full with one click. Full level immediately. Qin Feng flipped quickly with both hands, and chakra in her body was undergoing precise nature changes. Thunderstorm thunder. The moment the last mark of the spell fell, a deep roar came from the sky. Judeo like Wang, like Qianlong out of the abyss, slashed directly on the rocks at a distance of 7 or 8 meters with a stern gesture. Bang! Huge rocks exploded. Under the splatter of thunder and light, the rebel flew and blasted a large pit 10 meters thick. Under the smoke of smoke, it seemed shocking. Looking at this scene, Chin-yu couldn't help it. According to the description of the A-level thunderbolt and falling thunder on the scroll, once you master this ninjutsu, you can communicate the scattered thunder elements in the heavens and the earth and perform a thundering attack. However, the scene at hand is beyond this scope. Can it be the one-click full-level system? Chin-yu frowned. He remembers that in the original book Uchiha Boban once said that there is no weakest ninjutsu, only the weakest person. A fireball and a fireball can use the feeling of a big move. Only Uchiha Spot can do it. Now, Qin Yu's situation is probably due to the full level of ninjutsu. However, just now, it still consumed Qin Yu's body by 1/10. Ding dong, Thunder Chakra, 1 click full. Ding dong, Lei Luo Lei, 1 click full. Ding dong, Thunder's natural power senses 1 click full level. A system prompt sounded in my mind, instantly confirmed Qin Yu's idea. Looking at the big pit cut off by the falling lightning, I suddenly remembered the thunderous ninjutsu in Lei Yi Ninjutsu. S-Class, Thunder, Kirin. It can be said that if this ninjutsu does not need to rely on the right time and place to be able to perform, destructive power alone can compete with the Naruto Wind Spiral Shuriken. It is a pity that in the original book, this Lei Chi Kailan appeared in the game and was totally short-lived. Never appeared a second time. This is a pity for many fire fans. At present, the number of Yunren hitting hundreds of people, and the combination, is bound to be a tough battle. Once in a protracted battle, Qin Feng's current chakra level, even if he has a kaleidoscope to write chakras, will be consumed alive. Therefore, this S-Class Thunderbird Unicorn may be the key for Qin Feng to turn things around. Can use the power of space mines to greatly reduce the consumption of chakra, play a speed of 1/1000th of the speed of light, as a large-scale killing tricks, may be able to play an unexpected role. What's more, Qin Yu also has a one-click full-level system. There is a great chance that it will be able to re-engrave the Thunderbird Unicorn and temporarily serve as the trump card at the bottom of the box. For 3 days, it was just dazzling. Ding dong, Lei Chi Kirin is 1 click full. After hearing this familiar prompt, Qin Yu was relieved. A trace of contact with the backlog of thunderclouds in the sky cut off instantly. The backlog of thunderclouds scattered away suddenly, a huge looming pressure, like a flash of light. Fortunately, there is a one-key full-level system, and even the natural force induction of the thunder attribute is full. Otherwise, the Thunder Unicorn test will not be so successful. Qin Yu scattered chakra in his body. The practice during this time made him clearly understand the shortcomings of the Uchiha family and lack of blue. No wonder, fairy eyes and human bodies, each time fighting a protracted battle, was eventually consumed. Even the Uchiha spot in the original work managed to transplant and swallow the cells of the original Naruto. It seems that after the matter here is over, Qin Yu still has to manage to get the fairy body. When Qin Yu stepped out of the secluded basin, the 27 wood-leaf ninjas left behind had already gathered. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Closed. Everyone's face was full of sobriety, and they were all ready to fight, and there was a definite taste of death in their pupils. In their eyes, this irreversible war, in the face of hundreds of Yunren, and combined, but less ferocious. However, after Guanyu, it was the country of fire in Pingchuan. Once they fall here, let alone Wierenkan, even their family members will fall into a state of utter danger, so they cannot retreat. Qin Yu, if you haven't mastered A-level ninjutsu, don't be discouraged, even the month-long will take more than a month. Inu Feng could not help but persuade. However, the cumulonimbus cloud that suddenly appeared as if something was hiding in the cloud, which made people feel oppressed. We thought Yunren had come for a sneak attack. Inu Feng, which pot is not mentioned, which pot can you use to talk less? Yu Kang Gu stared. Boy, don't put too much pressure on yourself, it's the same sentence. If you can't persist, you run away with silence. A ninjutsu is not a short 2 or 3 days to learn. Looking at Qin Yu's appearance, many people's expressions eased slightly. After all, after seeing it with his own eyes, after Qin Yu's powerful magic surgery, he had an inexplicable conviction for this formerly unknown boy. Chapter 6, Give you 2 choices. Time is right, I have learned that jutsu. Qin Yu smiled. 3 days to learn A-class ninjutsu. Suyuki Kangyu stunned, and then patted Qin Feng's shoulders. You are such a good boy, you are still joking at this time. But it's okay to let the atmosphere relax a little or two. 30 minutes ago, according to the report from the Dark Whistle, Yunren's large army has already appeared 5 kilometers away. You can order it. Qin Feng did not explain the question and frowned. 30 minutes ago. I don't stipulate that the wartime intelligence update is every 15 minutes. Sui Kanggu's face changed suddenly. They completely ignored this because of the integration of the team and the depressive atmosphere of death. Yu, the big event is not good. The Mountain Stroke and Yun Nu are gone. A guard who was in charge of the guard hurried to arrive. As soon as this word came out, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. These two things seem unrelated. If they deliberate one or two in depth, their secret whistle will be resolved without warning, and even the warning will be issued too late. Whether it is related to the two of them. Return all to me inside the cave. Qin Yu burst into a loud voice. The people present changed their look suddenly. Haha, I have only responded now. I thought that this time Wei sent someone to resist our Yunren's attack. It turned out to be a gimmick. The hearty laughter echoed without warning. There were hundreds of people flashing in all directions. Among them, on the hill hundreds of meters away, it is an combination that makes all countries frightened. No, we are surrounded. Ian Yufeng's face turned pale. Looking at the Yunren who was standing in front of him, as long as he was not a fool, he knew that this was a trap. Hundreds of people, as well as the AB group, and were in an ambush. We are simply a dead end. Mr. Yu, what shall we do? It must be the Mountain Stroke and the Oil Girl to take root, otherwise our defense line layout and Dark Whistle will not be seen. The scene was chaotic, facing hundreds of people led by the next generation of Lei Ying AI, known as Yunren Village, and the eight-tailed person Zulai Kilabi. This is undoubtedly a disaster. Calm down. Yu Kanggu's face also turned blue. When looking at Qin Yu, she couldn't help it. The calmness on that face seemed as if he hadn't taken all this into his heart. Is this frightened? Haha, your confusion really makes me very happy. AISI laughed recklessly and said, I would like to know if you have any plans to surrender or let me kill you. Kill. Surrender, or die. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, so that the nerves of all the wooden leaves of the ninja were tightened to the extreme, and the confusion on their faces could not be concealed. Yunren in front of it, played to interpret the first sound. Qin Yu. The silent face was also white, and could not help looking at Yu's Haibo Qin Yu. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Qin Feng rubbed his head silently, and said, Predecessor Yu, take them back to the cave and hide in the enchantment, leave me other things. For all this, Qin Yu also expected. After all, the roots in the original work can do whatever they can to achieve their goals. Right now Qin Feng has been deprived of power by the two strokes in the mountain, and they are giving up their teammates in important strategic positions. Once letting Qin Yu and others go back alive, I am afraid it will cause a negative impact on the roots. Therefore, the only way is to start with strength and kill someone with a knife. However, this is also in the heart of Qin Yu, and next time he meets, he can shoot at the root without fear. An extravagant excuse. Qin Yu, are you alone? Are you crazy? We won't watch you die alone. The appearance of Kanggu was changed, and Qin Yu did not expect such a reply. Although it was against the hundreds of Yunren and the AB combination that made people scared, but let Qin Yu fight against him alone, they couldn't do it. Qin Yu, don't blame yourself too much, let's face it together, there will always be a way. Silently persuaded. Qin Yu, you really don't need to worry about it, we stay there voluntarily. Yes, we are the ninjas of Koba, who have long put life and death out of their eyes. In the eyes of many people, Qin Yu's move was because he let the entire team stay forcibly, so he felt guilty. Dead to death. Qin Yugan shook his head with a smile and said, Relax, I'm not stupid enough to die. You stay in the enchantment. I just worry about waiting to save you. I'm your elected captain. This is an order. The small voice is full of unquestionable taste at this moment. Senyuiyu, what shall we do? Silent, anxious. The appearance of Kang Guyu in the month changed continuously. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Looking at Qin Yu's face indifferent, he bit his teeth and said, I'll retreat into the cave and support Qin Yu at any time. Don't forget, he is stronger than me. As soon as the words came out, whether it was the wooden ninja or Yun Ren, they couldn't help it. However, remembering Qin Yu's illusion alone, the two of the mountain stroke and the oil girl take root were killed immediately. My heart was stingy, but I retreated bit by bit. They just vowed secretly in their hearts that if there was any accident, they would be rescued with a thunderous gesture. Looking at the orderly retreat into the cave, the wooden leaf ninja, a uni captain, couldn't help but said, Master AI, do we want to stop it? If it enters the enchantment, it may be against us. Well, what's not good? What is the value of the miscellaneous brand army? What do you think? I thought that the Uchiha family in the intelligence sent out the water to stop the water. I didn't expect it was just an obscure waste. AI sneered. According to the newspaper, this gimmick is nothing but Zhongren. These ninjas obeyed a command from Zhongren. I don't think it's stupid. The dog jumped off the wall. The team leader heard the words and quickly laughed and said, Master AI is right, these people are already in our pockets. As long as we break through this barrier, the great country of fire will become the place of our country of thunder. Yun Ren in the field showed joy. Mu Ye opened the 3 battlefields at the same time and was unable to attack for a long time. Indeed, Yun Ren village also felt threatened. Now it's not happy to be the straw that crushes the camel. Did you finish? Qin Yu said suddenly. Now give you 2 choices. First, get out now. Second, I killed you all. Chapter 7, Big Move Missed. A small voice swept through the hall like a hurricane at this moment. Arrogant? Still crazy words. In the eyes of a lot of Yun Ren, and even Wood Leaf Ninja, it is undoubtedly the latter. The current situation, whether it is the number of people or the strength, is completely a catch-all. Now Qin Yu is talking about it. This is simply a contempt for Yun. It really is an ignorant child. Today we are going to see how you killed us. Kill him first and let him understand what the gap is. 1 Zhong Ni, the first thing on the battlefield is how to judge the strength gap and learn to live. Kill him. A Yun Ren roared, took a bitter backhand, and rushed out. The team behind them also moved instantly. For a while, the number 7 and number 8 galloped towards Qin Yu with a galloping attitude. Qin Yu, be careful. Mute was anxious. However, beside her, the pupils suddenly contracted. I saw that in the face of the 7 people who approached quickly, Qin Yu did not have the slightest idea of dodging. He turned his hands and flew, and formed a series of marks in an astonishing manner. Yu, that seems to be your thunderbolt and thunderstorm. Inu Feng exclaimed. Is he crazy? At this time, try to use the technique of falling thunder. Yu Kengwu was anxious and was planning to step out to support. Bang! A low thunder sounded in the sky. Qin Yu's hands and seals suddenly stopped. Thunderbolt falling thunder. Bang bang bang! 7 thunderbolts of lightning lit up suddenly in the sky. The next moment, with extreme speed, 7 heads faced Yun Ren, who appeared 10 meters away from Qin Yu. The speed and quantity make it impossible to react. Bang! 7 Yun Ren were directly shrouded in it. The violent destructive force made the ground overwhelmed and cracked open. Light blue thunder illuminates the entire canyon. The billowing sand and the flying gravel just saw everyone's hearts clenched suddenly. When everything was calm, the deep pit blasted by Lake Wang was as large as 7 or 8 meters, and each Yun Ren was covered with blood, and some even broke his hands and feet. Apparently dying to die. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This seems to be a Class A thunderbolt. Even some proficient Shang-Ni can only drive 3 thunders. He can only kill the 7 woohoos in seconds with precision. This kid is weird, spread out quickly, don't let him succeed again. The scene suddenly became a bit confusing. The moment before, they didn't put Qin Yu in their eyes at all. It was a self-conceived one that could not threaten them. Now Qin Yu has shot and killed 7 people. The result was different. However, compared with Yun Ren, the Leaves of Ninja were more shocked. They knew clearly that Qin Feng had only started learning about this thunderstorm 3 days ago. Now, not only has he mastered this A-level ninjutsu, but he has completely surpassed his proficiency. I'm afraid I still understand the meaning of it, and then I can flash 7 thunders in an instant. AI, who stood on the hill, blinked his eyes and said, "Don't panic, the other party is just an obscure zongni, maybe a little thunderous talent, and understand the mystery of this jutsu. Sato, go master the thunderbolt twinkling and bring him back." Always standing beside AI, Yun Ren with a mask, nodded, and stepped out. However, the pace quickly stiffened in midair. The hot air wave blew head-on. Qin Yu's flying hands stopped, and the hot chakra turned out, turning into a fireball of 20 or 30 meters. Volleys rolled out. What the is going on? Did I have a dream? Is this still a fireball? Oh! The air seemed to be penetrated, and a distance of hundreds of meters was pulled apart in a blink of an eye. Everywhere along the way, whether it was rocks or trees, was instantly burned. Sato, stepping away, turned pale and hurriedly retreated. Even AI and Kirabi, their nerves suddenly tightened, subconsciously avoiding the sharp edge. The oncoming fireball fell off the chain. Do not. It should be said that the angle was obviously deviated, and at a 45-degree angle, it went straight up into the sky. Bang! Dozens of meters of fireball shattered in the void. The flames of the sky fluttered, lighting up half of the sky. The sparks drifted down, like a wonderful fireworks feast. Everyone present was stunned, especially scared. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Fearful, Yun Ren who ran away. Looking at the huge fireball, he rolled directly into a deep groove. There were trees burning all around, and their faces were aggressive, but they couldn't react. Regardless of the thunderbolt and falling thunder technique just now. Or the current fireball. What a power! It's all about low-level ninjutsu, almost playing S-level ninjutsu. When I thought about it, if I was hit by a tens of meters of fireball head-on, I'm afraid the direct bones would be gone. A bluffing imp, I thought you had any ability. It seems that you are too big for chakra, which has caused a change in jutsu. AI Lang hummed. Right now in such a win-win situation, His Majesty's Yun Ren, one after another ugly in public, of course, has to save this place. Looking at Qin Feng with the same look, AI disdainfully said, "Unfortunately, blindly pursuing strength is your biggest weakness. Ninjutsu can't even be hit by the target. No matter how powerful the power is, it will be just as good as the fireworks just now." The turmoil Yun Ren gradually subsided. Mr. AI is right, let's not be arrogant. A person who can't even control ninja is good at defeating Yun. Moreover, he has successively performed 2 ninjas blindly pursuing power. There is absolutely no chakra in his body. I think he can only perform at most 1 more jutsu. As long as we take the blow and take him down, there is no problem at all. The clouds of Yun Ren, his eyes lit up, looking at Qin Yu's gaze, a little more stunned. It's a pity that we just missed it. Otherwise, Yun Ren will definitely suffer huge casualties. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu was so hidden that she could use ordinary jutsu to such an extent. Yu, what do we do now? Qin Yu obviously has special talents. In addition to powerful illusions, he also understands the mystery of thunder fire ninjutsu so easily. If he is handed over to the 3 generations of Naruto for personal training, we will definitely appear in the future a stronger presence. A lot of ninjas talked. For the last words, even Yu Kangyu's heart was touched. After experiencing a tug-of-war in the three-party battlefield, he knew very well that a genius combat force would have a huge impact on a battle situation. For example, the Golden Flash Wave Feng Shui Gate, which is in the limelight, is the best example. If Uchiha and Chinyu can grow to this point, it will be a powerful fresh blood for Koba. Chapter 8, Spike the Audience. The cluttered thoughts flashed in the mind of Kangyu, looking at Chinyu, who was still calm, with a look of stagnation. I feel that Chinyu is not so simple. Attack, obviously missed, why is it still so calm? Kangyu said, looking into the sky. Into the scene, he almost burst his eyes. Taking the canyon as the center, it seems as if there is a big invisible hand that thunderclouds quickly roll over the anime sky. Like a huge funnel. Rattles of thunder snakes wandered through the clouds, seeming more and more daunting. The depressive atmosphere that gradually diffused and opened up gave people a feeling of rain and wind coming all over the building. He vaguely guessed that Chinyu had already learned how to drop the thunder and hit in the basin, so it was probably the immediate blow. Cannot say. Kangyu clenched his fists. He knew that the shot was down, and the power might be shocked to heaven. Otherwise, Chinyu would not spend so much effort. Feeling the heart beating all the time, due to nervousness, Kangyu was about to break down. Why, Chinyu was able to stand outside casually. What a terrible state of mind. Boy, aren't you poor? Ai Lang smiled. Isn't it enough to check chakra? If it doesn't work, then it's our turn. Looking at Chinyu, who was still indifferent, Ai's face sank, and he yelled, "Give me up, spread him around, and I don't believe what he can do. Kill him." Dozens of Yunren suddenly exploded. Lay ya just now, as well as the fireball, but let them lose face. Chinyu is not enough for chakra, but that is a good opportunity to beat the water dog. 300 meters, 200 meters. 10, 30, 50, 70. Chinyu silently calculated all this, feeling the change in the nature of chakra in her body, and resonating with the thundercloud in the sky. That backlog of Lei Wei, even Chinyu felt tremor. So get mysterious, kid, let me die. A Yunren arrived first. However, it should be said that dozens of famous Yunren came in all directions, and each one looked as if staring at the fat in the basin. Thunderbolt, thunder gun. Thunder, go. Thunder, spike. Successive roars echoed wildly in the sky. Dazzling ray of light, transformed into various attacks, stabbed towards Chinyu. Looking at Chinyu, who seemed unaware of her, she walked out silently and impatiently. Here, all the people will fully support the enchantment, otherwise we will all have to die. Everyone couldn't help it. The next moment, Chinyu, who was under attack, thundered in his body and disappeared like a ghost. It's a thunderbolt. The sharp-eyed person saw through instantly. Ai looked tight, and hurriedly looked up at the hilltop not far away. Into the scene, shocked the nerve. God, there is a problem this day, run away immediately. Ai growled quickly. In the clouds, he felt a sense of horror even him. At this moment, he finally understood why Chinyu was standing still without any reaction. It's a bureau. You can't escape. My chakras are indeed not enough. To wipe you out instantly, you need a large area, strong destructive power, and speed that can't be avoided, so I thought of borrowing the power of the thunder. Chinyu stood on the mountain on top. The thunderous lurking all over, at this moment, there was no hiding at all. The swirling backlog of thunderclouds, the rising thunder, squeezed out a huge thunder unicorn. Goodbye, silly Yunren. The voice fell, Chinyu moved. The right hand suddenly pressed down, and the overwhelming thunderstorm of light, the incarnate Kirin made a roaring sky. Thunder and tears tore the sky and the earth, and Lake Wang occupied the pupils. Bang! The unicorn swooped down, and the speed was so fast that Yunren could not return to God. Boom! Lightning splattered, powerful enough to rival the beast jade. The entire gorge was instantly flooded by thunder, and whether it was trees or rocks, it was directly crushed. The sky's thunder, and even the backlog of clouds, was directly penetrated. It was a few minutes after everything was restored. The huge canyon became a mess. Do not. It should be said that everything in front of it is no longer the shadow of the gorge. This is completely the Mapan River, the charred earth. The so-called trees and rocks have disappeared, and some hills have been razed to the ground. As for the so-called Yunren, read the full text for free in my bookstore. Even the bones are gone. Some are slightly fortunate enough to be able to display their defenses in time, and may be able to leave an arm or leg. The huge battlefield seemed a mess. Me, am I dreaming? If we don't have this cave, we may be dead. Are you blind? Where is there a cave? If it wasn't for Yueyu's predecessors to discover the clues in advance, let us bless the enchantment crazy, I'm afraid we will certainly die. Even the enchantment that was able to resist Yunren's attack for 2 days was also directly breached. The thunder that I just saw was the most terrifying and powerful forbidden technique I have ever seen. A crowd of wood-leaf ninjas showed the rest of their lives after the disaster. They were clear that the attack was to deal with Yunren. However, I have seen it with my own eyes, and I was still scared in my heart after the shocking scene. In particular, it was seen that those Yunren who were directly blasted into had already been soaked with cold sweat. Jack, you junk boy, dare to make a game and kill my men. Ai and Kirabi rushed out of the ruins. She was a little bit embarrassed, but did not suffer much damage. Some Yunren, who were close to them, did not participate in the siege, so they were rescued in time. However, even if Ai and Kirabi are counted together, they are only 7 people. This is a huge gap compared to the mighty stance when it came. If you do NTC it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it, under the huge gap in numbers. In the team led by Ib, Yunren will also be killed by one Zhongren, who instantly killed hundreds of elites. Killers, people always kill them, aren't they dead? Qin Yu said with a smile. Looking at this kind smile, no matter it was Yunren, even the bottom of the wooden leaf ninja's feet were cold. Okay, good. Ai's face was somber and yelled 2 times, then yelled, I will hit the trap once, and I will never hit the second time. With 3 such powerful ninja skills, you are amazing, and it will not last long. I will see today what you can do to defeat me. As long as you are in my hands, I will definitely crush your bones and let you know Yun Yun's power and majesty. Chapter 9, Unbreakable Defense. The sound of utterances echoed above the ruins. Looking at Qin Yu, he killed hundreds of people in one stroke, and Yueyu Kangguyu and others really did hope. However, the thought of Yunren Zongzib group, which had already become famous in the world of ninja, was still amused, and his nerves were tightened again. Sen Yueyu, do we have to help? Silent anxious. Shi Yu Kangguyu looked at Qin Yu, and said, Qin Yu, let us help you. No need. Qin Yu and Ai smiled, you go together, I want to know, to what extent my strength. Haha, you kid, you are really arrogant. I think you are a strong foreigner, and you dare to say this kind of unspoken words. Ai Zhan laughed loudly, and his face was full of haze. I want you to die. Boom. Ai stepped again, and Lei Chakra, who was dormant in his body, burst out like a frenzy. Once you hit it, it is ninja. Ray Chakra mode. If the wave wind gate is golden lightning, then Ai is blue lightning. The moment the footsteps fell and the ground broke, Ai had straddled 100 meters and appeared to Qin Yu. The fast speed made the pupils of Yueyu Kangguyu and others suddenly shrink. In their eyes, Qin Yu didn't move at all, still standing still, watching all this quietly. As if stunned by the scene in front of me. Boy, I can't keep up with my speed, and dare to let it go, let me die. Ai smiled, her fingers clenched suddenly, and Lei Guang burst into a splash. Without any hint of fancy, head-on is a blow. Thunder fist. Boom. The air was instantly penetrated, and a huge fist chased Qin Yu's cheek away. Looking at Qin Yu, who still had no response, Yun could not help laughing. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the scene where Qin Yu was killed. Bang! The dull thunder sounded suddenly. Ling Wuxuan's thunder fist fell out of Qin Yumi's solemn posture. Like hitting an invisible iron wall, it was blocked instantly. Thunder waves and scarlet waves swept down, forming a huge impact. Ai's expression changed suddenly, as if hitting the iron plate. Looking at Qin Yu's eyes instantly swallowed by blood, and the moment Nine Hooks turned madly, Ai almost glared. Ribs of scarlet chakras stood in front of Qin Yu. This, what is this? Isn't this a monster that appeared in illusion? It's the writing eye. No, this pattern is completely different from the writing eye of the Uchiha family, single hook jade, double hook jade, and three hook jade. What on earth is it? Watching Qin Yu's whole person's breath has changed, and the atmosphere full of calamity permeated, and an inexplicable depression was added to her heart. Nine Hooks kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Qin Yu's chakras are not many, but the pupil strength is basically zero loss. In the face of the thunder and chakra model known for speed and power, Susanoo was the best response. It's me. Qin Yu said suddenly. The moment when Nine Guyu's writing round eyes turned madly, the scarlet pupil with the taste of disaster was swept away like a frenzy. The huge waves exploded around Qin Yu. Hey! A scarlet skull arm suddenly popped out of the ribs, and it seemed very oozing. There wasn't any flash of fancy, and it went to Ai with lightning. Be careful! Kirabe hurried. Ai was aware of the danger, and the thunderbolt on his body skyrocketed to the extreme. Without any trace of fancy, he stepped down suddenly towards the ground, and hurried back. Bang! The ground was smashed instantly, and under the splash of rocks, the other arm chased Ai away. The violent scene made everyone feel caught off guard. Looking at Qin Yu's back, it quickly condensed, reaching a height of 12 or 3 meters, and the whole body resembled Suzuo no as a flame. Even more horrified. Bang bang! The two arms smashed in turns, and the sharp wind rolled up. Ai, who was entangled in Lei Guang, quickly dodged under the attack and looked extremely embarrassed. Oh, will you just hide? Qin Yu smiled lightly. It must be said that in the world of Naruto, chakra can be applied to such a degree, but there are very few. Ninjutsu. In addition to having precise control of chakra attribute change, it also needs a body as strong as a beast to be able to support the thunder chakra mode. There are only a few strong people in Lianyun Yunren village. This really made Qin Yu's mind. For outsiders. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Said that the Lei Chakra model may be difficult to learn. But for Qin Yu, who has a one-click full-level system, there are not many challenges. Difficult, it is difficult to get Lei Chakra model in Ai's hands. Arrogant boy, don't think that you can stand invincible by hiding in the turtle shell. Ai's voice came suddenly. A figure entwined with blue thunder, appeared instantly in the sky above Susanoo. Heavy flow. With a roar of Ai, the thunderbolt of the rib of his right hand surged instantly, like a tomahawk, and fell down towards Susanoo's head. I saw. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly turned, and he wrote the kaleidoscope round eye with one click. But for the first time now, it will take some time to really use it. However, Ai's speed is surprisingly fast, but Qin Yu can still see through. If you use your body to fight back, you may not be able to keep up with Ai in Lei Chala's mode. The gigantic palm slammed forward, and the roar continued endlessly, colliding directly with Ai's rib. Boom! A thunderous explosion came out suddenly, and the thunder splattered, as bright as fireworks in the sky. A figure flew upside down and landed more than 10 meters away. It's Master AI. He has performed heavy violence and is still falling. Oh my god, that monster doesn't even have a half crack. AI turned over and landed on the ground, directly cracking the ground, and a sting came from her right hand. Looking at Su Zonenghu, who had at most damaged a little strength, AI's face turned blue. This gave him the illusion of being unable to break. I said a long time ago, let Europe group join together, otherwise you have no chance of winning. Qin Yu said with a smile. In the original work, Suzuno Nakazumi, played by Uchiha Spot, is difficult to break even when the 5 shadows join forces. Today's Qin Yu may not be as good as Uchiha, but the full-scale kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is displayed by Susanoo Noburai, and his defense is also not small. Arrogant boy, your turtle shell is really strong, but you can't keep up with me at speed, which is doomed to lose. AI Lang yelled, I'll see when you can support it. Hey! The sound of breaking air sounded, and AI's figure shook like a ghost, and appeared again in front of Su Zonenghu. Chapter 10, Unextinguishable Flame. Thunderstorm Level. AI's right hand instantly turned into a hand knife, and under the splash of violent thunder, a fierce posture broke out, and even the air showed a slight twist. Break me! AI roared again and again. With the stance of covering his ears, the knife fell on Susanoo. Bang bang! The blue thunder lights shot down wildly, making people feel dazzled. In just a few seconds, the two of them fought 12 or 3 times. However, in the face of AI Ling's unrivaled offensive, Su Zonenghu remained indestructible. Crazy! Looking at this scene, Yun Ren in the field looked pale. Even AI, who is known for her attack and speed, can't break this defense, so who else can do it? After playing for so long, it's my attack. Qin Yu smiled and looked at AI, who just stood still. AI's expression was gloomy to the extreme, and Lei Guang's body was crackling, and he shouted, I can't break your defense for the time being, but you can't keep up with my speed. See whoever persists longer, who is the winner. It turned out that you were thinking about this problem. There was a hint of playfulness on Qin Yu's face, and said, unfortunately, you want to be crooked. Amaterasu. Jukuyu's writing round eyes turned in vain, and an inexplicable death breath quickly opened in AI's heart. Brother, be careful. Kirabi drank violently. A huge octopus tentacle wrapped AI in it instantly. Before he could react, the dark flame suddenly burst out. The black flame was so hot, with an inexplicable blazing heat, that the temperature of the ruins skyrocketed. The most inconceivable is the spreading speed of this black flame, which is very rapid, and in the blink of an eye, it occupied more than half of the octopus arm of hundreds of meters. Is this a fire? Hurry up with water to extinguish the fire. Water Margin Water Dragon Bomb. A cloud ninja who is proficient in water leeches, his hands quickly formed the marks of operation, and the water element free in the heavens and the earth was instantly adjusted. With the water dragons condensing, the next moment headed towards Heian. Bang! The water dragon collapsed instantly, and the black flames became more and more exuberant under the steam. The weird scene changed everyone's face dramatically. This is an unextinguishable flame! Yun Ren exclaimed. Alas! The 8-tailed cow ghost roared into the sky, and the violent chakra emerged out of the body, straight into the sky for 9 days. The violent scene made Qin Yu also show a hint of envy. The tailed beast is really different, but this is a splurge of capital. Little 8, don't be impulsive. Kirabi's face changed slightly. Unfortunately, before he reacted, Qin Yu's 9-god jade writing round eyes turned suddenly. Monthly reading. Kirabi instantly felt the world turning. The whole sky is occupied by blood, and the scarlet 9-hook jade writing round eyes quickly emerge in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 100. The dense gestures made people feel a scalp tingling. However, No matter how Kirabi struggled, he was on the cross, unable to move at all. The figure that emerged on Thursday and Monday had a familiar face. "It's me." Kirabi's face changed drastically. It's a pity that he didn't wait for him to react. The countless figures approached, the scarlet blades in his hands, rushed directly to him. "Ah!" The screams echoed in the heavens and the earth, seemingly stern. This seemingly tedious scene is just a blink of an eye in the outside world. Looking at Kirabi, who was suddenly stunned, AI's complexion suddenly changed. "This is illusion." Master AI, quickly cut off Yao's tentacles. "Otherwise, the black flame will devour Lord Kirabi." Yunren reminded quickly. It was too late for AI to think. Lei Guang bloomed in his right hand, turned into a knife, and fell directly on the tentacles. "Hey!" The big green liquid rose into the sky, while the tentacles fell to the ground. They were soon swallowed by melanitis. Looking at the black flames that have been burned even on the ground, whether it is Yunren or Muye Ninja, the spine is a bit cold. Illusion solution. AI Gu couldn't get too much, his hands quickly printed, growling loudly. However, one after another tried 7 or 8 ways to dispel illusions, and fell into Kirabi in the monthly reading, still indifferent. "Master AI, what is going on?" Among the Wooden Leaves, the Kurama and Uchiha families are proficient in illusions, but we have tried so many cracking methods that we cannot solve them. The scene was suddenly chaotic, and the remaining 5 Yunren resigned. A move to Kirin, instantly killed. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. 100 Elite. I thought that with the AB combination, I could restore the disadvantage and defeat Qin Yu in one fell swoop. However, the succession of methods has refreshed their cognition. How to break the deadlock in the face of this unsolvable opponent? Now I can only forcibly break the illusion. The first is to kill the caster, and the second is to use the stronger chakra for internal shock. AI's face was somber. However, after seeing Qin Yu's indestructible turtle shell, AI immediately gave up the first choice. As for the second option, in the face of Kirabi, who is an 8-tailed person, AIZI asked to compete with chakra. This is completely impossible. What's wrong, can't you make a decision? Qin Yu smiled kindly. The solution is very simple. As long as you stay away from me, this illusion will soon be lifted. Moon reading is one of the strongest illusions in Naruto. But the duration of the illusion is related to the pupil's pupil strength. Kakashi was able to get out that day because Uchiha Itachi had insufficient pupil strength. However, afterwards, Kakashi was in a coma for 7 or 8 days before he eased over. Thinking of that scene afterwards, I was still lingering. Of course, I won't let you run away so easily. The smile on Qin Yu's face was even worse. AI's cheeks twitched and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant, I have seen through your means. I can't break your defense, but you can't kill me." "You are right." Qin Yu did not deny it, smiling. "So, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you give me the training method of the Lei Chakra mode, I can dispel the illusion. I forgot to tell you, in this world of illusion, it may have been days and nights in a second." With this remark, everyone's face changed drastically. Regardless of whether it was Muye or Yunren, even AI did not expect that Qin Yu's attempt turned out to be the Lei Chakala model on him. "Master AI, you must not hand this operation over. This is the secret technique of our Yunren village. If let the people of Muye get it, it will be a huge threat to our Yunren village. Master AI, please think carefully. We Yunren is unyielding in all battles, even if we die." Chapter 11, Fight after becoming Naruto. No, compared to Kirabi, this mystery is not worth mentioning at all. AI backhand took a scroll from his body and threw it directly. Furthermore, no one can learn this secret technique, and even if you are not careful, you will not be able to control chakra and die directly. Having said that, AI looked to Qin Yu and said, "You don't mind me saying that?" Qin Yu didn't expect Ai Hui to carry the scroll with her, and after taking it, she didn't take a closer look, and smiled kindly. Thank you for your reminder, I hope that next time you meet, you will not be surprised. I'll dispel the magic first. The words fell, Qin Yu's 9-headed jade writing round eyes suddenly stopped. Hakio, who had been caught in the illusion, heard a roar. I broke through, boy, I'm going to kill you. Kirabi, why are you in a coma? I have to fight. When the illusion was unraveled, Kirabi just had a little time to open his eyes and passed out. For this scene, Qin Yu was not surprised. In fact, as long as Ai delays a little more time, and the 8-tailed cow ghost also breaks through the monthly reading, Kilabi will also get out of trouble. After all, Qin Yu suddenly opened Su Zonengu, Tian Zhao, you do. He must also maintain Susanoo no at all times, and he has a lot of pupil power. Moreover, the monthly reading is still mainly on Kirabi. Kid, Kirabi will be fine. Ai tried several ways, but did not wake up Kirabi. This is a severe loss of consciousness. If it wasn't for Kirabi's complete fit with the 8-tail, I'm afraid that the moment the Kirabi loses consciousness, the tail beast will riot. It's just that the mental strength is overdrawn, and you can recover after a break. Qin Yu raised the scroll in Yang's hands and said, thank you so much, you can go. Qin Yu, this is a good opportunity. Ian Yu Feng was anxious, but was interrupted by Yu Kangguo with his eyes. Ai sneered sneerfully, and said, a group of people have lost their lives. If it weren't for the Uchiha's genius, you would have been killed by me. Abominable shadows, even such important information has not been collected. In Ai's eyes, if they had known Uchiha and Qin Yu, they would never have lost so much. However, you boy, if you can't stay in Koyo, you can come to Uni Village to find me, and I welcome you at any time. Ai backhand took out a scroll and threw it out again, saying, this is a betrayal of your intelligence scroll. Hope you can safely return to Konoha. By the way, they all say that the person who has the best chance of becoming the 4th generation Naruto in the wood leaves is Po Feng Shui Men, but I think you are equally qualified, Scarlet Azura. Leaving this remark, Ai turned to Kirabi and turned away. The next time I meet, I hope we will be absolute as a shadow, I will penetrate your turtle shell. With Ai's departure, the remaining 5 Yunren were unwilling. I quickly followed. For a time, the huge ruins became empty. We actually blocked Yunren's army in a team. Che, what are you talking about? It was Qin Yu who killed them alone and repelled the combination. It was Qin Yu's own credit. I did not expect that in the Uchiha family, in addition to the instantaneous stoppage of water, there are also geniuses such as Qin Yu, who just did a trick Kirin just now, but I was scared. The wooden leaf ninja in the cave was overjoyed instantly, and his face was filled with the smile of the rest of the life after the disaster. In the face of Yunren's shock, they were already desperate. In particular, after knowing the betrayal of the mountain stroke and the oil girl taking root, in their eyes, this is a mortal situation. However, the immediate results subverted their perception. Thinking of it, the unicorn who killed hundreds of people instantly. Unable to break Susanoo. As dark as ink, the black flame that cannot be extinguished. There are also powerful illusions. All this goes beyond the definition of Shang Ni. Judging by Ai's statement, Qin Yu has now reached the shadow level candidate, commonly known as the existence of penumbra. Did you hear that just now? Ai and Qin Yu agreed to fight after the film, and also gave him a nickname, what a arrow. It's Scarlet Ashura, you idiot. Call. Looking at a wood leaf ninja with a lot of tongues, Qin Yu was relieved, and the moment Suju Neng Yu disappeared out of thin air when Jugo's riding wheel eyes disappeared. Qin Yu, have you been injured? I will treat you immediately. Silently rushed forward, a little anxiety on Qiao's face. Stupid girl, he can't even break the defense, how could I be injured? Qin Yu smiled and wiped the silent Kyung nose. Lovers are eager, Qin Yu, you can't blame being silent. Wu Yu Kangyu also smiled, but there was more sigh on her face. Good boy, I didn't expect you to hide so deep. Thanks to you this time, we will be saved. As for other things, we will definitely support you when we return to Koba. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Among the wooden leaves, the status of the Uchiha family is very awkward. Has been trapped in the dark tide of power between the shadows, roots, and the guard. Based on the understanding of Yui Kangyu, Qin Yu, as a genius, has always endured but not sent out, just to avoid these troublesome swirls. Of course, Qin Yu will certainly not break the point for the Yu Kangyu, who will open his mind and make excuses for himself. Taking a look, his face was crimson and silent, and Qin Yu opened another scroll. They kept their armor above, and the specific location of the dark whistle. Our arming and dark whistle are changing every day, and they can be described so clearly, and only the mountain stroke and the oil girl take root to know. Inu Feng and his party came quickly. Seeing the information on the scroll, his complexion turned blue. If it's not Qin Yu's shot this time, I'm afraid we will die. Back in Konoha, we must report this to Master Naruto, otherwise we will convince the public. The roots are so abominable, even if there are clumps hiding in them. Qin Yu, you can rest assured that we will support you. Looking at the crowd of wood leaf ninjas, Qin Yu didn't say much. In this world the strong are king, and the weak are just the dolls of the strong. Now in the leaves, Tuanzang does have a certain status and can make waves. However, Qin Yu has a one-key full-level system, as long as he is given time. Can grow up quickly. Even Yu's Haibo's spot, one of the boss behind the scenes, is not in Qin Yu's eyes, and he will be afraid of a group. Once in a hurry, he didn't mind a few more lives. Well, Qin Yu is also tired. Let him rest for a while or two. Silently, you can go and see if there is any place where Qin Yu needs help. Yu Kangyu stopped the others. Issues involving the top leaders of the Leaves and the Uchiha family cannot be commented casually. At least, before Qin Yu spoke, they couldn't make a casual conclusion. Otherwise, Qin Yu is upset, that is not something that Yu Kangyu wants to see. Chapter 12, Thunder Chakra Pattern. Watching Qin Yu leave, the scene boils again. Yu, those eyes just now make it impossible for people to look directly at them. Inu Feng couldn't help but get over. The powerful Thunderbolt Jutsu, superb pupil and illusion are simply beyond reach. AI, the next successor to Lei Ying of Lianyun Ren Village, also claimed that Qin Yu has the qualification to inherit Naruto. You think he is more confident than Bo Feng Shuman? The words immediately attracted everyone. The month Yu Kangyu looked slightly changed, looked at the curious crowd, and sighed helplessly. The current situation is not as simple as you think. The mountain stroke and the oil girl took the route and fled back to the Leaves. They will hide the hostility against the Uchiha family with group possession. If Tuanzang knows that we are not dead, I'm afraid it will still be a poison to us. The joy on Inu Bong's face instantly stiffened. Yu, do you think the situation is too bad? What shall we do now? Need to remind Qin Yu. Inu Feng angrily said. Hao Yu Kangyu shook her head and said, Inu Feng, do you think that a person who hides so deeply will not know such a thing? In my inference, Qin Yu may already have a countermeasure. The people present were silent and could not help looking at each other. Recalling the battle just now, it is still vivid. With such a powerful strength, it has been dormant in the Leaves for so long. I am afraid the plot is definitely not small. However, if Yunren can be repelled this time, Qin Yu's credit will be the greatest. Once it is passed back, the senior leaders of Mui must not sit idly by. Then Qin Yu was so good. Not only was he able to defeat the Ab group, but he also plucked his hair and extorted Uni Village's ninja technique. If this Lei Chakram model is handed over to the Wooden Leaves, it is also a big credit. Everyone on the field talked again. After all, this battle is too shocking. You said, Qin Yu is proficient in Thunderbolt Jutsu, will he try to learn Thunderbolt Chakra mode? The dog spoke coldly. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and Yu Kangyu's face also stagnated, and said, maybe it is really possible. However, I still don't believe that he realized the mystery of Luliai for 3 days, and also developed a thunder unicorn that is enough to rank among the S-class ninjas. Yu, don't you say that because you lost your old face. Inu Feng laughed and said, it's better that we gamble. Okay, if Qin Yu can really do it, I'll take my baby daughter and Qin Yu. Yu Kangyu patted his chest. Yu, are you a bet? It's all an excuse to send your daughter to Qin Yu's arms. Including me, I have to bet. If Qin Yu really learns, I will let Qin Yu choose the 2 daughters at home. Old man, you are really big. Your 2 daughters, one is 30 years old, and the other is a giant bear. How can you put it on the table? If Qin Yu really sees her, she is blind. Jack, what are you talking about? I'm going to fight you. If you lose, you will deal with my daughter. Inside the cave, Qin Yu didn't even know he had dozens of future father-in-laws. As he walked, he stared at the scroll that recorded the pattern of lay chakra. Qin Yu, aren't you really hurt? Silent blushed again. Qin Yu glanced helplessly and said, you have repeated this question 10 times. If you don't believe me, why don't I take off my clothes and show you? As he said, Qin Yu made an effort to unbutton his body. Qin Yu, you are a hooligan. Silent cheeks turned redder, and after staring, he turned away. Watching her leave, Qin Yu was also idle. He now consumes a lot of chakra and pupil strength, in other words, his body has been hollowed out. There is no physical energy or impulse to do that. Find a good corner, sit down cross-legged, and start trying to practice this thunder chakra mode. In the previous battle, Qin Yu rode a round eye with a kaleidoscope, and secretly looked at the moment AI entered the mode state. Now comparing the explanations on the scroll with one by one, I found that there was no omission. It seems that AI had never thought of it, and he would have a time for Waterloo. There is no movement on the scroll of mystery. After reading it again and again, Qin Yu retracted the scroll, entered a state of meditation, and slightly recovered chakra in her body. After half a day, Qin Yu opened her eyes, and the sky outside began to dim. After the day's battle, the wood ninjas obviously performed their duties. Some people have been reassigned to stay in secret posts all over the place. Therefore, there is still only Qin Yu in the huge cave. Chakra in his body recovered 7 or 88. He finally understood the pain of Kimu's lack of blue in May 5. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. 3 big moves cost chakra 2/3. If you face a protracted battle, pay halfway. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Weapon. That was a nightmare. Forget it, think about adding chakra later. Now learn the Lei Cha-Cha mode. Qin Yu cast aside her thoughts. The eyes closed slowly, and all the explanations on the scroll appeared in my mind. After 3 or 4 seconds, Qin Yu opened her eyes suddenly, her hands quickly flew, and a series of marks were formed. Under the roar of chakra in the body, a stream of electric arc appeared on the body surface. The next moment, Qin Yu flashed a kaleidoscope to write all the information copied from AI's body in AI Yan's mind, and the seal of his hand changed in vain. Chakra, which was as smooth as a trickle, changed its properties instantly. Like a galloping horse, a low roar rang out from Qin Yu's body. Countless violent blue arcs rushed out of Qin Yu's body, illuminating half of the cave. However, as soon as the arc of thunder erupted, it collapsed in the sky. The body's chakra properties changed and dispersed, returning to normal. Fortunately, Qin Yu flashed on his face and said to himself, "It's okay to cut off the change of chakra in time, otherwise the change of attributes at that moment of agitation will make me explode instantly." No wonder, that guy gave me this mystic scroll so easily. Ding dong, found that the host learns the Lei Cha-Cha mode, whether it is one click full level immediately. After trying, Qin Yu also gave up self-study, and there was no need to use it systematically, that was self-abuse. Congratulations to the host, Lei Chakra is full. As the system's prompts dissipated, Qin Yu took a deep breath, and her thoughts moved again, and Chakra's attributes changed again. Under the crackling sound of crackling, blue lightning arcs splashed out on Qin Yu's body surface. For a moment, under the stimulation of this thunder arc, Qin Yu felt that his cells and body were rapidly activated. Chapter 13, Kobayashi. It feels really strange. There was a hint of joy on Qin Yu's face. Even if a person is accustomed to their own weight, they sometimes feel like they are moving forward. However, now Qin Yu's body is as light as a hair when she uses the Lei Cha-Cha mode. However, chakra consumption in the body is also not slow. With Qin Yu's current amount of chakras, he can support up to 20 minutes. If any ninjutsu is performed, the time supported by Lei Chakala mode will be further shortened. I am afraid it is for this reason that AI has developed ninja techniques to reduce his chakra loss. Try the speed first. Qin Yu stepped forward. There was a snoring sound in place. Except for the rest of the thunder arc, the whole person looked like a blue electric light and blazed straight out of the cave. The wooden leaf ninja stationed not far outside the cave first froze, and then couldn't help but rub his eyes. What's wrong with you? Inu Feng and Miyuki Kangguya walked slowly. Me, we just saw a blue light flashing. But before you can see it clearly, it disappears out of thin air. Blue light? Inu Feng and Yuiyu Kangguya first met for a moment, and then hurriedly asked, doesn't that feel the same as Ai Shizan and Lei Chakra? Senior Yuyu, you say that, I feel a bit similar. Mr. Yuiyu, are you saying Yunren is going back and return to revenge? The two younger Zhongren had a little flash of nervousness on their faces. Shortly after the battle ended, they had the backbone of Qin Yu. But the last time Yunren suffered a big loss, this time I'm afraid I won't win again. No, I would rather Yunren come back for trouble, and I don't want to believe the guess in my heart. Wu Yu Kangguya and Inu Feng could not help but glance at each other. The two obviously thought of going to the same place. Go and see the cave, Qin Yu is still inside. As soon as this word came out, the two slightly younger Konjac ninjas were completely realized. If the ray of light just now is exactly the same as that of Lei Chakala, the person who performed this mystery is not Ai, the heir of Lei Ying, it is probably Uchiha Qin Yu. Now that the battle is over, it is only half a day to get the scroll that records the Thunder Chakra mode. If Qin Yu really learned mystery, what else can it be used to describe? Genius? Evildoer? Monster? Or the of ninjutsu? Qin Yu, thousands of kilometers away, didn't know that his actions would bring them such a shock. In Thunder Chakra mode, his speed has fully reached the subsonic level. In the blink of an eye, it spans hundreds of meters. Moreover, under the activation of cells, Qin Yu's neural response, aggression, and five senses were greatly improved. Even hundreds of meters of insects can be heard clearly. Stop, our ninja of Koba! An urgent cry came. Qin Yu instantly locked the source of the sound. Although there is no abnormal perceptual ninjutsu, Qin Yu still recognizes the approximate number of people through her voice. 7 people besieged 2 people, it's interesting. Qin Yu's lips cornered and couldn't help laughing. With a stunned figure, he decided to see what happened to the wooden leaf ninja. In the forest, on a clearing. 2 skinny ninjas staring back and forth, looking at each other, wearing various animal masks. We are Koba ninjas, this is proof of identity. A pale-looking teenager, 12 or 3 years old, couldn't help but say. Behind him is a girl with purple hair and a beautiful face. Judging from the identification they wore, the 2 men were Nu Zongru. Of course, the weight of tolerance in this era of peace in the original work needs to pass the China tolerance test and the national assessments before it can be included in this list. Unfortunately, in the Third Ninja War, most of the tolerances are forcibly promoted. First, the opening of 3 battlefields at the same time has let the nucleus of the wooden leaves squander. Second, the protracted battle is the consumption of personnel. With the limited combat power in the leaves, it is impossible to persist for long. Third, forcibly promoted to the middle tolerance, is to deceive the enemy, and really, when compared, it is also the strong and the foreign. According to Qin Yu's memory, this is a way of assessment. You only need to complete a B-level mission once in your team and return alive at the same time, you can apply to become Zhongren. Qin Yu clearly remembered that in the Third War of Forbearance, the tail of the crane was not even opened for writing. You can be promoted to Zhongren, with Kakashi as the captain to perform special tasks. This is enough to prove how much water the Zongni has. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Xi Yan, you have to stand behind me, you have to be careful, here is not far from the Guanyu station, these dark parts, just misunderstand our identity, is the enemy posing, as long as I explain clearly. Could not explain. There was a tinge of tension on Xiu Xian's face. This is the first time she has officially set foot on the battlefield after graduating from Ninja Academy. For a long time, she just took some small tasks, such as looking for cats and dogs, guarding Wierenken and so on. At the same time participate in some harmless battles and increase some experience. 3 days ago, she was suddenly promoted to Zhongren. Xiu Xian knows clearly that this is the reason for the frontline urgency. As a result, it was necessary to urgently adjust the combat force to support within the back of Koba. Originally, Xiu Xian was still figuring out how to escape the battlefield. It was a pity that when Yunren launched a sneak attack, her father, Yu Kangyu, just entered the war. In order to urgently send a golden flash, the thunder of the wave wind and water gate was sent to the battlefield, so he went to the battle in person. As for the moonlight blast, it was because of the strange feeling in my heart that I couldn't help but accept the task. After 3 days of continuous rushing, not far from Guanyu, I thought I could reach it smoothly, but I didn't expect to be stopped by the dark part of the wood leaf at such a critical moment. Seniors, I'm Kyung Shinjin Zhongren, Moonlight Blast, and my dad is Moonlight Knight, one of the 8 colors of the leaves. This is my family token. Moonlight Blast quickly moved the backer out. Unlike the Moonlight Kangyu, the father of the Moonlight Blast, Moonlight Knight, is one of the 8 colors of the leaves. One-handed wooden leaves flow for 3 days and the moon blade method, and the blood following the limit is transparent. On the battlefield, it was a daunting assassin. Looking at the whole wood leaves, the strength is also the outstanding existence of Shangni. According to the calculation of the Moonlight Blast, now only need to figure out the identity and move his father out, these ninjas are surprised. Will obediently let them go. If you are not careful, you may be escorted to the stronghold. Chapter 14, Done to Prodigal Son. Kill them. The lead ninja suddenly spoke. The Moonlight Blast's smile freezes instantly, and even Yu Xian who stands behind him is no exception. Oh! The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded, and the 2 root ninjas moved instantly. The body flickered and appeared directly in front of Moonlight Blast. In their eyes, it is a breeze to deal with the 2 huge humorous mid-tolerances. The violent scene made Moonlight Blast look stiff. Looking at 2 short knives that zoomed in quickly in the pupils, a fatal mistake appeared on the battlefield. Get away! 2 ninjas who shot the roots flashed a smile deep in their eyes. Half a day ago, they were stationed dozens of miles away in the secret stronghold belonging to the roots. After receiving the order of the Mountain Stroke and the Oil Girl taking Genji to kill all the Konoha ninjas, they hurried in. Before reaching the Guanyu stronghold, they met 2 novices. For the task of bullying rookies, they will not let this fun go. 3-day moon shadow dance chopped with wood leaf flow swordsmanship. The crisp Xiaoyan rang, and a beautiful shadow suddenly flashed out, and attacked from behind the moonlight blast. The ninja sword in his hand circulated a slight chakra wave. At the next moment, he instantly attacked the two shadows with one transformation. The violent scene made the two dark parts obviously feel caught off guard. Of course, they have heard about the wooden leaf flow swordsmanship that Moonlight Knight has. Immediately before the attack with lurking murder in the illusion, I didn't have much time to think about it. When Yu Yuexi saw this, she pulled the moonlight blast behind her, and threw out several shurikens at the same time. Breeze, if you have a chance, you will run away first. As long as you rush to the stronghold for help, we will have a chance to be saved. I run away alone. Moonlight Blast couldn't help but say, how can I leave you alone? To die we die together. Yan Yuexi's face changed slightly, looking at the decisive Moonlight Blast, her heart could not help being touched. It can be said that in this situation of life and death, those who can still say such things are considered to be in distress. However, the thought had just flashed in his mind, and a large hand protruded out of the ground instantly. The wind is careful at your feet. Yu Yuexi Yan almost whispered and jumped up quickly. At this moment, she found out that the attack of the two shadow ninjas just now was a detailed attack. The leading captain had already pinpointed the opportunity and lurked underground to conduct a sneak attack. However, to make Yu Yuexian feel disappointed, the Moonlight Blast is still astonished, standing still at a loss. Originally, the Moonlight Blast did not find the existence of the other party. After being reminded by Xi Yuexian, it was already slow. Now still like a chicken, obviously cannot escape. Earth beheading in soil. The shadow ninja caught the ankle of Moonlight Blast. The surrounding ground rolled up like water. Moonlight Blast suddenly awakened, trying to break free from the attack, but found that he had been dragged into the earth. The next moment, chakra dissipated, leaving only the remaining head protruding. The violent scene changed the appearance of Xi Yuexian. She didn't even think that when face to face on the battlefield, Moonlight Blast was caught. Right now there are 7 people in the other party. She has only one person. The only way to save Moonlight Blast is to escape to the stronghold and ask for help. Little girl, this is not the time for you to be distracted. A grinning voice came suddenly. I saw 2 ninjas, throwing their backhands, and 2 shurikens, attacking her in a roundabout manner. Suffering from extreme pain, and a special rope, if you miss it a little, I am afraid it will be directly tied up. However, in mid-air, Yan Yuexian had no way to dodge. There are also dark ninjas who are desperate to see you. As long as there is any flaw, I am afraid it will directly lead to the killing of the body. Looking at the fast approaching rope, Mi Yuexian's face could not help but a hint of bitterness. Looking at Guan Guan not far away, with a bitter smile, a shuriken suddenly shot out in the dark. When Mars splattered, and 2 bitternesses were hit by a fly. The sudden scene changed the look of everyone in the field. What a subtle shuriken technique, even one shuriken hits 2 bitters. The dark captain lurking in the soil, exclaimed in amazement. Before he could think too much, he quickly glanced around and gave an order. Probe the enemies around you immediately, and kill them as soon as you find them. The sound of the words uttered, the captain in the dark thought that his men would act instantly. However, when they saw the terror in their pupils, their nerves suddenly tightened. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Are you going to kill me? The voice of the joke came from behind. The captain of the dark part changed dramatically, and he hurriedly displayed the soil to sneak away, intending to escape. It was just that he had just penetrated the soil, and a sudden scent of death spread all over his body. I found you! The voice fell, and the fist entangled by Lei Guang was like a tomahawk, mixed with the sound of wind and thunder, and fell directly to the ground. Bang! A thunderous roar exploded. The moment the fist landed on the ground, the solid earth shattered. Cobweb-like cracks spread quickly around. The dark captain, who had just dived into the soil, shattered his head like a watermelon. The hot blood splattered like a sparkling firework, but it made people feel a shocking feeling. Escape, let's run away. The remaining 6 shadow ninjas panicked. As soon as you are in shape, you have to step away. However, in this process, they kept an eye on Qinyu's figure. But with a little movement, the frightening figure disappeared out of thin air. Thunderstorm knife. Qinyu's right hand turned into a hand knife, and at the subsonic speed erupted in the mode of Lei Chikala, she appeared in front of the first running ninja. Without any hint of fancy, his right hand swung suddenly towards his neck, and blood and water splashed. The horror had not yet time to dissipate, and the huge head flew directly into the air. The violent scene shakes everyone's nerves. Unfortunately, in the face of Qinyu, who looks like a of death, all defenses look pale and weak. 5 flashes, they just had time to see the blue thunder. It was too late to react. It was just too late to come to mind, a figure entangled in thunder, and a huge skull flew out with the blood. After Qinyu stopped her figure, 6 heads fell to the ground. Like a rain hitting a banana, the splatter splattered a large piece of hot blood. Yan Uxinxi Yan also just stood firmly, looking at the person in front of him bathed in thunder, full of smile and smirk, like Qinyu, a teenager next door, could not help but step back. It's your turn now. Qinyu laughed playfully. You girl is pretty, so let's make grandpa happy. The small sound made the look of Yui Yuzian and Moonlight Blast stagnate. They didn't even think that the person in front of them was not a savior, but rather a prodigal son. Chapter 15, Run Faster Than Rabbit. You, what exactly do you want to do? Wu Yuxian took a half step back subconsciously. After witnessing Qinyu's instant killing of 7 shadows. Upon hearing this frivolous remark, she would rather face those shadows. Rather than being killed, it is better to be thin and light. I don't say, you should also be very clear. Qinyu smiled, looking at the Moonlight Blast. I give you a chance to live now. Will you let us go? Moonlight Blast said with a happy face, my dad is Moonlight Knight, as long as you let us leave, you will be rewarded afterwards. As he said, Moonlight Blast was thinking of leaving Xiuxian. You seem to be mistaken, I mean, only one of you can leave alive. Qinyu suddenly said. The Moonlight Blast and the Moonlight Evening look cannot help but stagnate. Doesn't this make them live and die? Rest assured, you can decide whoever leaves and who stays. Of course I will do the killing. Qinyu laughed miserably. If you think it can be stronger than the 7 shadows, just come to die. A small voice echoed in the forest, making the atmosphere in the field inexplicably depressed. Xiuxian couldn't help looking at the Moonlight Blast. Into the scene, but she could not help but stunned. Xian, wait for me. It's only a few kilometers away from the base. I'm faster than you. I can definitely move back to the rescue. Moonlight Blast dropped these words, turned around and fled. That speed is all about sucking out the energy to feed. Several landings plunged into the forest and disappeared. You said, is it possible for the universe to erupt if people are in trouble? Qinyu laughed. Yan Yuxi's face turned slightly white, and she took a bitterness from her backhand and pierced her throat. When? Qinyu threw a shuriken backhand and instantly flew the bitterness of Wu Yuxian. When Wu Yuxi changed her face, she yelled, don't you say, only life and death. I can't do it myself. Of course you can, Qinyu said solemnly, but I just scare you guys. I didn't expect the kid to run faster than the rabbit. Let's go, otherwise Uncle Yu is worried about you. Leaving this remark, Qinyu turned and walked to the stronghold. Yan Yuxi turned black, and she had already committed suicide. Where would you expect it to be? Looking at the back of Qinyu's departure, and the Moonlight Blast that had just fled, he had a little self-mockery on his face. Help, Uncle Yu, hurry up and save Xian. Moonlight Blast was detected by the whistle before it set foot in the stronghold. Qin Yu's battle was also detected by the sensing ninja. Therefore, Yu Kangyu and Inu Feng have already driven people out. Breeze, why are you here? Miyu Kangyu's look could not help changing. What were you talking about just now? What happened to Xi Yan? Uncle Yu, the big thing is not good. Moonlight Blast explained quickly. Xi Yan and I were instructed to bring the seniors of Watergate to God's suffering, to accurately locate the seniors' space jump. However, Xi Yan and I encountered the ambush of the dark roots several kilometers away. At a critical moment, there was a young man wrapped in a thunder arc. He shot and killed the people at the roots. However, he coveted the beauty of Xi Yan and asked one of us to leave. I was faster than Xi Yan, so he came for help. Looking at the anxious and flustered Moonlight Blast, everyone looked at each other. Bad guy. Wang Yu Kangyu threw it backhand. Snapped. The crisp applause sounded. Moonlight Blast couldn't help but chuckled his cheeks. Uncle Minyu, why did you hit me? Hurry to save Xian, maybe there is still a chance now. Go to your sister. Miyu Kangyu almost lifted her foot and went away. To live for one, you fled first. If Xi Yan hadn't met Qin Yu this time, what happened to her? I would definitely waste you. Even if I'm Moonlight Knight, I don't care. In the eyes of Yu Kangyu, the Moonlight Blast and the Yu Xian can also be regarded as green plum bamboo horses. In addition, the Moonlight Knight also instructs the Yu Xi Yan Mu Ye Flow Knife method. Therefore, I still appreciate the Moonlight Blast. If this situation lasts for a longer period of time, maybe Moon Kangyu will let them develop. Now it's okay. When faced with life and death choices, I can run faster than rabbits. This makes Yu Kangyu feel blind. Uncle Yu, what do you say? Xi Yan is still in the hands of that madman. Moonlight Blast looked stiff. Hi, are you looking for me? When I was walking, I saw two buns, so I saved them. Familiar voice. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Ran came. Your Moonlight Blast could not help but look at it in a hurry. The eye-catching is the face that did not blink. Even the Moonlight Blast did not expect, and Yu Xianzhen came slowly and frostily. Why are you okay? Moonlight blasted at Yu Xian, couldn't help it. You kid are so funny. I just ran faster than the rabbit. Now I'm asking if I have Xian. Qin Yu laughed. I'm still young and don't know what it is. You. The Moonlight blasted, and Qin Feng's face was awkward just now, but he remembered it. Xi Yan, listen to me explain. Moonlight hurried forward. Snapped. The crisp applause sounded. There doesn't seem to be anything to explain between us, classmate Blast. Said Yu Xian coldly. Dad, I'll take over the task. Well, let's go in again. Yu Kangyu gave a cold glance at the Moonlight Blast. Girl, I will show you eyes later. Some people don't show their legs until the critical moment. Once they make the wrong choice, they can't turn back. Looking at Yu Xi Yan, who left without a trace of attachment and walked away, the Moonlight Blast turned blue. Your name is Qin Yu, I'm with you. Moonlight Blast covered his stinging cheek, and yelled. Are you duel with me? Let me go, I just can't kill enough. Qin Yu laughed miserably. Duel? Qin Yu, let's go ahead and let us start betting. But your odds are low. Looking at the moment of noise, Moonlight Blush's face became flushed, thinking of the 7 root ninjas that were killed instantly, completely discouraged. I'm leaving, I'll take over the task now. Moonlight Blast turned and Lisuo left. Once again it caused everyone to laugh. Qin Yu, did you really learn the Lei Cha Cha mode? Inu Feng said suddenly. Chapter 16, Be sold and help count the money. There was an inexplicable death in the huge ruins, and everyone stared at Qin Yu. No. Qin Yu talked bluntly. No. Inu Feng rolled his eyes and said, "You kid are hiding so deeply. I secretly tell you that the guy in Yu bet on us. If you learn the Lei Cha Cha model, he will let Xi Yan go on a blind date with you. You are all 14 and 15, and it's time to start a family." Qin Yu almost spit out old blood. According to Inu Feng, he was sold just now, and he helped the people. Inside the cave, Xiu Xiyan handed Fei Lei Shen in the hands to Wu Yu Kang Guyu. "Dad, according to the descriptions of the 3 generations, after bringing Filii Shenkui to the end, as long as your father activates the supremacy technique, Senior Watergate will be able to feel the coordinates and make space jumps." Wang Yu Xiyan anxious. "The Yunren army is approaching. According to the information, I am afraid that the AB team will lead the team in person. In the face of this enemy, only the senior members of Watergate can confront it." As he said, Yan Yu Xiyan opened the scroll that activated Fei Lei's suffering. "Xi Yan, don't need it anymore." Detector Yu Kang Guyu stopped and smiled bitterly. "You are late." "Dad, what are you talking about? Haven't we caught up?" Yan Yuexi yelled. This time, the Yunren army has hundreds of people, AI in the AB group, or the next successor designated by the 3 generations of Lei Ying. Once they invade, there is no way to stop it. Now the time is urgent, we will activate soon. "Xi Yan, I really don't need it." Wu Yu Kang Guyu patted the back of Xi Yan's hand, and said, "Qin Yu has repelled them." "No, it should be said, it was killed. Speaking of which, Rao is a swollen moon, and a look of awe can't help." Yan Yuexi's face was stagnant, and she hurriedly said, "Daddy, what happened? You said that the person who solved Yunren was the Qin Yu. His credit?" "Yes, this is his credit." Yu Kang Guyu mentioned the battle, and his voice was a little trembling. "If you see it with your own eyes, you will be like me." Taking care of the Yunren army alone, with the help of Sky Thunder, the S-Class Thunder Squad Unicorn was launched, killing hundreds of Yunren in one shot. Performing powerful pupil technique, summoning a blood shura, black flame that cannot be extinguished, and a powerful illusion that suppresses the power of the 8-tailed person in an instant. Yan Yuexi turned black, and she saw her father for the first time, just like a child. So respected for a teenager. However, with Yu Kang Guyu's description, Yu Xi Yan's mind also involuntarily emerged, a blurred picture of the war. "Dad, according to you, is that Qin Yu hiding so deeply? Will it be the genius hiding in the Uchiha clan secretly?" Shen Yu Xiyan said in a voice, "I am afraid that such strength can compete for the position of Naruto." By the way, when AI left, he also said that the next decisive battle will be carried out as a shadow. Yu Kang Guyu said excitedly, "Qin Yu is also called Scarlet Azura." Yan Yuexi's face also changed. Yunren AB group, she certainly heard of it. Among them, AI is also the next successor of Lei Ying. Now Qin Yu has received such a high evaluation, and agrees with the next generation of Lei Ying. If you are not qualified to be Naruto, then that is false. Yes, Xi Yan, I have something to discuss with you. Yu Kang Guyu rubbed her hands and said with an awkward look. Yan Yuexi Yan Liame frowned, and said, "Dad, you were so excited just now, you won't do anything to say sorry to me." Cough, Xi Yan, don't say that, Dad just sees Qin Yu well, and plans to introduce you to a blind date. Wu Yu Kang Guyu coughed dryly. "Dad, you betrayed me." Yan Yuexian turned blue. She didn't even think that when she met Yu Kang Guyu, she made such a decision on the battlefield. The horse was sold and helped the people. Xi Yan, don't be so excited, you also see that the boy in the storm, when he was alive, gave up and ran away alone, but Qin Yu was different. When Yunren came, I was alone against it, stubborn and weak, as long as I wasn't blind, I could tell. Yu Kang Guyu's face turned angry. One thought, if this time Yu Xian met the person who is not Qin Yu, then I am waiting for her. Get out of the way, you give me up. I want to see Xian. The sound of the moonlight blast came outside the cave. Xian, I'll go out and send him, you don't have to tangle with him anymore. Yu Kangyu's face sank, and then he stood up. Dad, let me go. This is my business. Detective Yu Xian stopped and went straight out of the cave. Facing the noise of the moonlight blast, the people around were obviously attracted. Get out of here, I want to see Xian, I have something to tell her. Moonlight yelled quickly. Unfortunately, no matter how he called, the two leaves outside the cave were still indifferent. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Moonlight blast, you don't want to make trouble here. Inu Feng said in a deep voice, but this is important, you can't just enter without a pass, just step back aside, don't obstruct others. Uncle Inu Feng, who am I obstructing? I just want to explain clearly with Xian. Just now I was just saving people and intending to return to rescue soldiers. Moonlight Blast hurriedly looked back. Eye-catching, it is an unexpected figure. You blocked me. Qin Yu stretched a lazy waist, it's getting dark, I'm going to take a good rest, remember to tell me after dinner. Qin Yu, although you can rest assured, we will lose your share there. The two indifferent Mui ninjas quickly gathered a smile. Looking at this scene, Moonlight Blast couldn't help it. Uncle Inu Feng, don't you say that this cave is heavy, and Zhongren can't go in casually? Why can he? Moonlight blasted quickly. As soon as this word came out, the Woodleaf ninja present was instantly displeased. Inu Feng was no exception. He looked down and said with cold eyes, the Moonlight Blast sometimes needs to be enough. If Qin Yu is also considered to be a forbearance, then there may be no more Naruto in this world. Yes, you who are greedy for life and fear of death, if it is not for the sake of you, who is also a Konoha ninja, Moonlight Knight is still one of the 8 colors of Koyo, we will never let people like you. Moonlight Blast, if I were you, stay still, don't continue to be ashamed here. Moonlight blasted. For a long time, due to the backing of the Moonlight and Night, and the blood relay limit, he has always been regarded as a genius. Chapter 17, Who is faster? Did you intentionally isolate me? Xian and I are young friends, and she will listen to me. Moonlight Blast flashed a little madness on her face, and hurriedly said, let me in, Xian will forgive me. Moonlight Blast, you're enough. The sound of Wu Yuxian came out of the cave. Soon they saw 2 figures coming out of it. This time, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Yu shrugged helplessly, it was he shouting, to explain it to you, you can solve it yourself. Looking at Qin Yu, the creator of the figurine, he turned around and left chicly, and Yu Yuxian frowned, and Lu Mei frowned. Qin Yu, can you stay? I stay. Qin Yu glanced suspiciously at Yu Kangyu. Instantly smelled what was going on. Xian, what are you keeping him doing? Go to the grass over there, and I will explain it to you alone. Moonlight Blast hurriedly snatched and grabbed at Yu Yuxian. However, before she met, she was avoided by Yuxian. Moonlight Blast, please don't take any action in front of my target, otherwise I will sever the relationship with your ordinary friends. Su Yuxian suddenly spoke. As soon as this word came out, all the people present couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was helpless for a moment. He finally understood that he was shot while lying down. Xian, what else do you say, who is your target? Moonlight hurried. It's Yu's Haibo Qin Yu, my dad has promised me to associate with Qin Yu, so please don't come to harass us in the future. Wu Yuxian said coldly. He. Moonlight Blast could not help but said, no way, I don't believe you. You said it just because you were angry with me. You and Uchiha Qin Yu don't even know each other. Among the younger generation, many Uchihas have been indoctrinated as the source of the rebellion. In order to avoid suspicion, many people will take the initiative to avoid people of the Uchiha family. The Moonlight Blast, you're enough. There was a trace of disgust on Wu Yuxian's face. In her eyes, the Moonlight Blast was a sensible, talented, and responsible genius. I never thought that this would happen to me when I first left the village. No, I'm not enough. You give me a chance to explain. Moonlight Blast urged. Licking the dog. Qin Yu glanced helplessly. If she finished explaining, wouldn't you be in trouble? Yes, as long as Xi Yan finishes explaining, I will obediently leave. Moonlight Blast was stubborn. Okay, you look at it. Qin Yu wrapped around Yu Yuxian's waist, and her right hand suddenly pulled her into her arms. Without any trace of hesitation, they kissed directly in the stunned eyes of everyone. It was a shallow kiss. However, she still let the sound of her head yelling, and it was completely blank. You, what do you do? Moonlight Blast suddenly awakened. This was the first kiss he could not get for 7 or 8 years. Now Qin Yu stole it in a blink of an eye, where can he accept it? Isn't this an explanation? Qin Yu spread his hands and said, now give up. If nothing happens, I'll go back to rest first. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still indifferent after the strong kiss, turned and left the back, the expression of the Moonlight Blast was instantly distorted. Without any hesitation, the backhand took a bitterness from the waist and stabbed to the back of Qin Yu. The close distance makes everyone's face change dramatically. They never thought that Moonlight Blast would be so crazy. However, in the face of all this, Qin Yu seems to be unknown. Hey! Kyo stabbed into Qin Yu's body instantly, and immediately rose into a white mist, letting the crazily Moonlight Blast start. Stupid, I'm behind you. Qin Yu turned her right hand into a knife and slashed straight down into the Moonlight Blast neck. Moonlight Blast changed dramatically, but in this case, he had no time to dodge. Can only wait for the attack to fall. Hey! A golden flash burst out suddenly. Before everyone had responded, an unexpected figure appeared first in front of Qin Yu. Detective hand clasped on Qin Yu's wrist. The sudden figure made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. That golden hair made Qin Yu can't help pouting and laughing. Watergate, I have been hiding for so long, I thought you were not willing to come out. It's the golden glittering wave Feng Shui Gate. He even arrived. It is also only through time and space ninja, that it was able to cross the 2 battlefields in such a short time and arrived here. Che, you might as well say that only the speed of the wave wind gate can stop Qin Yu's attack, otherwise the kid of Moonlight Blast will definitely suffer. Hey, this stinky boy, can't swallow anyone's anger without eating a bit, but for now. Face the moon. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Many people are dissatisfied with Light Blast's behavior of abandoning their companions on the battlefield. Especially the willful behavior just now has attracted many people's hostility. This is a battlefield, not a place where you can use your mind and your children's personal feelings. I actually don't want to show up. After I found that Yun Ren's attack was repelled by you, I thought about returning to the land of the land. Unfortunately, if I didn't take the shot just now, I'm afraid this kid will have to suffer. Master Watergate, it's him. It was he who teased me in the forest just now that would make Xi Yan misunderstand me. You must take charge of me. Moonlight blasted quickly. Qin Yu shook her head with a smile and said, Watergate, you also saw it. If you want to calm him down, you have to suffer a bit. And, who can I teach? You can't stop it. Boom. A white mist burst out on Qin Yu's body, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air the next moment. Is it the shadow avatar? Bo Fengshuman changed his look. Too late to think, quickly turned around and looked. At the same time, his right hand was thrown backhand, and the sufferings depicting the marks of Fili Shenjua came out instantly. Qin Yu, who had just appeared behind the moonlight blast, showed a smile on her face, and flew half an inch across like a ghost. Fei Lei Shen passed by unbearably, and the attack was directly missed. "It's coming!" someone exclaimed. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened, and there was a touch of urgency in their eyes. Thundercraft! I didn't see any action by the Wavewind Gate, and disappeared out of nowhere the next moment. When it reappeared, it had already come to Fei Lei God's bitter sky. Directly probed and grabbed Qin Yu's shoulder. "I caught you!" A smile appeared on Bo Fengshuman's face. He hasn't met for a long time and dares to challenge his speed. Now Qin Yu's move will undoubtedly raise his mentality of fighting for victory. "Really?" Qin Yu smiled and said, "However, you think too naively." A small voice spread out suddenly. The next moment the crackling thunder arc bloomed on Qin Yu's body. Under the raging thunder of light, Qin Yu, who was about to catch, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, behind the moonlight blast. The right-handed knife, like a thunderbolt, slashed directly to his back neck. Chapter 18, Can Only Be Friends but Not Enemies. Boom! The dull collision sounded. The hand knife fell directly on the neck of Moonlight Blast. Under the powerful attack, his eyes rolled over, and he passed out unconsciously and fell to the ground. The violent scene left everyone in the field as dead as a chicken. Looking at the thunder from Qin Yu's body, his face was incredible. If the previous moment, they speculated about whether Qin Yu had mastered the Lei Cha Chakra model from the one-sided words of Moonlight Blast. But now, with my own eyes, the meaning is different. It was only half a day since the repulsion of Yun Ren. Qin Yu learned the Lei Cha Cha model, known as one of the most difficult secret techniques of Yun Ren village. What words can this speed be used to describe? Terror? Evildoer? Indescribable? More importantly, there is no contrast and no harm. Facing the so-called golden glittering Wavewind Gate, Qin Yu was able to learn the Moonlight Blast. It means above speed, I am afraid it is better. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, no one can stop anyone I want to teach, not even myself. Qin Yu laughed. If you change to the former Uchiha Qin Yu and face the legendary Konoha's arrogant son, it will definitely be pug-like. But now that he has a one-click full-level system, he wants him to fold down. Let's wash and sleep. Qin Yu's words are heavy, and you can show mercy, which is already the best lesson for Moonlight Blast. Bo Fengshuman is a new generation of peaceful ninja. And the personal relationship with Uchiha Fuyu is very good. In private, he is still a brother. For a long time, I have been very concerned about the problems of the Uchiha family. Both Uchiha and Fuyu have a mentality of peaceful settlement. Otherwise, use Haibo Fuyu, who has already awakened the kaleidoscope to right round eyes, does not care about this layer of relationship with Bo Feng Shui men. He firmly believes in the concept of the Wavewind and Water Gate, and I am afraid that the leaves have already been reflected. It's a pity that with the fingers, the third ninja war is almost over. A year later, the wave of Wind and Water Gate was dead, and then a series of events broke out under the manipulation of high-level officials such as Tuan Zhang. Of course, for all of this, Qin Yu did not look at all. The system is added, the world is big, and there is no place to hide. If he really hurries him, he will lose 2 or 3 big moves and pat him on the bottom, no one can stop him. Well, if there is nothing, I'll go back and take a rest first. It's hard to lack blue. Qin Yu patted Bo Fengshuman's shoulder. Under the stunned eyes, they walked into the cave. In their eyes, the wave, wind, and water gates are unattainable. It is said that among the leaves, it is the most qualified to inherit the identity of the next Naruto, and they are treated respectfully on weekdays, even the older generation is no exception. At any time, I have seen someone who is as big-hearted as Qin Yu, without any awe. After seeing Qin Yu leave, Yu Kangyu smiled and came forward with a grinning smile. Master Watergate, don't blame Qin Yu, this time he can repel Yun Ren, and the combination, all his credit. Also, he was only in his 15 or 60s and didn't know much about etiquette. Compared with the wave of water and Watergate in his early 20s, Qin Yu can be called a junior. Moreover, compared with the long-standing and prominent identity of Bo Feng Shui men, Qin Yu did have a little lack of etiquette. Senior Kang Guyu, you call me an adult again. Bo Feng Shuiman reluctantly shook his head and said, with you, I like Qin Yu instead. However, as far as I know, Qin Yu was originally a not-so-good junior among the Uchiha family. When he came out, Fu Yu asked me to take care of Qin Yu, and it seemed to be hidden. For this remark, everyone in the field sighed. The thought of Kirin descending from the sky and the kaleidoscope riding round eyes, the solace of the feet are still cold. Master Watergate, your status is different now, you are qualified to make us old and immortal, call it like this. Yu Kang Guyu smiled. However, we have one thing to tell. Qin Yu is intentionally not wanting to get involved in the disputes between Wei and Uchiha, so he intentionally hid it. With the narrative of Yu Kang Guyu, the original look and smile of the Wavewind and Watergate, his expression became dignified. Senior Kang Guyu, do you say that Qin Yu has powerful thunderbolt jutsu and special writing eye, and also has the innate talent to learn jutsu? Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't help it. Looking at the crowd who nodded in unison in the field, the Wavewind Gate was even more impatient. Senior Kang Guyu, Moonlight Blast will be given to you first. I'll go and see Qin Yu. Master Watergate, you can rest assured, but in Yunren village, the next successor of Lei Ying Ai, once said that Qin Yu has the qualification to become the next Naruto, I hope you don't mind. Yu Kang Guyu hesitated for a moment before he said. This time, the stroke in Tuanzang's Confidant Mountain and the oil girl took root, not only fled back, but also leaked information about our base. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Yunren was tolerant. If Tuanzang knew that Qin Yu had broken things under his control, I'm afraid he would target Qin Yu. We hope that Lord Watergate can help one or two at a critical moment. In the eyes of Mayu Kang Guyu and others, external enemies can also be destroyed by powerful means. However, in the face of internal battles, it can be said that the open fire is easy to hide, and the hidden arrows are difficult to prevent. Senior Kang Guyu, you can rest assured, I understand how to do it. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded and said, wait a while, I will report the matter here to the 3 generations of adults. There are 3 generations of adults from Haoying, Tuanzang will also converge 1 or 2. Yu Kang Guyu was relieved with relief. This matter will be arranged like this for the time being. The next defense depends on everyone's concerted efforts. Bo Feng Shuiman patted Yu Kang Guyu's shoulder and said, I'll talk to Qin Yu first. After watching the Wave Feng Shuiman leave, Xiu Xian finally lost his breath, and said, Dad, do you mean that once Qin Yu returns to the wooden leaves, I am afraid that he will be hit by the roots? What's wrong? So care about your little lover soon. Yan Yu Feng laughed. Yan Yu Xian glanced, and said, who is his lover? I just don't want Mui Ninjakan, I have lost such a strong man. This kind of person is like a companion, it is an absolutely powerful backing, but if it is an enemy, it is too horrible. Yu Kang Guyu suddenly said. As soon as this word came out, everyone's expressions could not help changing. Faced with Qin Yu's existence, as Yu Kang Guyu said. The only thing I can do is to be friends and not enemies. Even if you can't be friends, you can only be passers-by. Chapter 19, Calculating Wave Feng Shui Gate. Inside the cave, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, recovering chakra in her body. At the same time, figure out how to solve the problem of lack of blue in a short time. After these 2 battles, his chakras consumed 7 or 88, if not for the pupil strength. I'm afraid I can't get angry at the enemy. After thinking about it before and after thinking, Qin Yu finally just concluded 2 methods. Enter into a contract with Miao Mushin, and then learn the fairy mode. By absorbing natural forces, you can quickly return to blue. Second, find the head and tail beasts themselves. This is the quickest way to think of Chinyu right now. However, Miao Mushin's psychic contract has always been worn on his body. Since Da Shiwan rebelled and escaped from the leaves, he has also become a dad and has been following Da Shiwan. It may be difficult to find the tap in a short time. As for finding the head-tailed beast as the human pillar force, looking around the entire ninja world, except for the 3 tails, the remaining 8-headed beasts are boarding in the human pillar force. In the wartime period, for the protection of human power, every ninja village is very careful. At 1.5 moments, I wanted to borrow this method to solve the problem of lack of blue. It seemed more impractical than the first one. Thinking of this, Chinyu sighed helplessly. I'm too difficult. Chinyu, if you have any problems, don't mind, you can talk to me. The voice of Bo Feng Shui Men suddenly came. Looking at the coming Feng Feng Shuman, Chinyu's eyes lightened. Po Feng Shuman's ninjutsu can be said to be Uzunjia. He started flying Thor, killing spiral pills, but couldn't beat the corpses. In addition to these 3 ninjutsu, in the impression of Chinyu, Bo Feng Shuman did not perform many other ninjutsu. However, among the 3 ninja skills, Chinyu paid more attention to the Flying Thunder God. The Lei Cha Cha mode can greatly improve the speed of Chinyu. Just talking about running away and killing enemies, and unexpectedly, I am afraid that no jutsu is comparable to the Flying Thunder God. Chinyu, are you worried that Tuanzang will be bad for you? Bo Feng Shuman said tentatively. Chinyu raised a brow and did not expect the wave wind and water gate, but also automatically make up. Originally, he was still thinking about how to teach him the technique of Flying Thunder Gods. Now he has also saved him a lot of explanations, and said one by one, this is only a small matter. If Tuanzang really wants to hit me, I won't go back. This world is so big, there will always be my hiding place. Wave Feng Shuman looked stagnant. This was the thing he was most worried about. According to the description of Yui Kang Gu and others, Chinyu's strength is enough to reach the level of tolerance. It is also possible to override this. If coupled with the talent of ninjutsu, who is surprised. Once Chinyu left Muierinkan, it was a huge loss and a hidden danger. Chinyu, don't think of things too badly. I have a good relationship with Fuyu, and will definitely not let the regiment target you unscrupulously. Report to the 3 generations of adults, with his wiseness, he will definitely handle this matter fairly. You just have to rest assured that you will come back to me. Chinyu also knew about the wave wind and water gate in the original book. Just like that, good people are short-lived. Therefore, Chinyu did not doubt the intention of Bo Feng Shui Men, but his purpose was to get Fei Lei Shen to his hands. If he was sent off with these 3 words, this would be the rubbing of the intelligence quotient of his 2 lives on the ground. I also want to go back, but unfortunately I don't have many ways to protect myself. If you are willing to teach me the technique of the flying of thunder, I might consider 1 or 2. Chinyu laughed. Bo Feng Shui Gate could not help but hesitated, and then smiled bitterly. It turned out that you had this idea from the beginning. It seems that you don't keep the group in your heart at all, but this flying of thunder is a forbidden technique developed by the 2nd generation of Naruto adults. Even if I want to teach you, I need the consent of 3 generations of Naruto. Said the door helplessly. If you really want to learn, I can teach you the ninjutsu I developed. You mean, spiral pills? Chinyu rolled her eyes helplessly. With the wind and water gate, such a rooted person, it is harder for him to teach the thunder in private, than to kill him. It seems that I can only think of other ways. You also know about the spiral pills. Bo Feng Shuman said with joy on his face, this spiral pills doesn't need to be printed. The requirements for chakras amount are average, and I have also developed a systematic learning method. I will now show you. Spiral pill. Bo Feng Shuman said, his right fingers slightly tightened. Under the chakra, the blue air wave quickly generated, and a blue chakra ball was formed in a blink of an eye. It looks like a blue starry sky. Of course, if you look at people based on their appearance, look down on this spiral pill. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. I am afraid it will often be the finale. In the original book, there is a joke. No enemy is incapable of dealing with spiral pills. If it does, one opponent can't solve it, use two. In case it can't be solved, I will change the pattern to rub the and always rub out the big ending. Did you see clearly? Bo Feng Shuman scattered the spiral pills in his hand and asked, I will now demonstrate for the second time, with your qualifications, as long as you practice well and control the operation of chakra, you should learn in a week. Looking at the enthusiastic wave of Feng Shui Gate, Qin Yu was not good at rejecting it. In addition, Naruto's Feng Shui spiral pills in the original work are indeed superb. It is also less cumbersome than the performance of Lei Yukelin. Feeling that the chakra in the wave wind and water gate is working again, Qin Yu's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is working. In Naruto, the writing eye is a local plug-in, so it is not necessary to use it for nothing. Always pay attention to Qin Yu's wave wind and water gate. At this moment, I feel that the whole person is seen through. The moment I looked up, my eyes narrowed as my eyes crossed. Chakra gathered in his hands also collapsed. Are you writing kaleidoscope? Bo Feng Shuman couldn't help asking. Qin Yu was not surprised that the wave Feng Shuman was broken. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is not the first time in the history of wood leaves. At least all the information of Uchiha spots will be completely recorded by the second generation Naruto. The wave wind gate, as the most promising existence of the fourth generation of Naruto. In order to solve the things of the Uchiha family, they are particularly concerned. Knowing the existence of kaleidoscope writing chakras is not surprising. Isn't it strange that an obscure junior would have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? Qin Yu had no intention of covering up. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues and tricks are inferior. Po Feng Shui Men took a deep breath and nodded. I finally know why they say you have the talent to learn ninjutsu. Chapter 20, Mist Ninja Strikes. The writing round eyes of the Uchiha family originally had the ability to copy ninjutsu, although not everyone can do it. Bo Feng Shuman looked away and looked away. However, in the leaves of Koba's secret information, the description of Uchiha's kaleidoscope writing chakras, once awakened, will get a special pupil technique. If I didn't guess wrong, the huge Shura ghost, black flame, and powerful these eyes that are responsible for ninjutsu. For the speculation of the wave wind gate, Qin Yu had already expected. From the beginning, he decided to repel the combination of Yun Ren and Ib, using Su Zonenghu, Tian Zhao, and Yu Yu, and knew that this matter could not be hidden for long. Nodding one by one, you're right, it's worthy of being a hot candidate for the next generation of Naruto. Bo Feng Shuman heard the words and smiled bitterly. In the wooden leaves, there are many outstanding people, Fuyu, Zishui, the three forbearance of the teacher, and you. I'm just active on the front line, and without a political background, it will be more acceptable. If it's really more than fighting for strength, there is also a teacher, Fuyu, Zishui, and so on. Looking at the modest wave of wind and water gate, Qin Yu could not help but glanced and said, when it is time to show it, otherwise it will become so powerful. Isn't it hidden for people to see? It's so boring. People are selfish, and I want to keep a secret when I'm a hero, but I can't do it. Bo Feng Shuman smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Qin Yu, your views on things really make people feel like they are open. Although I can't teach you the skill of the Flying Thunder God, but when I return to the wooden leaves, I will ask the 3 generations of Lord Naruto. He should promise to do so. Now let me demonstrate the second spiral pill first. As he said, the wave wind and water gate once again condensed chakra in his body. However, the spiral pill had not yet formed, and there was a rapid footstep outside the door. Master Watergate, the event is not good, and the secret whistle reported that the fall of Wu Ren appeared 3 kilometers away, and there were still a lot of people. The leading ninja was temporarily unclear. Yu Kangui rushed in. After seeing the spiral pills scattered in the hands of Bo Feng Shui men, he realized that the timing seemed a bit wrong, and his face apologized. Qin Yu, sorry, spiral pill, wait for me to come back and demonstrate. You have consumed a lot of chakras just now. Now you rest at the base first. Those fog bearers let me pass. Bo Feng Shuiman dropped this after a few words, he rushed out. After Yu Kangui cast apologetic gazes at Qin Yu, he quickly followed. When the two left, the gigantic cave restored peace again. I didn't expect even Wu Ren to send people to attack in a roundabout way. It seems that they all want to beat the water dog with pain. Qin Yu smiled playfully. Originally, I also planned to find a tail beast to be a chakra cash machine. If I could catch a small boss, I might be able to inquire about the whereabouts of the three tails. However, let's try it now, and learn the spiral pills, maybe there are unexpected surprises. Qin Yubian thought, recalling the kaleidoscope writing round eye copy, the scene of the second wave of spiral pills by Bo Feng Shuiman. Only a few chakras lingered in the body, quickly gathering to his right hand. Originally, the difficulty of spiral pills, as long as systematic exercises, even the crane tail such as Naruto can learn. Now Qin Yu uses the kaleidoscope to write the round eyes, and thoroughly analyzes the operating structure of the spiral pill, and it works more efficiently. Spiral pills. Qin Yu's right hand slightly tightened with 5 fingers, and the blue chakra, which was released, quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. The next moment, with the high-frequency chakra flowing sound coming out, the spiral pill condensed instantly. Ding Dong discovered that the A-class ninjutsu spiral pills were full with one click. Listening to the voice of the system, Qin Yu frowned. This spiral pill was originally able to be deduced to the extreme by the wave wind and water gate. If you can still reach the full level, what will happen next? Full level immediately. Qin Yu did not hesitate, and immediately issued an order. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dehu spiral pill. Ding dong, detected the host Thunder attribute chakra, and obtained Thunderbolt spiral pills. 2 successive sounds made Qin Yu shudder. Originally, it was only intended to imitate the original book, and after learning to rub the balls, a wind shiver shuriken. I did not expect that with the system's one-click full level, I also produced Dehu spiral pills and Leiluan spiral pills. As for why no other attributes appear, I'm afraid it's a system, and Chakra has no other attributes or changes in his body. It seems that in the future, we need to get a fairy body and rub all the with changed properties. Qin Yu put away her thoughts. Outside, facing the sudden mist tolerance, everyone's nerves were tightened. As soon as the Bo Feng Shuiman left the cave, several strict orders were issued, and he led a small group of people to the place where the target appeared. That is the closest place of the country of wood leaves and water. It's a pity that the wave wind and water gate was sent to the country of wind and the country of land early. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. On the battlefield, no thunderbolt spell was left in the vicinity of the country of water, otherwise a space jump could reach the destination as soon as possible. Waiting for the wave of Feng Shuiman and his party to leave, there were originally 26 strongholds, and the strength of the guards dropped sharply to 12. This is still the reason for Yui Yuzian and Moonlight Blast. Dad, do I need to do something? Yun Yuxian couldn't help but said, now the number of enemies is unknown, and I'm afraid they will attack the stronghold in a roundabout way. As soon as this word came out, the diligence in the field became a little dignified. The nerves of those who remained here were suddenly tense. However, as soon as this kind of worry reached his mind, Menu Kangguyu glanced back at the cave where Qin Yu was located, and secretly relieved, patting Yu Uxi Yan's shoulder and saying, "Stupid girl, don't worry. The base is understaffed, and Lord Watergate is not there, but don't forget Qin Yu." Having said that, Yu Kangguyu looked at the awakening Moonlight Blast, and Shen warned, "The blast, I hope that the next time you meet Qin Yu, Don't mess around again. He is not your existence. Moonlight Blast sank, and clenched his fists in resentment, stubbornly raised his head and said, Uncle Yu, rest assured, my intelligence mission has been completed. There is what Qin Yu is here, and it doesn't help me to stay here. I'm leaving the stronghold now and returning to Muye. Leaving this remark, Moonlight Blast moved towards the stronghold. However, just after 3 or 4 steps, a huge shadow fell from the sky. There was no trace of fancy, hit him directly. Boom! Moonlight Blast was directly on the ground. Feeling the warm and taste on his face, he struggled to look up a little, and the scene made him pale. Chapter 21, 7 Swordsmen. Yes, it's a corpse. Moonlight Blast almost glared his eyes, and looked at Kobayashi, who was close to his eyes, and could not die anymore. With both feet shaking, there was an inexplicable wetness and scalding, which made the pants glorious and wet. The smell of urinary excitement made the surrounding wood-leaf ninjas violently alert, looking at the Moonlight Blast, a little more disgust. Of course, you can't blame Moonlight Blast. He went to the battlefield for the first time, and then went through the shadows. Qin Yu's intimidation teased, and now he is facing the dead body. It's pretty good not to be scared to death. Figures flickered in all directions. Wuren village, after learning that Yunren's offensive failed, immediately mobilized its forces and planned to launch a second wave of offense. In their eyes, the wooden leaf ninja can resist the first wave of attack. There are only 2 possibilities. 1 paid a heavy price. 2 have powerful ninjas as the backbone. When they saw the leaves of the wood, the Feng Shui Gate, known as the Golden Flash, left. The so-called important pass is only about a dozen wood-leaf ninjas. For Wuren, this is completely unguarded. So, from the beginning, they used the Taihulishan scheme. Use some ordinary ninjas as bait to lure the Wavewind and Water Gate away. Then, the elites were mobilized to make a surprise attack on Guan. They have thought about it, the Wavewind Gate will not be easily led away. However, the immediate results are beyond their expectations. As long as they break through this barrier, they will be able to drive straight and attack the rear of the wooden leaves. By that time, if Kobe suffers the enemy's abdomen, he will definitely disrupt his position, and the 3 major war situations will take the lead to break the balance. Most importantly, in order to allow the mission to proceed smoothly, the ninja village this time is not as powerful as Yunrenib. But the leader is really 2 of the 7 people who have made the ninja sword scary. As a result of the blood mist, all 7 ninja swords are cruel and elite killed in the sea of blood. In the face of one, there are only 12 or 3 people who have a relationship, but it is only a matter of time. Alert, all of them cheer me up for 12 minutes. But this time, it's a big deal. Yu Kanggu looked at the 2 ninjas who took the lead, and his face was a little pale. 9 swords and 7 people, diaphragm muscle watermelon mountain puffer fish. 7 swordsmen, black fangs. With the fall of the 2 names, all the leaves of ninja could not help but take a breath. Behind them, there were 50 mist-nipping elites. Watermelon Mountain is more than 2 meters tall, with a big body and looks thick. However, in Wuren village, none of the ninjas that came out of the Blood Mist era existed because of psychological changes. This is for the benefit, as well as the fierce role that the companion can betray. As for the Black Fangs, they are thin and slender, with black hair, wearing a black robe, 2 sharp blades in both hands, and electro-optical flow. Scarlet blood ticked down the blade. The dark whistle just now was obviously his killer. Oh, it's all rubbish, especially the kid over there, and he's urinating his pants. Thunder Teeth laughed playfully. Facing such an opponent, for them who have always been bloodthirsty, there is no challenge at all. Well, don't forget that there is still a tricky wave gate. We will destroy this barrier as soon as possible. Even if he rushed back afterwards, it will not help. Watermelon Mountain looked around quietly. Chapter 22, Spiral Pills. On the huge ruins, the mist tolerance of the wood leaves was several times, and he looked at everything with anxiety. Let the atmosphere in the field increase inexplicably. Especially looking at the leader, the Watermelon Mountain and Thunder Tooth among the 7 people. The heart seemed to be clenched tightly by a big invisible hand. Hurry up, let Qin Yu come out to deal with them, otherwise we all have to die. Moonlight Blast hurriedly got up on the ground. Qin Yu. Lei Yu raised a brow and smiled jokingly, which one is this? I have never heard of it. It's not going to be rushed to the doctor. I plan to find someone to fool us. However, we are different from Yunren and Yunren, we are scared. Immediately after this remark, unscrupulous laughter rang out in the field. A playful smile also appeared on the thick cheeks of Watermelon Mountain, saying, "Okay, let's not scare them. Hurry up and solve them." However, it's really surprising that there are such little beauties on this front line. Wait for her to hand it to me, and you will deal with others. Xiueyu's pretty face could not help but turn white. In the face of Watermelon Mountain, she was totally unexpected. Xian, I will stop them after a while, you go to the cave to inform Qin Yu, and now Lord Watergate is not there, only he can save us. Yu Kangyu screamed loudly. Brothers, start enchantment immediately. The remaining Koba ninjas had already tightened their nerves. Facing the order of Yu Kangyu, there was no hesitation, and the seal was immediately planned to open the enchantment. It's too late to shoot now. Watermelon Shangzi smiled. A white mist rolled up without warning and instantly surrounded the entire battlefield. Without any hint of fancy, Watermelon Mountain took the lead. Looks like a plump body, but the movement under the foot is extremely flexible, straddling 10 meters in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Xiuexi in first. It's Wuren Village, the best silent killing technique. Yu Kangyu's face changed drastically, feeling the air flowing around her, yelling, Xian, be careful. Haha, just be careful now, it's too late. Watermelon laughed loudly. I want this woman. In the fog, Yuexi turned pale, and hurriedly wanted to dodge. It's a pity that there is nothing to hide without reaching your fingers. However, the color of despair just climbed up to her face, and the next moment a blue star-like sphere dazzled past her. A slight air wave swelled the fog of the sky, and immediately revealed the joke on the face of Watermelon Mountain. However, after seeing the oncoming spiral pills, his smile stiffened instantly. I didn't have much time to think about it, I quickly pulled my back with my back muscles, without any hesitation, directly across the chest. Boom! The spiral pill hits the diaphragm in an instant. The immense impact force, like a frenzy, surged out. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. The resulting hurricane instantly dissipated the surrounding fog. Watermelon Mountain's huge body, like a shell, flew out. Wherever I passed along the way, some of the fog bearers who rushed out were smashed and flew out. Eventually, he slammed into a big tree 100 meters away, and barely stopped his figure. However, under the huge impact, the big tree was also cut off. The violent scene made everyone's expressions stiff, even Thundertooth was no exception. He is very clear about the strength of Watermelon Mountain. And under the silent killing technique, their fog tolerance is like a fish. Watermelon Hill was ambushed successfully at a critical moment. This was beyond his expectation. Chapter 23, Otama Spiral Circle. Enemies, hurry up. Don't mess, this kind of attack is not a big deal for Watermelon Hill, and the silent killing technique will be lifted. Seeing the tree cut off at the waist, Blackbird thundered eagerly. The fog surrounding it quickly dissipated and opened. Originally known as the most powerful silent killing technique in the mist tolerance, it is now reversed, which facilitates the enemy. If this thing is passed on, it will definitely make Wuren Village ashamed. After the mist disappeared, although the leaves of the ninja were also flustered, they saw the mountain of watermelons lying in the ruins. There were still traces of destruction on the ground, and a little joy appeared on his face. Yes, it is Qin Yu, he must have shot it. With him, we can be saved. Idiot, don't forget, hundreds of Yunren were killed by Qin Yu in a split second, and even a group was forced by him to retreat. Looking at a group of ninjas who had been flustered, they showed joy. The faces of Wu Ren could not help but change. Master Reggae, do we want to retreat? A misty bear couldn't hold it. However, as soon as the voice fell, Rhea waved his hand back. Hey! The huge head flew up, and the blood splattered, giving a shocking feeling. Disturb the army, find death. Leia seemed to be doing an ordinary thing. When the body was smashed to the ground, he shouted, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, rolls out with courage. Are you looking for me? Qin Yu stepped out slowly. A glance at Yan Yuexi said, my little girlfriend, but no one can make fun of it. Those who speak well, are dead. Hairhead boy. Blackbird thundered for a moment, then laughed recklessly, I thought it was someone who attacked us. It turned out to be just a wooden leaf. You don't pretend to be dead. My muscles are there, you can't take much damage at all. Oh, Rhea, can't you keep a good secret for me, but this will scare away the big hero of the leaves. The watermelon mountain lying in the ruins stood up shaking with his body. The bandaged diaphragm muscles were completely exposed. Looking at the stinging blade makes people feel inexplicably choking. Dad, are these the 7 ninja swords in Wu Ren? Wu Yuexian now ignores the argument. Wu Yu Kangyu nodded his head, and said solemnly, Qin Yu, please be careful. According to the information, the ninja knife in the hand of Watermelon Mountain is called diaphragm muscle, which has the characteristics of predatory chakras. Your attack just now is very likely ***, absorbed by it. However, Qin Yu, how did you learn Master Watergate's spiral pill? In the Muiran ninja village, who doesn't know the royal Sanjia ninjutsu of the Bofeng Shuman? Do you mean spiral pills? Qin Yu looked at the diaphragm and smiled heartily, that was just learned. Just now, I was still thinking about how to solve the lack of blue. I didn't expect to ignore the presence of the diaphragm. I just lacked a weapon at hand. A small voice swept across the field. Whether it was wood leaves or fog tolerance, they looked at each other. Is this a blatant robbery? Haha, boy, this is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Watermelon laughed recklessly, I tell you, your attack just now has a good impact, but those chakras are completely plundered by the diaphragm. It's empty. If I said, you just gave a brave blow and all chakras became my possessions, what would you look like? The words fell, and Watermelon Mountain swayed, allowing the diaphragm to feed chakra back to him. Looking at this scene, many eyes in the field fell on Qin Yu. It seems that you enjoy my chakra. Qin Yu smiled kindly. However, I hope you wait a while and laugh. The inexplicable words made people startled. The next moment, Qin Yu's thunder arc skyrocketed, and the Lechakala mode opened instantly, turning into a thunderbolt. At about the same time, Lake Wang flashed, and Qin Yu had already appeared behind Watermelon Mountain. The violent scene suddenly made people nervous. Watermelon Mountain, be careful. Lei reminded violently. Watermelon Mountain's response was not slow. The enlarged body didn't seem to be a bit dull at all, tightening the diaphragm muscles in his hands, and intended to block again. However, in the scene of the goal, his pupils suddenly contracted. Dahu spiral pills. Qin Yu's right hand was tense with 5 fingers, like a chakra that was full of horses, frantically poured into his hand. A spiral pill with a diameter of about 1 mm is formed in an instant. Under the violent gesture, he went straight to the Watermelon Mountain. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. The turbulent chakra air, like a hurricane, swallowed up the Watermelon Mountain and the diaphragm. The huge impact force erupted instantly. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. The first watermelon mountain, like a shell, flew backwards with the Dehu spiral pills. The ground along the way also staggered out a shocking gully. All the trees crashed, and finally smashed on the rock wall thousands kilometers away. Bang! The rock wall exploded, and cracks like spider webs spread quickly. The soaring air waves broke the trees around him. Watermelon Mountain, sir, it was hit again. Looking at the watermelon mountain that was hit again, the mist couldn't help laughing. This attack was at least 10 times stronger than before. Heiuleia's face was iron blue, and he said, "Watermelon Mountain, you hurry up, you have diaphragmatic muscles, and this attack will not hurt you at all." The rapid voice echoed in the forest. It's a pity that as the words disappeared, this time the watermelon mountain lying in the ruins did not stand up. Just as Thunder's teeth couldn't hold their breath, a light of thunder appeared on the ruins without warning. "It's that kid, it's really fast. When in the leaves did such a powerful person appear? I'm afraid his speed is not so much better than the golden glitter of Kobe." The look of the fog tolerance on the field changed. Originally in their eyes, this was a one-sided war. But the young man who appeared suddenly turned it all upside down. "Sorry, he seems to have been killed by chakra." Qin Yu smiled, and lifted the diaphragm muscles that fell to the ground. Looking at Leia in this scene, a hint of joy flashed in the deep pupil. "There are flaws, Thunder, and Thunder." Thunder Fang lifted the lightning knife in his hand instantly. Under chakra's infusion, he pointed directly at the sky. The thunder arc circulated and moved with Tian Lei. A light blue thunder light instantly split on Qin Yu's body. As one of the 7 knives, it is clear that each of the 7 knives has its own characteristics. The diaphragm is definitely the most difficult to tame existence in the wild. Chapter 24, The First Use, a bit handmade. Bang! A thunder ripped through the air, and at the same time, Thunder's teeth were overwhelming, and his two-handed lightning knife suddenly collided. Lightning arcs skyrocketed. The thunderbolt accumulated in the clouds was hauled. Instantly turned into a thunderbolt of 7 or 8, straight away Qin Yu away. The speed of the thunderous thunder came at once, watching Qin Yu who was completely blocked off by the 7 or 8 road thunder. There was a hint of joy on those misty faces. "It's time to try the knife." Qin Yu smiled kindly. The diaphragm muscle held in his hand was chopped out towards the sky. At the moment when the huge mouth opened, Mantian like Wang was directly smashed with a knife. Bang! The thunder blew, and an electric arc spattered. The violent scene changed the face of Rhea. "No way, why didn't this diaphragm gnaw you back?" As one of the 7 people of Ninja Sword, Rhea knows that the wild nature of the diaphragm is large enough to counteract anyone who wants to control him. Even if you have a powerful person, you should be backstabbed for the first time. Now Qin Yu can use the diaphragm flexibly, which is completely beyond his control. It's stranger than his son now. Qin Feng raised his head humorously. At the moment, Zhuge writes round, even the tail beast can easily frighten him, not to mention a small muscle. Feeling, some chakras that had just passed by in the thunder and lightning were fed back to him. After the Dehu spiral pills were applied in the body, the weekly succeeding chakra, a little more apparent. The amount is a little less, but it is really a good weapon. Qin Yu looked at Lei, and said, "If you have 7 swords and you don't even have swords, what would you call them?" How dare you dare to fight our sword?" Leia sank and said, "I finally know who you are and dare to say so. Weird writing round eyes, and super fast speed, you are the world of the Uchiha family, Uchiha stops the water." Qin Yu could not help rolling his eyes. "Do not." It should be said that everyone in the field couldn't help turning over. "Master Regal, you seem to be mistaken. Uchiha's water stop is called instantaneous stop water. The best thing is the instantaneous operation, and the writing of the I and the age are not consistent with this boy." "Shut up, you don't talk, no one is dumb, and Lord Arie said it was just a moment to stop the water." Lei Yi's cheeks were shaking. Looking at the distance, Qin Yu suddenly emerged, sternly, "Boy, who are you?" "Who am I?" Qin Yu and Ai smiled. "It's the one who killed you." The words fell, and Qin Yu's thunderbolt skyrocketed, stepping forward, and the whole person came out like a thunder. "Come here, all for me to perform defensive jutsu." Thunder Fang roared. Since being the 7 people of ninja swords, when has it been so despised? Around 30 to 40 people in the mist tolerance, some of them, quickly settled. As the handprints flipped and fell, Chakra drank in unison as he stirred. Water margin, water margin. One side of the water wall, gushing out quickly around the moment, formed a 100-meter defensive front. The remaining Wu Ren, staring at each other, was clearly the guard squad under Lei Yi. With the fall of the seal, a large stream of river spit out between the open mouths. Water margin, the Great Falls technique. Rivers rushed out, and when they were isolated by water walls, they rolled quickly around. A giant wave was formed, and it was photographed head-on, instantly flooding the terrain for several kilometers. Miyu Kangyu and others have already reacted, activating the enchantment of the station and blocking the river from the outside. Watching for a few seconds, Wu Ren, who changed the terrain, was in the presence of the wooden leaf ninja. His face was dignified. The Kingdom of Water, the ninja that came out of the blood mist, really is not comparable to other ninja villages. Whether it is chakra volume or teamwork, the timing is very accurate. If they are matched, I am afraid they will lose. "Boy, where are you going? You won't be afraid." Rhea smiled. The thunder knife in his hand suddenly held up, triggering the backlog of sky mines in the sky. Bang! A blue thunder fell from the sky. Instantly splattered in the river water, the crackling thunderbolt, when it met the water, the power soared instantly. The arcs, which are as thick as the mouth of a bowl, spread like teeth, and swept open all around. The faces of Yu Kangyu and others changed drastically, and they yelled, "Enhance chakra's output, don't let the enchantment be broken." The open enchantment is full of light. However, the oncoming arc still struck the enchantment like a heavy whip, causing it to shake violently. "Haha, you can't hide, then I will break this enchantment and let you." Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Wagging pity. Reggae laughed. Under the lightning of the lightning knife in his hand, the lightning arc accumulated in the clouds became manic. Thunder fell like crazy, falling wildly. After being strengthened by water, it turned into 7 or 8 rays of lightning, and quickly hit the enchantment supported by the moon, Kangyu, and others. "Predecessor Yu, we can't support this kind of attack for a long time, you have to think of a way." One Zhongren couldn't hold his breath. They do not need to face the attack, but continue to transport chakra to increase the defense of the enchantment. For them, the consumption is no small. The sweat dripping down his cheeks shattered on the ground drop by drop. "Hurry up, don't have reservations, otherwise we all have to die." Suyuki Kangyu suddenly spoke. His face turned pale, and he looked horrified with distant eyes. Everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Hurriedly looked up and followed his gaze. Qin Yu was in the air, and the spiral pills in his hands bloomed in purple and blue. Lightning arcs circulated, raging around the space. An indescribably dangerous smell was born. "Sorry, the first time I used it, it was a bit of a novice, and it took a little time. Now I pray for you." Qin Yu smiled kindly. The thunderbolt spiral pills in his hand were thrown out instantly. Hey! The air seemed to be torn, and the thunder was raging like a meteorite falling into the sky. Smashed directly into the water below. Bang! The crazy backlog of thunderous light exploded in an instant. The shape is compressed to the extreme, plus the pervasive lightning properties. Each small lightning bolt like a cow's hair became like a lightning bolt under the powerful explosive power of spiral pills. With the strong conductivity of water, the area changed by Wu Ren has instantly become a weapon in Qin Yu's hands. Chapter 25, 3 Solve a War. Bang! The sound of thunder was trembling, giving the feeling of tearing the eardrum. The blue electric light illuminates the whole world and robs everyone's vision. The violent explosive force instantly broke through the water shield wall composed of a dozen mist bears. Lightning like lightning needles pierced their bodies directly. Strong current volts, coupled with severe tearing and destructive power. The whole structure of the body was instantly shattered. The next moment, the response shattered into a mist of blood and melted into the sea water. Dozens of fog bears turned into blood fog at the same time, and this scene made people's eyes even glared. The only thing that makes people feel lucky is that Thunder Spiral Pill is mainly attacking Wu Ren. Otherwise, the quartet enchantment of the wood leaf alone may be instantly punctured. Without the chakra-supported river, it is difficult to keep it. The next moment collapsed on the ground and passed away. After everything was restored, the ruins that originally confronted Yunren had a huge deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. There are countless potholes on the edge of deep pits. These are the puncture marks left by the lightning needle. 2 thunder knives were inserted obliquely in the ruins. As for those mist bearers, they had already turned into flesh and blood, washed away by the river. Seeing this scene, the Konoha ninja has already stunned his chin. It was only a little while after Yunren attacked not long ago. The last time a thunderbolt unicorn killed hundreds of Yunren. Now encountering dozens of Wu Ren, a thunderbolt spiral pill killed again. Riding so lightly, the 2 waves of attack were disintegrated. Is this still war? Qin Yu landed in the rubble, watching the arcs flowing between the 2 thunder knives, constantly infiltrating into the soil. A playful smile appeared on his face. Lei, there is only one of you left now, why can't you hide out? Where did you just go? Qin Yu said. A pale hand reached out in the soil of the ruins and caught a thunder knife. Soon everyone saw ragged clothes and blood-stained thunder. As soon as he appeared without any hesitation, he growled sullenly. Jackboy, I fight with you. Chakra dormant in the thunder, don't frantically infuse the thunder knife. He knew very well that the only thing he could do in the face of a boy with a film grade was to kill a road. Nice chakra, I just lack blue. Qin Yu smiled even more. Remove the diaphragm muscle sucked on the back with your backhand. Without any hint of fanciness, he headed towards Lei. Tear it. A sound of tearing from the cloth came out, and Chakra, who was pouring wildly in the teeth, was instantly bitten by the diaphragm. Lost Chakra's thunder knife, the flashing thunder light, only lasted for a moment, then annihilated in the heavens and the earth. The sharp thorns of the diaphragm muscle, like dozens of sharp blades, cut his chest instantly. Blood splattered and the bones were stunned, making people feel a shocking feeling. The violent scene stunned Rhea. As a group of 7 people, he never expected that he would eventually die on the sword. You are definitely not a nameless person, who are you? Rega said intermittently. Kill yours. Qin Yu smiled wryly, dead man, not qualified to know my name. You. Leia spit out blood, and eventually died of anger, falling to the ground and dying. Along with the dust turbulence, a group of disappointing wooden leaf ninjas could only react. Qin Yu put back the thunder knife and said, it's over to you. If not, I'll go back to rest. Leaving this remark, Qin Yu seems to have done something irrelevant. On the other hand, Bo Feng Shuman took Inu Feng and others to the place dozens of kilometers away and found the place where the mist was tolerated. After a lot of hard searching, I finally encountered a few Wu Ren. Hey! The bitterness in the hands of the Bo Feng Shuman cut the throat of the last Wu Ren in an instant. Seeing the mist falling into the ground, Ni Ren could not help but sink. Master Watergate, this is also Zhong Ren. According to the traces, there should be hundreds of Wu Ren here, but now we just met 8 Zhong Ren. Inu Feng looked at the dead Wu Ren on the ground. Shen can't hold my breath. No, I'm afraid it's a trick to get away from the mountains. Suddenly the look of Bo Feng Shui Gate changed. Inu Feng could not help but hesitated, and said, Master Watergate, are you saying that the fog has the heart to lead away our main force, and then send someone to attack the stronghold? However, there is Qin Yu in the stronghold, so we don't have to worry too much. After seeing Yun Ren in the First World War, Inu Bong and other Konoha ninjas, Qin Yu felt full of security for them. No, Qin Yu has just fought a battle, and his strength is very good. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. But I'm still a little worried. Bo Feng Shui Men's face was worried. He said, I have my Fei Lei God here. If you hold it, what's the matter? Activate it with chakra, and I will come immediately. I'll go back to the stronghold first to see if Wu Ren has started. Leaving this remark, Bo Feng Shui Gate instantly seemed ghostly and disappeared in place. With the help of the Thunder God mark left along the way, the Wave Wind Gate made several jumps before finally appearing in the stronghold. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Yu Kang Gu hurriedly yelled. Every bitterness whistled towards the Feng Shuimen. The violent scene made Bo Feng Shui Men start a moment, but once again disappeared in place, appearing on the side of Yu Kang Gu. He was about to pat his shoulders as a sign of relief, but the huge pits in his eyes narrowed his pupils. The attack was instantaneously missed. Looking at this familiar space ninjutsu, the wooden leaf ninja present could not help but stunned. It's Lord Watergate. Shi Yu Kang Gu looked back, looking at the shocked wave of Feng Shui Gate, a pride appeared on her face, and said, Master Watergate, you missed it again. Soon after you left, Wu Ren led a surprise attack, with a total of 40 or 50 people. The leaders were the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish and the Black Fang Thunder among the 7 people of Wu Ren. You didn't see it. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, a spiral pill smashed the Watermelon Mountain directly. Then, Watermelon Mountain stood up casually, and Qin Yu supplemented him with an oversized spiral pill and killed him. Then, Leia let Wu Ren change the terrain. Qin Yu used a thunderbolt of spiral pills to blow them into a blood mist. Looking at the chattering chatter, even the spitting stars are flying everywhere. Wu Yuxian glanced and said, Master, please don't blame me, my dad's rough description. Qin Yu just tolerated Shan Guyu, but it took them 4 moves to solve them. According to my understanding, the first trick is the spiral pill of Lord Watergate, the second trick is a supersized spiral pill, and the third trick is a spiral pill with changing properties of thunder. When Qin Yu ran out of 3 moves, there were only severely injured black streaks on the battlefield. Qin Yu was finally killed with his diaphragm muscles when he was desperate. Listening to this explanation, Bo Feng Shui Gate was aggressive. As for the power of spiral pills, he knew very well that it was a ninjutsu. From his perspective, this has been developed to the extreme. But it never occurred to me that as soon as I taught it to others, people made a change. Moreover, the 3 solved a war, which is too shocking. Chapter 26, Kobayashi. Yu, where is Qin Yu? Bo Feng Shuimen hurried. At the beginning, he was still doubting Qin Yu's talent for learning jutsu. The talents presented now, not only can learn spiral pills in an instant. I also thought that the morphological changes had been tempered to the extreme. I did not expect Qin Yu, and not only raised the morphology to a new level, also incorporates changes in nature attributes. If anyone saw it with their own eyes, Bo Feng Shui men would definitely not believe it. Master Watergate, Qin Yu rests in the cave. Yu Kang Gu froze for a moment. When did he see that the Wave Wind Gate known as Muye is most likely to become the 4th generation Naruto? It would be so morbid. I'll go back and go back. Bo Feng Shuimen dropped this sentence, and directly performed the technique of the flying of thunder, and disappeared in place. Inside the cave, Qin Yu just stretched a lazy waist, his expression was frozen, his right fingers were slightly bent, and under the frantic perfusion of chakra, he condensed into a spiral pill instantly. Without any trace of fancy, smashed directly behind. As soon as the Wave Wind and Water Gate appeared, he saw the rapidly enlarged spiral pill in the pupil, his look changed, and he jumped into time and space again, appearing 7 or 8 meters away. I didn't expect you to have so many flying thunder magic spells. Qin Yu scattered the spiral pills in his hand. Bo Fengshuman smiled helplessly, you kid is really perverted. Not only have you learned the spiral pills, but you have also honed your morphological changes even further, and even the nature changes are integrated. Do you want to learn? Qin Yu smiled. Bo Feng Shui-men shook his head and said, forget it, I have been pondering for so long alone, there is no way to hone the spiral pills into the ultimate shape, it seems that it is more suitable for you. However, I know some ordinary ninjutsu. Do you want to learn it? For this suggestion, Qin Yu did not reject it. Since it is temporarily impossible to learn the skill of the Flying Thunder God, it is not a bad thing to temporarily master other ninja skills. 3 days passed in a flash. Windbreak breakthrough. The wind in Qin Yu's mouth swelled suddenly, and the next moment he swallowed out. The hurricane was like a tide, turning into blades of wind, bringing a sound of breaking air, and the trees along the way were cut off in an instant. The forest in front of this empty lot was emptied directly. Perverted, learn Feng Feng soon. Bo Fengshuman shook his head helplessly. Thinking back then, he learned this ninjutsu, but it took 3 days. Now Qin Yu has only used it for a long time. This is too shocking. Of course, Qin Yu deliberately created this for a long time. Otherwise, let Feng Fengshuman know that he has learned this ninjutsu, but it will be full in an instant. I'm afraid that even my chin will startle down. Ding dong, whether the property of the chrysalis chakra in the host is full is one click. Yes. Qin Yu quickly ordered. In these 3 days, in addition to learning some basic ninjutsu, he also delved into various attributes. In addition to the wind, there are also fire and water. Various spiral pills have been developed by Qin Yu. However, in order to avoid being too shocking, Qin Yu did not show it. Congratulations to the host. Feng Chao Chakra's attributes have changed. Congratulations to the host, activate the Fengshu spiral pill shuriken full. At the familiar sound of the system, Qin Yu smiled. Qin Yu, Master Watergate, Muye's reinforcements have arrived. Qi Yuxian glanced at Qin Yu. A flash of worry flashed through the pupils. Yi's reinforcements. Qin Yu smiled kindly, do you want to see me by name? It seems a little bad from the comer. The WDM Watergate changed slightly. He stayed here for 3 days, and originally received the task of garrison detention of Muye. Originally, after discovering Qin Yu's existence, he could leave early. However, for Qin Yu's affairs, he decided to stay. Qin Yu, wait for a while, I'll get ahead of anything, Bo Fengshuman reminded. For the high level of the leaves of wood, whether the way of acting Embly will change Qin Yu's appearance. Bo Feng Shui-men dare not bet. I have seen it with my own eyes, Qin Yu's ability to learn against the sky. Bo Feng Shuman has summarized it as the reason of the special writing round eye, with strong ninjutsu copy ability and extension ability. He was able to learn the ninjutsu he directed in a short time. 3 days ago, he secretly transmitted the incident back to the 3 generations of Naruto. Now that Kobayashi has arrived, the Feng Shuman even hopes to represent the will of the 3 generations of Naruto. Inside the cave, moonlight and night, Uchiha Fuyu, and a ninja wearing a shadow mask arrived with 50 Konoha ninjas. Immediately after the information was returned by the Wave Wind and Water Gate, the 3 generations of Naruto immediately issued an emergency call order to recall the moonlight and night in one of the 8 colors of the leaves. While putting this, read the full text for free in my bookstore. Uchiha Fuyu, who came to take on the task of the captain of the Leaf Guard, also called. The purpose of the 3 generations of Naruto is very simple, since Uchiha Chinyu opened a special eye for writing. Only Uchiha Fuyu, a contemporary patriarch of the Uchiha family, is eligible to view it. More understand the mystery of Shiba writing round eyes. Regardless of the rigorous nature of the matter, the deployment of large troops. Also related to the uncle's failure to break through, leading to the routes led by Tuanzang, also learned about this. With a straight cross, the ninja at the route was also sent out. The beautiful name is to help station the customs, but the true idea is unknown. Yuiyu Kangyu, where is Qin Yu and why is he gone? The ninja at the route suddenly said. Uchiha Fuyu looked stagnant and said, someone has already notified. I heard that I am with Watergate. Let's wait for a while. Uchiha Fuyu, as the captain of the Kobe Guard, has some power. However, outside the Uchiha clan, these powers have not been given much attention. At least, as the dark roots under the regiment, they have always been hostile to the Uchiha family. Well, Uchiha Chinyu's purpose and identity are unclear, and the importance of this key is the most important. He left the switch without permission. This is to ignore the safety of our leaves and play tricks. The ninja at the root snorted and said, what if he has any attempt to bring our important information of Muye to the enemy? The look of the ninja present could not help but drastically change. For a village, the most important thing is the degree of loyalty. Whether it is the second generation Naruto, or the current high-level group such as Tuanzang. The Uchiha clan has always been regarded as a long head. It is for this reason that they crowded out and moved the gathering place of the Uchiha family to the edge of Muye village. To guard against the rebellion of the Uchiha family. Chapter 27, No Guilt. Yamanaka, too, your words seem a little too much. Uchiha Fuyu frowned. Qin Yu and Shuman are together, and he is the junior that I personally watched growing up. He has absolutely no disinterest in Muye, and he will not leak Muye's information. Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Qin Yu belong to an uncle-nephew relationship. For a long time, Uchiha Fuyu did not spend less energy on the cultivation of the Uchiha family. Unfortunately, in his eyes, Yuzhibo and Qin Yu are at most an ordinary person. If it is not the relationship between uncle and nephew, it may not be too much, reminding Bo Fengshiman to take care of it at a critical moment. But Yuzhibo Fuyu never imagined that Qin Yu would hide so deep, not only awakened the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, also has such a powerful pupil power. What's more, it was Qin Yu who suddenly showed such a powerful and unmatched power. It is too different from the mediocrity of the past, so that many high-level wood leaves, there are words. Among them, Tuanzang even concluded that Qin Yu was an ulterior motivator. Chief Fuyu, your remarks are to justify Uchiha and Qin Yu from the perspective of the patriarch, or as your uncle and nephew. Yamanaka also snorted, if I were you, make things look fairer. I urge you to return to Muye Ninja Village for monitoring and inspection at the same time, and at the same time give up participating in this matter and refer Qin Yu to our roots for investigation. If Yuzhibo and Qin Yu really have no problem, we won't embarrass him. Uchiha Fuyu looked blue. These remarks are undoubtedly Tuanzang's plan to cross 3 generations of Naruto and detain Qin Yu in advance. Due to Tuanzang's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, Qin Yu fell into his hands. Whether he can return is another matter. Captain in the mountains, I am Yu Kangyu, and I am willing to guarantee my life. Qin Yu has absolutely no heart. He not only repelled Yunren at the critical moment, but also repelled the Mistler. Opened. So, the Konoha ninja we are present is willing to use the forward protection to guarantee Qin Yu. As soon as this remark came out, the Woodleaf ninjas who were originally stationed in Guanyu and rescued by Qin Yu had a solemn reconciliation. The looks of Uchiha Fuyu and Moonlight Knight could not help but change. They did not even think that Qin Yu's prestige would rise to this level in just 2 or 3 days. Are you planning to rebel? Yamanaka sneered. Yuzhibo Qin Yu is guilty, but it is a matter of high-level wood leaves. You are not qualified to intervene. If next time, I will now take you back to wood leaves for investigation. I do not want to hear this second time. Yu, don't forget your family, you just joined our Muye Ninja Village. Don't cause any unfair treatment in your family because of your recklessness. The appearance of Kang Guyu in the month changed. In fact, their family has always had an alliance with Koba. Can be considered a mercenary. It is a pity that the continuous war and the attack of the Avengers led to the gradual reduction of their family population. The combat power is declining, and self-protection is simply impossible. He finally joined Mui Ninja Village and became one of them. As for the real combat effectiveness, only 3 or 5 members of the Uiyu family, of course, the top of the wooden leaves are not in their eyes. Moreover, this is a critical moment in wartime. The opening of the 3 major battlefields makes Mui more urgently in need of combat power. So the joining of Uiyu Kang Guyu naturally became Shang Ren. As soon as the dragon in the mountain also spoke, he threatened with his family, which made Uiyu Kang Guyu instantly weak. "Hey, what's wrong, can't you say anything?" Yamanaka snorted, and said, "Now hurry up and take Uchiha and Chinyu back. Before we can figure out his purpose, we will take responsibility for it. Everything is for the safety and stability of Mui Ninja Village." As soon as this word came out, no matter it was Uchiha Fuyu, even Uiyu Kang Guyu's expression became rigid. This is also the approach of Yamanaka, no doubt that he has directly hit the 30 big boards without being interrogated. Chinyu was directly guilty. "Oh, I didn't expect the majesty of the roots, just ran 2 miscellaneous pieces, and then came an old miscellaneous piece." A soft voice came suddenly outside the cave. Chinyu strode along with meteors, followed by the Feng Shaman. They were outside, taking all of this to their ears, especially the face of Bo Feng Shui Men, which was unusually blue. When he returned the information to Mui Rinken, he repeatedly emphasized that he must use Huero policy for Chinyu. Even if you cannot be friends, you must not be enemies. It is a pity that Bo Feng Shaman never expected that the group would hide in this kind of joints and force it to come in. "Bad boy, you dare to speak out. It seems that you have been lurking in Mui Ninja Village for a long time, and you really have no ulterior motives." The dragon in the mountain also made an instant. "Go up and catch him." Behind his root ninja, he rushed out and went to Qin. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. You went. Roll. Qin Yu gave a cold cry, a huge scarlet chakra burst out like a frenzy. The shadows of the 4 ninjas suddenly changed. There was a groan in his mouth, and he took 2 or 3 steps back. Moreover, this breath not only affects the 4 shadows. Even the entire cave was filled with this disaster-filled force. Feeling this huge breath, whether it is Long Yamanaka, even Uchiha Fuyu and Moonlight Knight, the look has changed dramatically. They have guessed how powerful Chinyu is. However, the breath that erupted now was completely beyond their expectations. "I never expected that a 15-year-old or a 6-year-old would have such power." Sure enough, it is the power of Zhiba recorded on the stone tablet. When Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed, she also whispered to herself. According to Uchiha's description, the kaleidoscope writes the direct awakening of the chakra, which is called Zhiba. It means that the pupils of the origin can be traced, and they have the opportunity to awaken the eyes. However, now Chinyu's powerful pupil strength not only has the feeling of straight bar, but also has a more unknown taste than the tail beast. This feeling will only appear when facing the 9 tails. "Arrogant, we are the captains in Guanyu this time. You are all forbearing and dare to disrespect us." The dragon in the mountain also changed his look. "The following offender, this is a violation of military discipline, and should be taken immediately. Bo Feng Shuman, use Haibo Fuyu, you have to hurry to catch Chinyu. As soon as you exit, you are innocent." This feeling of familiarity on a light road is undoubtedly a rehearsal. In other words, the mission was arranged from the beginning. Chapter 28, No One Can Save. Bo Feng Shui Men and Uchiha Fuyu looked stiff. The dragon in the mountain also clearly sees that they have a good relationship with Chinyu. This order was deliberately given to limit Chinyu's resistance. At the same time, there is no need to let his men shot, reducing root casualties. This is a good plan for killing two birds with one stone. Hehe, the people at the roots are really shameless. You gave me one of the following crimes. That betrayed the information of the base to Yunren's mountain stroke and oil girl to take roots. Did you kill them or gave them to the 3 generations of Naruto? Qin Yu said with a smile. Or maybe, your roots deal with the crimes by themselves and put them in prison. The crowd of ninjas changed dramatically. They also heard a little bit about the mountain stroke and the oil girl taking root to sell information on the stronghold. Originally, according to their calculations, hundreds of Yunyans were elite. Under the leadership of the AB group, it was necessary to shut down and kill Yu's Haibo and Qin Yu, but it was easy. As long as the people in the base were dead. What they did, they didn't even realize it. However, they never expected that Qin Yu, a variable, would appear in this section. Not only has a powerful writing wheel eye, but also killed hundreds of Yunren, and repelled the AB combination. When the incident passed back to Koba, it was a shock. Moreover, AI, the next generation of Yunren's successor, apparently suspected that the mountain stroke and the oil girl took root, gave him false information, and threw the scroll to Qin Yu. Of course, if this is really a conspiracy to invite the emperor to enter, it is a great achievement for the roots. However, AI apparently misunderstood the stroke of the mountain and Yu's intention to take roots, so he gave the scroll to Qin Yu. A small question echoed in the cave. Yamanaka's look was iron blue, staring at Qin Yu fiercely. He is the father of Mountain Stroke and a student of Tuanzang. This time he took the initiative to take the task, in order to whiten the Mountain Stroke and pour sewage on Qin Yu's body. There was no idea at all that, as soon as Qin Yu appeared, he went straight to the subject. Looking at Qin Yu with a fearless look on his face, the dragon in the mountain snorted and said, "One of the ruthless ones, this kind of thing can't be your turn. The mountain stroke and the oil girl take roots, they are our roots, and things that are wrong are of course handled by our roots." Bo Fengshuman and others heard his brow frown. It is undoubtedly impossible to treat your own people. Hehe, it seems that what you say at the root is reason. Is it a traitor, or is it up to you? Qin Yu and AI smiled. Since this is the case, should I deal with it myself? Now. Boy, what are you talking about? Yamanaka yelled sharply, are you questioning our roots and being fair with Tuanzang adults? This is a major crime of contempt of high-level Koba. Come, catch me. The 4 rooted ninjas who had stood out from the crowd looked at each other and stepped out again. Faced with this scene, the smile on Qin Yu's face was even worse, saying, it seems that the fist is the last word. Don't blame me for being kind. The words fell, and the thunder arc on Qin Yu's body crackled. The next moment, like ghosts, disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again and came to Yamanaka. So fast. Whether it was Moonlight Night or Uchiha Fuyu, the look could not help but change dramatically. Not to mention, facing the mountain dragon of Qin Yu directly. He had no idea that Qin Yu would suddenly hit him under such high-level coercion. Without any hint of fancy, the detective caught his neck instantly. Boy, you look for death. The mountain dragon yelled. However, I was overjoyed. As long as Qin Yu was in the public eye, he shot at him. That unfounded charge will be fully substantiated. However, as he tried to manipulate his body, his eyes changed dramatically, as his blood-scarred eyes met. Can't I move? Qin Yu smiled. He has already used the hypnotic eye characteristics of writing round eyes to restrain Yamanaka's body. If he hadn't left his consciousness on purpose, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the realm of illusion. For a person, nothing is more terrifying than being unable to control his own destiny. Use Haibo, Qin Yu, what are you going to do? Hurry up and let me go. I'm a Tibetan master. Yamanaka yelled. Qin Yu didn't keep her heart in her heart, she smiled and said, I represent myself, you are annoying me, so go to death. Qin Yu, his sympathizers. Waven Watergate hurriedly discouraged. Unfortunately, the dark flames rose suddenly and spread across the mountain dragon's body. The blazing heat and the pain of the heart helped the dragon in the mountain. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Get rid of the shackles of illusion. Before he could react, Qin Yu backhanded Yelong out of the cave. Boom! The dragon in the mountain also smashed to the ground, too late to think about it, and quickly rolled on the ground, intent to annihilate the black inflammation on his body. However, all this fell in the eyes of Miu Kanggu and others, but looked pale and weak. Save me, there is no way to extinguish this flame. You hurry up with water puppets, be proficient in water puppets, hurry up and save me. The dragon in the mountain also growled hysterically. At a glance, the 4 root ninjas practiced Minamata ninjutsu. Water margins, water waves. Water margin, water sudden spring. Water margin, water dragon bomb. Water margin, water whip. Looking at the last 2 root ninjas, even the water bomb and water whip were used. Qin Yu was really impulsive and wanted to ask if the 2 of them had vengeance against the dragon in the mountain. However, accompanied by the Minamata ninjutsu, he smashed into the dragon's body. The dark, flame-like flame still showed no sign of extinction. This weird scene made people feel a chill, rising straight on the bottom of the feet. No, Qin Yu, you let me go. I just work for the regiment. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to die. Yamanaka also despaired, struggling to climb to Qin Yu. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and weak, and the sky was covered with water vapor, burning more vigorously. Instantly swallowed the mountain dragon. With the screams, everyone fell into the ice cellar. I have a deeper understanding of Isao. Unless you are proficient in seal art, or don't let Heian be close. Otherwise, once hit, no one can save. After the screams disappeared, the dragon in the black flame also turned directly into fly ash. The burning scent in the air makes people feel a sense of nausea at the same time. Looking at Qin Yu's eyes, there was a bit of awe and fear. A word incompatibility directly kills melanitis. Moreover, once the shot is taken, there is still no way to provide assistance, which is also a despair for others. As for whether you still have the confidence to provoke, I am afraid the premise is to weigh yourself. Chapter 29, Unprovoked Being. Inside the huge cave, there was a scorched smell. Everyone looked at the thin figure, and there was a flash of inexplicable fear in the depths of their pupils. One stroke killed Yamanaka, who has the strength of ninja. These means, at least I am afraid of film-level strength, right? Do you still want to catch me? Qin Yu looked at the 4 ninja roots. The 4 root ninjas suddenly changed their faces and quickly shook their heads. No, we just follow orders. Qin Yu, they can't help themselves. Bo Fengshuman quickly discouraged. In their eyes, if Qin Yu opened the killing ring, it was a nightmare. Go back and tell Tuanzang, don't provoke me, go crazy, even I am afraid. Qin Yu snorted coldly. The 4 root ninjas, like amnesty, fled. Watergate, night, I want to talk with Qin Yu alone. Yu's Haibofuyu suddenly spoke. The moonlight and night look stagnant, and the words stop, but they are stopped by the Wavewind and Watergate detective. Brother Fuyu, now in wartime, be careful. Relax, we'll be back soon. Yu's Haibofuyu glanced gratefully at Bo Feng Shuimen, and then looked at Qin Yu. Uncle Fu. Qin Yu glanced helplessly, of course knowing what Uchiha Fuyu was thinking, saying, let's go out and talk. With the departure of Uchiha Fuyu and Qin Yu, the inexplicable depression still did not disappear. Do you really want to ask me, why didn't you just try to stop it? Bo Fengshuman looked to the moonlight night. All Konoha ninjas have a stagnant look, with question marks on their faces. Moonlight Night nodded and said, Watergate, with your speed and strength, it should not be difficult to rescue the dragon in the mountain in time. I also want to know, why don't you take the initiative to rescue? Do you hate group hiding? There are many political parties in Wei. However, in the final analysis, there are only the Hawks, the 3 generations of Huiro, and the Uchiha clan with undecided positions. The wave Feng Shuman came from the 3 generations of Naruto disciples, also obviously belonging to the same faction. No, Senior Moonlight, you underestimated Qin Yu. His strength and talent can be described in terms of horror, no matter whether the difficulty is level A or level S jutsu, what attributes change. As long as he takes a shot, it only takes half a day to learn. If you let you face a teenager with such potential and the roots of his majesty, what would you choose? The words fell, and the ninja in the field looked stagnant. The Moonlight Knight was even more shocked. Senior Moonlight, I hope you don't delay the major event of Mui because of some small things. Now, at the critical moment of war, any variable will put Mui into a state of invincibility. Bo Feng Shuman glanced at the Moonlight Blast. Something about his hatred for Qin Yu was still heard. Moonlight at night sank, and said, Watergate, I will have a sense of proportion. It's better than that, I'll go out and see. Bo Feng Shuman dropped these words and turned to leave. Dad, didn't you say, help me teach that Qin Yu, it's easy to deal with him with your strength. Moonlight Blast was full of resentment. Shut up, I have a sense of this matter. Moonlight Knight glanced and waved to the other ninjas to rest. In the large cave, there were only 2 men, Yu Kang Guyu and Inu Feng. Kang Guyu, I want to know your evaluation of that kid. Remember that this is about the high-level wood leaves, the evaluation of Yu's Haibo and Qin Yu. Yue Guanghai said. Yu Kang Guyu and Inu Feng looked at each other and said, do not provoke. The simple answer made the Moonlight and Night feel a little caught off guard and subconsciously turned to Inu Bong. Do not provoke. Such as the withdrawal of the answer, let the Moonlight Knight look stagnation. Bang! The violent explosion sounded from within the cave. The next moment, the hurricane surged like a tide. The violent scene made Moonlight and Night wait for someone's face to change drastically. 10,000 meters away, a deserted forest clearing. Uchiha Fuya followed Qin Yu. Looking at the path in front of me, the thin figure disappeared out of thin air. Twinkling. Yu's Haibo Fuya suddenly appeared behind Qin Yu, and flew in his hands without turning, stabbing directly to his back. When Qin Yu blocked his backhand instantly. When Uchiha Fuyu's face changed, her right foot rolled over, and Qin Yu's head kicked like lightning. At the same time, his right hand touched his waist, and 3 shurikens flew out. For a time, a triple attack put Qin Yu up, down, and down 3 lanes and completely blocked off. Uncle Fu, your temptation is so boring. Qin Yu glanced helplessly. There was a crackling sound on his body, and he immediately entered the chakra mode. Under the flash of violent thunder, Qin Yu won. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. If ghostly, he retreated to a dozen meters away. At the same time, Uchiha's right foot attack was instantly missed. 3 shurikens wrapped with special metal wires collided with each other and flew towards Qin Yu again. Fire Dragon Fire! Uchiha Fuya flipped his hands and had extraordinary combat experience. Under the scorching chakra of his mouth, he walked directly along the steel wire and quickly ran towards Qin Yu. The blazing flames turned into 300-meter-long fire dragons, showing their posture of dancing their teeth. Qin Yu, our uncle and nephew haven't played against each other for a long time. Our Uchiha clan is best at Huajinju, let me see how far you have improved. Uchiha Fuya said solemnly. I can only fireballs. Qin Yu glanced helplessly and said, forget it, although the level is 2 levels worse, but let you see, it's fine. Inexplicably speaking, Uchiha Fuya could not help but startled. The next moment, looking at Qin Yu's hand turning speed like a wheel, the speed at which the print was out of sight, his face suddenly changed. Do not. It should be said that even the eyes are glaring. Art fire escape fireball. The seal of Qin Yu's hand stopped suddenly, and the hot chakras accumulated in the mouth swallowed out instantly. The heat wave is like a tide, and the burning flames instantly condense into a huge fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters. Do not. It should be said that it is the sun. The trees along the way broke in response, and the 3 fire dragons looked extremely small in front of a fireball like the sun. A short distance of 100 meters, but collided together in the blink of an eye. Bang! The fire dragon was rolled in an instant, and the fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters just paused slightly. The next moment, with a rolling attitude, attacked Uchiha Fuyu. The same as Huohuo Ninjutsu, Uchiha Fuyu originally thought that he was the patriarch of the Uchiha family, and he has mastered Huohuo Ninjutsu. There was no idea at all that as soon as Qin Yu took the shot, he made the fireball out of the S-class ninjutsu. Chapter 30, C-class ninjutsu uses forbidden posture. The blazing air rushed on, giving people a dry mouth. The scorched ground collapsed along the way, and even the rocks melted as the heat became so hot. Looking at the rapidly expanding fireball in the pupil, Uchiha Fuyu's eyes stared. Kaleidoscope bright round eyes. The light blue light suddenly appeared on Uchiha's body. Unreal skeleton people, quickly formed. This is awesome. Bang! How fireball smashed into Suzonanghu's body instantly. The blazing fire exploded instantly like a frenzy, sweeping out in a rolling attitude. The trees along the way broke off at the sound of the waste, and the blazing flames rose into the sky. The huge explosive power directly covered the range of a square kilometer. Brother Fuyu, what happened? Wave Feng Shui men arrived first. Feeling the blazing fire waves, under the hands flipped over, the marks of the leech were formed. Water margin water dragon bomb. Roar. The 3 water dragons condense out of thin air, and one smashed directly into the endless sea of fire. The oncoming fire wave was instantly extinguished. At the same time, Uchiha Fuyu rushed out of the sea of flames, and the kaleidoscope writing round eyes had already returned to the ordinary form. Water margin the great waterfall technique. As the massive chakras rushed out, they drowned all the land in an instant. The blazing fire waves annihilated the air directly, transpiration of a large amount of water mist. Windbreaker big tornado. Po Feng Shuiman continued to shoot. With the passing of the hurricane, the water mist covering the heavens and the earth finally disappeared. Watergate, what happened? Moonlight hurried to the night. Looking at the scorched trees with a distance of 1,000 meters, he hurriedly said, "It won't be Qin Yu who wants to run away, what kind of forbidden technique to show?" "Dad, that must be the case. Hurry up with Master Watergate and catch Qin Yu." Moonlight Blast echoed in a hurry. But soon he was scared by the figure that fell in front of him. "What's wrong, are you talking bad about me?" Qin Yu glanced at the Moonlight Blast and smiled kindly. Moonlight Blast could not help but took a nap, took a half step back, tripped under his feet, and fell to the ground. "Knight, Watergate, don't get me wrong. I just tested Qin Yu's strength. The explosion just now was caused by the fireball." Yu's Haibo Fuyu followed immediately. The words fell, and everyone present looked stagnant, looking at the scorched trees that were thousands of kilometers away, and their faces were horrified. "Fuyu, you are wrong. I heard you said that Qin Yu knows some forbidden techniques. This kind of large-scale attack method should be done by forbidden techniques." Moonlight Knight could not help it. As soon as this word came down, the other ninjas did not speak, but the expression on their faces had betrayed them. In their eyes, the holy fireball is just a C-class ninjutsu in the fire. The Uchiha clan is proficient in the art of fire, and can exert the power of the fireball super level. It is obviously impossible to achieve this level of S, and even the degree of banning surgery. It is indeed a fireball. I saw it with my own eyes, but the volume of this fireball is a bit large, and I am afraid that it is about 60 to 70 meters in diameter. Bo Fengshuman glanced at Yu's Haibo Fuyu and nodded in agreement. The scene was dead. All Koba ninjas looked at each other even more. Even the moonlight and night look turned blue. If others said this, they would never believe it. But the person in front of him, but the Fengshuman, said that the gold content was completely different. One who puts the C-class fireball in the middle of the forbidden power. Does this make them particularly bearable, or even bear to live? Well, if nothing is wrong, I want to talk to Qin Yu, no problem. Yu's Haibo Fuyu did not even think about it. It's just a simple temptation that will cause such a big storm. Go, be careful. Bo Fengshuman nodded in agreement. Can't you talk? Qin Yu glanced helplessly. However, looking at Uchiha Fuyu's stubborn look, Qin Yu had to turn around and lead the way. Watching the two figures go away, Bo Fengshuman glanced at the moonlight night, without continuing to stay, turned and returned to the stronghold. Qin Yu's strength has surpassed his perception one after another. He must report to the 3 generations of Naruto as soon as possible. Dad! Moonlight Blast struggled to get up. Shut up! Moonlight screamed sharply at night, one waste, one look can't bear it. I ask you now, haven't you killed Qin Yu? The Moonlight Blast was a sudden, and then excitedly said, Dad, you haven't arrived yet, how dare I do anything to him? Rest assured, I have already thought of a lot of ways. As long as my father takes the shot, I will definitely make him regret it. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Sin me! Snapped. The crisp applause rang out suddenly. Moonlight blasted, covering her hot cheeks. Shut up, you waste, I warn you, you must not shoot at Qin Yu, but it will also pay the family. Moonlight and the Night yelled. This time, it seems that the Uchiha family has a more terrifying existence than the instantaneous stop. This remark dropped, making the presence of the wood-leaf ninja look dramatically changed. If we say that the previous generation of Konoha's famous ninjas in the world of ninja, they are Shuya, Asumaru, Tsunade Santo. There are 8 colors of wood leaves. Then, the contemporary strength is more outstanding. At the top of the tower is the golden flash wave Feng Shui Gate, which instantly stops the water. Second class is the existence of pig deer butterfly and others. Among the leaves of wood, the rise of a Uchiha stop water has made many people feel the crisis. Now there is another more terrifying Uchiha Qin Yu. I am afraid that the pattern of the entire Mui Ren village will change. You are so good. If you can, even if you can't make good friends with Uchiha and Qin Yu, you can't be against him. After leaving the words in the moonlight night, he turned and left. Moonlight blasted. Do not. It should be said that the wood-leaf ninjas present were no exception. They did not even think that one of the dignified wooden leaves would say such a thing. A few kilometers away, on a rock, Qin Yu stood up against the wind, and Yu's Haibo Fuyu stood behind him, with a little dignity on his face. If you have any questions, do NTU, Uncle Fu, you do NT think you will dare to open a kaleidoscope to write round eyes? Uchiha Fuyu's expression was stagnant, and she did not expect her secret to be instantly broken by Qin Yu. After opening the kaleidoscope of the second round of Ninja Wars, Uchiha Fuyu never performed it in front of outsiders. He knew that this force could protect the Uchihas. Will also push the Uchiha family to perdition. Chapter 31, The Existence of Uchiha. Uchiha Fuyu smiled helplessly at the thought of the fireball that seemed to be banned just now. I thought I hid deep enough. I didn't expect that you hid deeper than me. Not only did you open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but I also had such a superb talent to be able to perform this kind of ninja. However, I want to figure out one thing. This is about the survival of the Uchiha family. For Yu's Haibo's misunderstanding, Qin Yu would not explain. You can't catch Uchiha Fuyu's hand, and she bitterly persuaded that the original Uchiha Qin Yu was dead. He came through, and with the help of a one-click full-level system, I opened the kaleidoscope to write the I for several days. If these words are really spoken, I'm afraid Chinyu is directly treated as a mental patient. Are you asking me, have you seen Uchiha's spot? Chinyu looked at Uchiha Fuyu. At this moment, a flash of astonishment flashed on his face, his eyes filled with unbelief. Although these changes in appearance were quickly hidden by Uchiha Fuyu, they still couldn't escape Chinyu's eyes. From the change of Uchiha's expression, Chinyu reasoned that the original book did not explain why Uchiha Fuyu opened the kaleidoscope to write the eye of the kaleidoscope. I am afraid that most of the reasons are from Uchiha. Perhaps, from the beginning, Uchiha's borrowing target for wanting to overturn the leaves was not Uchiha's soil. Instead, it was Uchiha Fuyu. After helping Uchiha Fuyu open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, Uchiha Fuyu's pupil technique is too powerful, and eventually Uchiha's plagues, which are old and physically debilitated, can't be controlled at all, and eventually get out of his control. Later, Uchiha's spot will transfer the target to Uchiha's body. Then step by step, the spearhead of revenge was directed at the Uchiha family. Let Uchiha take the soil and join forces to hide, and let Uchiha attack and carry out the extermination. Do you really know the existence of Uchiha's spot? Is it your turn to help him wake up? Uchiha Fuyu was anxious. Chinyu patted Fuyu's shoulder and said, Uncle, don't worry, my kaleidoscope writes the chakras, and I was born awake, so I don't need him to help me at all. And, do you think that I dare to kill even the dragon in the mountain? Will it become that old undead? Looking at the big and small Chinyu, Yu's Haibo Fuyu glanced and secretly relieved. Regarding Chinyu's overbearing behavior just now, even he felt a bit thorny. It is really impossible for Yu's Haibo to submit Chinyu to surrender. Chinyu, I'm relieved to hear you say that. I won't ask you about it, but don't tell us about Uchiha's spot, that guy is crazy. Uchiha Fuyu said in a deep voice. However, you appear, I think he will find you soon, and I hope you will say what you say today. In Uchiha's eyes, it is rumored that Uchiha Baba was severely wounded and killed in the Valley of the Terminator between the first hand and the first hand of Naruto. After the first generation of Naruto, too, there were too many old injuries in the body, and eventually died of complications. When Uchiha Fuyu saw the Uchiha spot that appeared alive in front of her, her heart was indeed full of shock. However, in the face of the temptation of strength, he finally got on this non-return ship. Uncle Fu, don't worry, I'm not like your mother-in-law. Chinyu glanced blankly, looking at the forest below, and said, this world is very big. Have you ever thought of taking the Uchiha family to leave Koba? Chinyu, what are you talking about? Uchiha Fuyu stunned. After a quick glance around, he hurriedly said, you mean the family defection? This will only completely inspire contradictions, and no village will be allowed. In the eyes of Uchiha Fuyu, he puts all hope on Bo Feng Shui men. As long as he becomes the fourth generation of Naruto, the friendship between him and Bo Feng Shui, then they will find ways to ease the relationship between Koba and the Uchiha clan. Now Chinyu suddenly came up with this idea. In the eyes of Uchiha Fuyu, it is most likely the extreme idea that represents the younger generation. I know you place your hopes on Bo Feng Shui men, but instead of holding their destiny in the hands of others, you might as well hold it tightly, Chinyu said lightly. He just accidentally crossed into this body, and did not have deep feelings for the Uchiha family. But I also don't want to see death and help, only to say this. Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed and she was silent. After a long time, he said, I don't want the Uchiha family to be insulted. Chinyu is still young and doesn't understand what is righteousness. Is it righteous? Chinyu again laughed and said, this thing, but it will crush people. However, if you say so, I don't bother too much. If the people of Koba don't provoke me, I don't want to get into trouble. But if he provokes me, don't blame me, don't miss the old feelings. Looking at Qin Yu with a look of indifference, Yu's Haibo's Rich Yu had a strange feeling in his heart. If you say that the former Qin Yu, read the full text for free in my bookstore. He felt weak and inconspicuous. Then Qin Yu now feels like a sharp blade. Moreover, it is a double-edged sword. Well, let's stop talking nonsense. Qin Yu patted Yu's Haibo and Fu Yu on the shoulder, and said, Uncle Fu, as the patriarch, if you have a chance, contact the water stop, and he also starts the kaleidoscope writing wheel I. There is still a little more concern for Itaki. If they can grow up smoothly, they can definitely become the first class and one strong players in the ninja world. Leaving this remark, Qin Yu turned and left. For a time, only Uchiha Fuyu remained on the mountain and fell into silence. If we say that the moment before, in order to understand the details of Qin Yu, he would fight with him, then it became more confused now. He had paid attention to Uchiha stopping the water. He was also suspected of being contacted by Uchiha. But Wanman didn't expect that Uchiha water stop would also open the kaleidoscope writing wheel I at this age. Moreover, Uchiha's spot was indeed ignored for the ferrets that showed sharp edges in the initial exhibition. Qin Yu, who are you, hiding so deeply, and for what purpose, is the location of Mui Naruto? Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but start to mumble. After Qin Yu and Uchiha Fuyu separated, her brows frowned. For Yu's Haibo's choice, Qin Yu had already expected it. Moreover, the current Uchiha family can say that there are too many tapeworms. Not to mention the target of Mui Ninjakan, just the younger generation, they have the thug mentality. Often relying on the identity of the guard, what protection fees are charged, or what are the bad practices. Uchiha Fuyu has been rehabilitated. Unfortunately, this is a deep-rooted thinking that has evolved into a bad problem. To some extent, it is impossible to change the thinking of some people. Even if Uchiha Fuyu really flees the clan, I am afraid these people will never let go of any chance of revenge on Koba. Once that time, Koba will have an excuse to wipe out the Uchiha family. Chapter 32, Moonlight Night Decision. Qin Yu, are you finished? Inside the cave, Bo Fengshuman looked at Qin Yu, who was back, secretly relieved. Do not. It should be said that the people present, including Moonlight and Night, also bet here. Bet on whether Qin Yu will defect and leave Mui Ninja Village. After all, after seeing it with his own eyes, Qin Yu could even use C-class ninjutsu after surgery. Clearly understand the words of the Moonlight Knight. I would rather be a stranger than an enemy. What's wrong, do you think I will run away? Qin Yu glanced at Wave Fengshuman. Relax, there is no one in this world who makes me afraid. Looking at Qin Yu, who was full of confidence, this remark seemed a bit inconceivable, but nobody dared to refute it. Bo Fengshuman shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Of course I know. However, the attack of Wu Ren and Yun Ren has been defeated by you. In a short time, they dare not touch this place. So, the stronghold will be received by the Moonlight and the Night, and you and I will set out to return to Mui Ninja Village. If you have any objections, you can raise them. The words fell, everyone's nerves tightened, and they looked at Qin Yu. Is it God's Wukiao Bridge? Qin Yu only knew the approximate time of the war and was not clear in detail. If it is, the Battle of Shen Wukiao is really urgent. That means that the Third Ninja War is almost over. How do you know? Bo Fengshuman looked stagnant. Guess, do you believe it? Qin Yu patted Bo Fengshuman's shoulder, when will it leave? Tomorrow morning. Bo Fengshuman heard the expression, with a relieved expression. They were most worried about the reason Qin Yu would misunderstand at such a sensitive time, and called him to join him. That's fine. Qin Yu promised to go back to Mui. The first purpose was to peep at those forbidden techniques, and the second was to bring soil to darken. Then Lin will soon become the target of Wu Ren village, serving as a human pillar weapon, destroying the tranquility of the wooden leaves. If used properly, Qin Yu will have a chance to find the three tails, tame it, and act as a chakra cash machine. I'm also hungry. Let's go out and eat something. Bo Fengshuman greeted him. First to leave with a group of ninjas. Qin Yu was not far behind, and quickly followed. Dad, do you really want me to go back with Uchiha Qin Yu? Moonlight Blast was anxious. You don't worry, did he hit me halfway? Regarding Uchiha Qin Yu's horror, Moonlight Blast also regretted it. For the sake of a woman, offend a very jealous existence even his father. If Qin Yu does not die, it will be a nightmare of his life. Rest assured, I have already figured out a way. He hit so deeply that he shot Yunren and Wuren at a critical moment, proving that he still has the heart from Wei. Moonlight and the Dark Knight cried. If you sincerely apologize and I gave him the bottom of the box, it should be able to resolve these small frictions. The Moonlight Blast first burst into a hurry. Daddy, that thing is the key to the survival of our family, so it won't be too much. No. Moonlight Knight shook his head and said, if he accepts, it will bring opportunities to our Moonlight family. Moreover, I've made up my mind, and I hope that after this incident, you will not grow up completely and know who can provoke and who cannot provoke. Moonlight Blast was silent. After a long time, under the staring eyes of Moonlight Knight, he nodded in agreement. Let's go, it's not too early, it looks like a campfire dinner outside. Outside the stronghold, the gorge was easy to defend. After 2 shocking battles, it was completely razed to the ground. 70 or 80 ninjas are sitting here. There was a huge fire in the middle that illuminated the night. The flames jumped with the wind, which caused the temperature to rise a little, and seemed a bit depressed. And the atmosphere in the field is not much different. The eyes of many ninjas, subconsciously sweeping over Qin Yu's body, seemed very restrained. Cough, I'm nearby. I got 3 old goats back. Let's eat roast lamb tonight. Yu Kangguyu gave a cough, trying to break the depression in the field. However, looking still remained indifferent, obviously afraid of Qin Yu, afraid of accidentally touching the inverse scales, have kept silent Mui Ninja, but helplessly laughed. I will leave tomorrow and let me cook a meal for you. Bo Fengshuman also intentionally split the depressive atmosphere in the field. Just standing up was stopped by Detective Qin Yu. I have also studied food. Let me do it. Qin Yu patted Bo Feng Shui-men's shoulder. In the horrified eyes of everyone, they went out. As a ninja, it is not difficult to hunt 3 wild sheep. And, on one of them, the longhorns were scarred. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Tired, bending and hovering, showing a mighty posture, it seems to be for food supplement in wartime. Hey Yu Kangguyu did not miss even the head sheep. Qin Yu, can you do it? Wu Yu Kangguyu couldn't help asking. Qin Yu glanced blankly. Don't ask a man if it's okay, a man can't, a woman doesn't love it, who has a chakra, borrow me. Hey! The snickers sounded in many corners of the field. Bo Feng Shui-men also shook his head helplessly and smiled. Only Yui Xian and Mute, the 2 little girls, look aggressive. Dad, what does Qin Yu say? Asked Yui Xian. Yui Kangguyu's cheeks were red, and she stared. Little girl, just ask so much, just be nice. Looking at the reprimand of Wu Kangwu, many people with smiles directly laughed at the hall. Looking at Qin Yu, Bo Fengshuman and Yui Kangguyu, which burst the atmosphere all at once, were very surprised. Qin Yu, I did not expect that you also have humor. If anyone's chakra knife is the best here, it should be mine. Moonlight Knight came with the Moonlight Blast. Just happened to hear that. Without any hesitation, Moonlight Backhand took the short knife on his thigh and threw it out. Of course Qin Yu understood what the Moonlight Knight was thinking, and did not say a word of refusal. At the echo of Chakra's short knife, the pale blue blade glowed blue fluorescence under Chakra's perfusion. However, at the moment Qin Feng changed the nature of the lightning system, the arc was as bright as fireworks. "This chakra knife is pretty good," Qin Yu said with a smile. Moonlight and Night smiled and nodded, which was the key to unlocking the freezing point of the relationship. "I can give it to you if you like." Chapter 33, Gourmet delayed by a ninja. "If you like, I can give it to you." Moonlight and Night stared at Qin Yu. As soon as this remark fell, everyone in the field could not help but look stagnant. Moonlight Night is one of the 8 colors of wood leaves. Taking the initiative to lower his status to please Qin Feng was beyond their expectations. "I have received your kindness and everyone is hungry. Don't waste time." Qin Yu shook his head and refused. The Moonlight and Night look stagnation, and his face is a bit unstoppable. "Senior Moonlight, don't mind, Qin Yu has diaphragmatic muscles and thunder knives. Your chakra is good, but it's hard to get into Qin Yu's eyes," explained Yu Yuexi with a low voice. "The fog-bearing sword of the 7 people." Moonlight was surprised at Night, and then heard the exclaiming in the field. Qin Yu's eyes glared, and the kaleidoscope writing eye opened instantly. With his left hand, he caught the dead wild goat and threw it directly into the air. The chakra short knife held by his right hand, under the flow of electricity, quickly cut away. The crowd just felt dazzled and waited to react. The goat was easily dismembered directly by Qin Yu. If you really want to use one word to describe this scene, only the idiom of can do it. Suddenly, the 3 sheep directly became meat pieces of different sizes, and they fell in blood in a soup nest of 2 or 3 meters in diameter. "When I saw Kang Guyu in the moon, I brought back 3 wild goats." Qin Yu decided to be a Chinese gourmet hand lamb to shock this group of indigenous people who only eat ramen and barbecue. In addition, this hand cut the lamb through Qin Yu's lightning and completely locked the gravy. After cooking with blood, the taste was even more delicious. "What kind of food is this? The cooking method is so strange." "Cut, you don't pay attention to the point, use chakra attribute changes, and write round eyes to dismember the goat. The gestures are skillful and the speed is extremely fast. This skill is not comparable to ordinary people. This must be a professional butcher delayed by the ninja." Everyone on the field was stunned. Especially Uchiha Fuyu. He didn't even think that Qin Yu would use the legendary kaleidoscope to write round eyes as the key to the butcher. If Uchiha spot is known, I am afraid that even old blood can be spit out. However, when Uchiha Fuyu saw Qin Yu's frown, a more absurd thought appeared in her mind. "This guy, don't you plan to use fire?" As soon as this remark fell, everyone in the field was stunned, and Qin Yu's hand seal had fallen and fell. Fire and sparks. The hot chakra, as Qin Yu swallowed, instantly boiled the lamb cooked in warm water. Of course, if laymen saw this scene, they would absolutely be surprised. However, the ninja present was almost staring at Qin Yu's so precise chakra control. The amount of chakra is too small and the operation will fail. Too much chakra will fry the whole pot of lamb. Now Qin Yu can just boil the mutton, and I'm afraid that even the Feng Shuman is sighing. As soon as the water was boiling, Qin Yu poured the whole pot of blood and immediately added clean water to continue cooking. A handful of wild onions, a peppercorn, and a pine wood that Qin Yu has already prepared are covered directly when the fragrance is diffused. Just add a handful of salt when it is out of the pan, and it will be delicious on earth. "Carry me a stone," Qin Yu signaled. Yu Kang Guyu did not dare to hesitate, and quickly moved a large stone with a smooth surface. Watching Qin Yu bury in the fire and burn it hot, the goat's fat was wiped on it, as the noise rang. Spread the dough that was originally used for ramen directly on the stones. Before and after the heat, the lamb's sizzling sound sounded. Sprinkle a handful of fat onions again. A piece of chopped green onion was completed directly. At that time, just slice the lamb and roll it. That is more delicious on earth. Qin Yu made hundreds of green onion cakes at once, watching the mutton in about the same time. When the lid was opened, the smell of mutton opened up. For a while, the surroundings were quiet. Qin Yu looked around, only to find that Yu Kang Gu and others had widened their bull's eyes and gathered around. With his hands in this nest, he sniffed the lamb and swallowed saliva. If it wasn't for the Qin Yu's jealousy, I'd already have rolled up his sleeves and rushed away. Qin Yu glanced blankly. After rolling 7 or 8 mutton stuffing, Qin Yu squeezed out of the crowd under the eyes of tigers. Come on your own, I have demonstrated the method. Qin Yu left this remark. The hungry wolf, who had been hungry for a long time, exploded instantly. Let me first, your sister, even squeezed me out. Ulan, don't forget, but you call my brother. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Hurry up and give it to me first. Cut, in this case, even if you're my mother, I won't let you. Don't, leave me a little, or I'll fight against you. In the face of this Chinese cuisine, the fragrance of various spices colliding together not only conquered the sense of smell, but also the taste buds. Qin Yu looked at the chaotic situation, shook her head helplessly, and came to the side of Xiuxian and mute. Eat, it tastes good. Oh, it seems that the old man, I am a bit detrimental to the atmosphere, the treatment of Watergate, but we have no more. Wu Kang Gu could not help but glance at it, also joined the robbery. Thank you, Qin Yu. I didn't expect that you would make such a unique dish. If you marry you, it is a blessing. Inu Feng held 2 pieces of green onion cake and held 3 in his hand. Obviously, it was only after a hard battle that it was snatched up. As she said, she did not forget to squeeze her eyebrows at Yan Yuxian and silence, making the 2 women's cheeks redder. Had to lower his head and eat in silence. I do. Bo Fengshuman looked at the green onion cakes handed over by Qin Yu, and accidentally took over. Qin Yu, if you go back to Muye and open a gourmet restaurant, I'm afraid there is no ramen. I'm really weird. You have been so inconspicuous all the time. Suddenly you have become all around and it makes me a little accustomed. To this remark, Uchiha Fuyu also agreed. Qin Yu shook her head and smiled, this is an interest. As a pig eats more tigers, it's time to eat dragons. Bo Feng Shuimen and Uchiha Fuyu could not help but look at each other and fell into silence. Since Qin Yu is unwilling to disclose too much, they will not ask too much. After a meal, the atmosphere was clearly open. The Konoha ninja, who had been alert to Qin Yu, looked at Qin Yu's gaze with a little more kindness. This is probably the wonderful skill that Huaxia has called the so-called wine table communication. It's not early, I'll go back to rest first. Qin Yu patted the dust on his body and left first. For Qin Yu's departure, everyone present nodded. But no one noticed the departure of Moonlight Night and Moonlight Blast. Chapter 34, I have learned. The cool breeze of the night makes people have an inexplicable chill. Qin Yu did not return directly to the cave to rest, turned around and came to the jungle not far away, suddenly stopped. After so long, we should come out and meet. 2 shadows echoed in the darkness. With the mottled moonlight, it is Moonlight Night and Moonlight Blast. Sure enough, the blue is better than the blue, so that I can find my existence. Moonlight and Dark Night have translucency. In this rare bloodline boundary, he became the most powerful silent killer among the wooden leaves. I thought that I could use this to get a chance, but I didn't expect to be spotted by Qin Yu in an instant. You have shown me in public just now, and now you are following me. There should be something. Qin Yu glanced back at the Moonlight Blast. Your Moonlight family is very good, but how can you not find me with this towing oil bottle? Moonlight Night smiled helplessly. He is known as the 8 Leaves of Wood, but compared to him, Moonlight Blast is indeed a little far away. Moreover, compared with the horrible young man in front of him, it is far different. Qin Yu, don't get me wrong. I'm following you this time to resolve your grievances with Moonlight Blast. Moonlight said at night when the door opened. In addition to having the blood succession limit, our Moonlight family is best at swordsmanship. Among them, the 3-day moon dance of Mui is our family's bottom knife method. The outside world has compared me to Mu Shimao, a white leaf banner with wooden leaves, and it's because of this sword technique. Qin Yu was also a bit surprised at the Moonlight Knight. However, after possessing the diaphragm and thunder knife, Qin Yu did want to learn some knife skills. Otherwise, the ninja fell into Qin Yu's hands and only knew how to do simple chopping, which was a shame. Qin Yu had thought about returning to Mui and went to Kimukakashi to see if there was a way to get Kimushu Mao's sword technique. It never occurred to me that someone had taken it to the door. Qin Yu, I don't ask for anything. As long as you can protect the Moonlight Blast at a critical moment, and the previous things are cancelled, I will teach you the 3-day moon dance of the wooden leaves. Moonlight Knight hurriedly. Qin Yu frowned, glanced at the tense Moonlight Blast, and said, "Forget it, threaten with a hairy kid, I don't want the thing in exchange." Looking at Qin Yu, who had left this remark and turned to leave, the Moonlight Knight looked stagnant and hurriedly said, "Qin Yu, don't get me wrong, this sword technique was intended to be taught to you from the beginning." Watching the cast of teleportation appeared before him. Even with the urgency of the moon and night, Qin Yu knew for the first time that this father loved greatness. To this end, even the knife at the bottom of the family pressure box was given away. However, this is also in the heart of Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you accept it, otherwise the wind will not rest assured for a lifetime. Moonlight and Night hurriedly. There are only 2 ways to avenge a strong man. First, killed the strong. The next day, I lived in panic, and I was worried. In case one day the strong man was in a bad mood, he thought of it and killed him. What's more, in the face of Qin Yu, Moonlight Blast obviously has only the first choice left. Do NT give anything away, then I respectfully take it first. Qin Yu spread the scroll backhand. Looking at everything recorded above, the sound of a system prompt sounded in my mind. I found, S-class swordsmanship, 3 leaves and 3 moon dances, whether the host is 1 click full. Full level immediately. Qin Yu did not hesitate. Jingle. Congratulations to the host, Mickey leaves 3 days and a full moon dance. After feeling an extra memory of the 3-day moon dance in his mind, Qin Yu put away the scroll and returned it to the Moonlight Knight. Qin Yu, what's wrong? Moonlight and Night could not help but stunned. In his eyes, Qin Yu took the scroll to the present, but it only took a short 1 or 2 minutes. You don't think this scroll is fake? When a person professes to show off, he is most worried about being misunderstood. Now Moonlight Knight is holding this mentality. Even the stuff at the bottom of the family's box was sent out, if it makes people doubt again. This is full of heartache. No, I've learned it. It's no use keeping this scroll. Qin Yu said lightly. Looking at a serious Qin Yu, the Moonlight Knight and Moonlight Blast can't help it. As a descendant of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Knight's talents were different, and it took a year to learn the sword technique of the 3-day moon dance. Moonlight Blast's talent is slightly worse, but it also took more than 2 years. However, the 2 of them are also hailed as the most talented heirs besides the first-generation patriarch who created the wooden leaf 3-day moon dance. As one of the 8 colors of the wooden leaves, the Moonlight Knight is also known as the 3-day moon dance of the wooden leaves, to carry forward the existence. All the time they have used wood leaves. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. 3-day moon dance is proud. However, as soon as Qin Yu spoke, they told them that it took 2 minutes to learn the 3-day moon dance of Mui. This is too convincing. Don't believe it. Qin Yu smiled lightly. The Moonlight Knight was a stunned moment, and then dared to reconcile. He passed on the 3-day moon dance to Qin Yu in order to resolve the grievances, and by the way create a good cause. If Qin Yu did not learn, all efforts would be wasted. Moonlight Knight does not want to provoke Qin Yu, but in this case, can only bite the bullet. In order to avoid hurting people, let's use tree branches instead. Qin Yu took a look through his right hand. 2 3-foot-long branches fell directly into the hands of the two. Chakra turns the silk thread, this is the root of the master. The Moonlight Knight looked slightly changed. Once again surprised by Qin Yu's powerful chakra control. Stops, let's get started. Qin Yu didn't care. At the moment of looking at the Moonlight and Night, my steps moved forward. Moon Shadow. Moonlight Knight looked suddenly changed. Too late to think, quickly turned around and stabbed back. Hey! Although the Moonlight Knight holds only ordinary branches, it falls into his hands like a sharp blade. There was a burst of air, and there was a chakra surge. The howling of winds entangled the branches, intensifying the cutting power. At the same time, the branch penetrated directly into Qin Yu's body. However, there was no blood splashing from the knife, and Qin Yu, who appeared behind him, gradually distorted the illusion. I'm behind you. The familiar voice sounded again. The Moonlight Knight changed dramatically. Sun and Moon returned Shadow Strike. This is a trick in the 3-day moon dance. Use afterimages and avatars to confuse the enemy and take the lead in the attack. Once something went wrong, they attacked fake targets. That will take a fatal blow. Originally Moonlight Knight, I thought Qin Yu was joking. But now watching Qin Yu will not only show the shadow of the moon, but also the shadow strike of the sun and the moon. This is completely beyond his knowledge. Chapter 35, Bet Correctly. Sun and Moon Phantom Cut. Moonlight roared, hands clenched in the branches, and chakra perfused. Turn around and go straight to Qin Yu. With the attack, the light and shadow bloomed immediately, turning into the afterglow of the sky, giving people an inexplicable repressive breath. Sun and Moon blood chasing. Qin Yu is not afraid. The sun and the moon are phantom cut, and the emptiness brings reality, and the reality brings emptiness. The best way is to break. The moment chakra filled the branches, a dazzling light bloomed, and the next moment he split into the Moonlight and Night. A knife out, turned into a round moon blade like a shovel, splitting towards the shadow of the sky. Bang! The two attacks collided with each other suddenly, and the Moonlight quit stepping down under the waves. Looking at Qin Yu, the Moonlight and Night were full of face and was incredible. Dad, he really performed the 3-day moon dance? Moonlight Blast hurriedly asked. Duck, as the family of the Moonlight family, can't you see it like this? Moonlight Knight yelled, be sure to practice more when you go back, otherwise we will lose the face of our Moonlight family. Nothing, I'll go first. Qin Yu threw away half of the branches in his hands. The previous war was just tentative. Moreover, to show the true 3-day moon dance sword technique, you need a good chakra knife. Only when chakra is highly conductive, can chakra cohesion be better performed, and attribute changes to enhance the power of the sword. Among them, in the ninja realm, there is the so-called Iron Country. They owned chakra, but it wasn't the so-called ninjutsu that they developed, but how to integrate chakra into the sword. Among them, the 3 ships of the Iron Country are honed to the existence of the shadow level. However, with the successive wars, many so-called samurai were also eliminated. Moreover, in the face of the so-called great power struggle, the Iron Country has always maintained an attitude of neutrality. As a result, there are fewer and fewer samurai, and the chance of subtle sword spread is also reduced. You go back, I want to guide the wind. Moonlight and Night did not continue. Now Qin Yu's talents are far beyond his imagination. Regardless of whether he has mastered the mystery of the 3 days, this amazing talent for learning is worth his bet. It was at this moment that he understood why Bo Fengshuman, Yui Kang Guyu, and others value Qin Yu. Be willing to offend Tuanzang to hide this hero. Moonlight, are you okay? Bo Fengshuman suddenly appeared. Startled by the heavy moonlight and night, he quickly shook his head and said, Watergate, I'm fine, just exchange ideas with Qin Yu. Dad, is this still a communication experience? You have taught him the 3-day moon dance. Moonlight Blast could not help but grin. However, this is not to blame the Moonlight Blast breaking the matter. It was rare to be able to practice the 3-day moon dance of Muye. Among them, the Moonlight Blast is among the best, and is known as a little genius. Now suddenly a wicked Chinyu emerges, so his so-called little genius Aurum may suddenly become a green leaf. Talk. Moonlight stared at the night. Bo Fengshuman smiled and shook his head. Senior Moonlight, don't blame the wind too much. You are a bet, but you are not wrong. Moonlight and Night could not help but hesitated, saying, Watergate, do you think that Uchiha and Chinyu's success will be very high in the future? No, I don't think so. Bo Fengshuman shook his head. The Moonlight Knight stunned for a moment, and was mistakenly thinking that he was betting the wrong treasure, and the sound of the wave wind and water gate sounded again. I think Uchiha and Chinyu have not shown their true strengths. Watergate, what are you talking about? Moonlight was surprised at night. In the information he learned, Uchiha and Chinyu defeated Yunren and Wuren alone. Moreover, the combination was also repelled, and at the same time, it was recognized by the next generation of Lei Ying of Yunren village. This is a great honor for any ninja. However, now Bo Feng Shui Men tells him that Chinyu is still paddling. This gap is too great. Now I just hope that Tuanzang will not do stupid things, otherwise we will probably have a big enemy with us, said Bo Feng Shuman, blinking. In the early morning, when the genius just turned on, Chinyu and his team of 4 left the stronghold. Since silence is the only medical ninja in the stronghold, it cannot be evacuated with Chinyu. However, there is moonlight and night in one of the 8 colors of wood leaves, and dozens of new ninjas are added as the background. The defense of the base has been improved by 1 or 2 levels. In case of any problems, it can also be supported by the wave Feng Shui Gate. It can be said that the wave wind and water gate that understands the technology of the flying of thunder is the backing of mobile support. Originally, Yue Zian also planned to stay in the stronghold to support Yue Kangyu. It's a pity that Yue Kangyu obviously has selfishness. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Not only because of losing the bet, but also because of the great potential of Chinyu. Their Yue family had a low status in wood leaves. In case, in the future, Chinyu will really take power and become a big shot in the wood. As the woman of Chinyu, that Yue Yan's status has also risen. Even if you step back 10,000 steps with Uchiha and Chinyu alone, the powerful fighting power that erupted in these 2 wars, as well as the character to protect short. Xiu Xian became Chinyu's woman, and she will never be treated badly or underestimated. It is precisely because of the idea of Yue Kangyu. In the stronghold, the ninjas with daughters are planning to come and sell their daughters. I nearly knocked on Qin Feng's room door last night. So, just after the day lighted up, Chinyu hurriedly packed up and left early. When Yue Kangyu sent the stronghold, he still took a look on his shoulder and showed a look that you know how to look. That look and expression seemed to be anxious to have Chinyu and Xiu Xian, and what happened halfway, returned to the village to cook raw rice. This kind of behavior makes Chinyu can't help vomiting. The surname of the Naruto world is precocious. However, looking at Yue Xian, who is 12 or 3 years old, that figure obviously has a lot of scale. Inside the leaves. In the huge Naruto office, the 3 generations of Naruto looked a little gloomy. Looking at Zhengkun Xiaochun, and Mito Kaiyan, Shen said, Tuanzang violated our agreement, and issued an order in private, so that Yamanaka also challenged Uchiha and Chinyu. Ape Flying, did you get the report from Watergate? What happened? Mitaman said in a deep voice. The dragon in the mountain is also in the hands of Tuanzang, and its strength has already reached the level of elite tolerance, and it is also proficient in bondage. Has Uchiha Chinyu suffered a loss? Turning to bed, Xiaochun showed a rare smile and nodded. The boy is hiding too deeply. If he can beat him, it may not be a bad thing. Chapter 36, Group Decision. Xiao Chun was right. Before Uchiha Chinyu's purpose was unclear, this kind of knock was inevitable, and Tuanzang served as this harlequin. It was also the best thing. Mito Minion nodded in agreement. Are you all confused? 3 generations of Naruto suddenly scolded. Don't forget Watergate's report. Try not to push against Uchiha and Chinyu, otherwise he will become our #1 enemy of Koba. Inexplicably speaking, Midaman Yan and Zhengkun Xiaochun look frozen. Ape flying, what do you mean? What happened to Yamanaka Ryu and Uchiha Chinyu? In their eyes, the 3 generations of Naruto Ape Flying Sun are always peaceful. Emotions have never had such great fluctuations, and now things must be abnormal. He died and was killed by Uchiha and Chinyu. 3 generations of Naruto took out a scroll and threw it to Mito Minion, saying, "This is the information sent by Watergate. Please take a look first and think of a response." Countermeasures. Dragon Yamanaka was also killed by a trick. Midaman Yan's expression changed. Quickly open the scroll and look at it. Over time, the look of him and Zhuanchun Xiaochun became more and more green. In their eyes, the dragon in the mountain is also proficient in heart turning, and in the roots, it has been trained by non-humans. Prefers to be good at and perceptual ninjutsu. If the two fight, once again, Yamanaka Dragon is also a powerful sensory ability. You will definitely notice the change of the other party first, and then move. However, it is now described on the scroll that the dragon in the mountain has not responded yet, so he is restrained by illusion, and then burned into ashes by the black flame that cannot be extinguished. Although the scene of the fight, they were not seen before. But the descriptions in the lines alone have chilled their spine. According to the description of Watergate, Yu's Haibo and Chinyu have only shown a certain degree of strength to the present. Moreover, he has the ability to learn against the sky, which may be related to his special writing eye. 3 generations of Naruto said. Watergate mentioned that Uchiha and Chinyu have always hated troublesome things, so they only tried to hide Tibet. This time, they were forced to fight, and they also repelled Yunren and Wuren's troops. Even the fog-bearing watermelon puffer ghosts of the 7 people and the black cormorant fangs have also been beheaded. These records are placed in our wooden leaves, and only a few people can reach them. Having said that, the 3 generations of Naruto glanced at Zhuan Xiaochun and Mito Minion. You tell me now how to decide. Mitamonitis and Koharu's look changed. Originally in their eyes, Uchiha Chinyu was just a little ghost that was almost the same as Uchiha. This kind of person is very easy to deal with, as long as you use the family to be a little bit or two, then they will commit it. However, now Yu's Haibo and Chinyu not only dormant for more than 10 years, they also burst into such a powerful strength. He even dared to kill Tuanzang's men. This is fearless. Hey, you really are going back and forth. Tuanzang suddenly opened the office door. Master Naruto. The 2 guards stationed at the door looked complex. Back down, I knew he would come. 3 generations of Naruto waved. In the wood leaves, Tuanzang is a special existence, and the roots he established are even more independent of the shadows under Naruto. In a sense, the existence of roots is not a power structure of Naruto. Therefore, Tuanzang often sends members of the roots privately to monitor the entire Mue village. Even Naruto's office is no exception. You really live and go back, even a little ghost can't deal with it. I don't think you are suitable for Naruto to take on this task. Tuanzang walked coldly. If I didn't stay behind in advance, I'm afraid you have made a decision now. I don't know. Tuanzang, don't get me wrong, Saruto doesn't mean it that way. Mitamonian began to discourage. He knows the character of his old classmate very well. Well, it seems that Mito also thinks that the 3 generations are correct, and it really disappoints me. Tuanzang sneered. Now Koyo is in danger, and every country dares to step in and bully us. It is all because of your cowardice. If you listen to me early and deal with them with an iron hand, Koyo does not need to open 3 battlefields at the same time. This. Midaman Yan looked stagnant, shook his head and sighed, "Don't misunderstand Tuanzang, everyone is here to make the leaves stronger, and even ape is no exception. What do you think? Let us talk, so that we can talk about it." "Tuanzang, Mito is right. If you have any opinions, please let me know. If you are good for the leaves, I can agree." 3 generations of Naruto said. Zhuan Xiaochun hasn't spoken, but her expression has echoed. It's not necessary." Tuanzang snorted and said, "Since that Uchiha Chinyu. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Such a large variable is a scourge for us. Also, don't forget, if you let the Uchiha clan know that there is such an unruly presence in their clan, they will certainly fuel their arrogance, so I have sent someone to deal with him." The small voice changed the look of the 3 generations of Naruto and others. They were still discussing how to appease Yuzhibo and Chinyu, and use it by Mui Rinken. Now Tuanzang has secretly sent someone to deal with Chinyu. This is a complete subversion of the Wave Feng Shuman plan. "Are you crazy, Tuanzang? You have shot Uchiha and Chinyu again and again, you are forcing him to defect." 3 generations of Naruto yelled. In case Uchiha and Chinyu fled the village. With his current strength and record, any village is willing to throw an olive branch and become the sharp blade to murder our Mui ninja village. Turning Koharu and Midaman Yan can't help but change. It was the first time they had seen the ape flying in the air, and they were so angry. Moreover, in the eyes of Ape Flying Sun Chop, the position of the 3 generations of Naruto has been owed to Tuanzang in his heart. That's why the roots have always been allowed to exist, an institution that is out of Naruto's control. However, now the 3 generations of Naruto, because of Uchiha and Chinyu's affairs, thundered against Tuanzang. This suffices to show that the 3 generations of Naruto valued Uchiha and Chinyu. "Tuanzang, I warn you now, call people back quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." 3 generations of Naruto cried. Chapter 37, Precocious Thoughts Poison. The huge Naruto office was caught in an inexplicable atmosphere of depression. Facing the anger of the 3 generations of Naruto, turned to Koharu and Midamonyan, their faces turned blue. However, facing Tuanzang's private shots, he was also unhappy. You really aren't the same spirit you used to be." Tuanzang snorted, and his attitude was obviously a little softened. For a long time, no matter what he did in private, Ape Flying Sun can be seen through. Several times, seeking the position of Naruto, still lost in the hands of the Ape Flying Sun. If it is in the old sense, and the original intention is for the good of the leaves, I am afraid that the roots no longer exist. You can rest assured that the person I sent this time is not our Koba, but some wandering ninjas. No matter what the result, they will not know my identity." Tuanzang said in a silent voice. In case of failure, Uchiha and Chinyu can only think that it was done by other forbearance villages. After all, his edge has been revealed recently. After leaving this remark, Tuanzang turned and left. Looking at the closed office door, the 3 generations of Naruto could not help but rub the swollen temples. "Sarafii, what are you going to do now?" Midaman Yan couldn't help it. Zhuan Xiaochun still did not speak, just staring at the 3 generations of Naruto. They knew very well that Tuanzang's words were already the biggest compromise. As for the final result, it is only up to the 3 generations of Naruto to decide. Tuanzang, this guy is really a headache. 3 generations of Naruto sighed helplessly. Send someone to inform Watergate that there are stray ninjas in the country of fire, and let them be careful. In the eyes of the 3 generations of Naruto, the starting point of Tuanzang is for the safety of Mui. What's more, now they just know that Tuanzang used some means to get in touch with the homeless ninja. No one knows who these ninjas are. So it is impossible to stop the stray ninja. The only way to do this is to notify the Po Feng Shui Gate to increase vigilance. If Uchiha Chinyu can come back alive, this is a strength. In case of being assassinated in the middle, it is fatal. Sarafii is right, and now it is the only way to do it. Mitokayan nodded and echoed, now the situation in our country of fire is turbulent, and the speed of attack and dispatch of the country has changed. It seems that this 2-year-old tug of war is also about to end. As soon as the water gate reaches the wooden leaves, let him lead his team to go to the land of the country for the final mission. External. As soon as Tuanzang left the Naruto office building, a mountain phoenix and oil girl took roots. Master Tuanzang, is it going well? The mountain wind couldn't hold his breath. You must avenge my father. Yamanaka Long is also the father of Yamanaka, and the most powerful man in Tuanzang. When he heard that Yamanaka was killed in the hands of Uchiha and Chinyu, Yamanaka took the initiative and took a sigh of anger. Just let them never think that this bad breath not only did not show up, but also lost his life. Feng, don't worry, the stray ninja I contacted this time is a fallen family, and there is also a monster that has existed for a long time, and he has shot it. Even if the boy is so powerful, it has been so low-key, there must be a lot of combat experience. Tuanzang sneered. The stroke of the mountain stagnates, and said, Master Tsungtian, you mean the monster who has recently appeared in major battlefields and carried out rewards and assassinations. The oil girl, who had not spoken, took root and heard her face, and her face changed dramatically at this moment. If Tuanzang really invites the legendary man to shoot, the one waiting for Uchiha and Chinyu is definitely a dead end. It will take at least 4 days for Kobe to get away from the stronghold. Due to the urgency of the wave wind and water gate, he returned to the wooden leaves to check the battle situation, so he cast the flying of thunder midway and left early. Although, the Feng Feng Shaman has also been mentioned, you can use the magic of the thunder god to take them away. But was rejected by Chinyu. In fact, the technology of the flying of thunder is not much different from the space jump of Sasuke's reincarnation. However, Sasuke was able to reopen the space door in the same way. The wave wind gate can only jump through the thunderbolt seal. And with the number of people transferred, the consumption of chakras and mental energy will increase greatly. Even the distance of the space jump will be shortened. Therefore, Chinyu still refused. Chinyu, there is a post station in front of us. We might as well rest here. Moonlight asked weakly. Along the way, the moonlight blast kept distance from Chinyu. But for a few days, he was really overwhelmed, although it was only 20 miles away from Wei. Can't help but make this suggestion. Chinyu, here is near the guard position of Wei, it is better to take a rest for a while. Xiuxian wiped the sweat from her forehead. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. There was also a hint of tiredness. If letting Yuiyu Kangyu know, he is eager to return on the way, letting Yuiyu Xian and Chinyu know something unknown. All the time is spent on the road, I'm afraid I don't know what expression will be. Chinyu took the lead to stop and landed in front of the station, looking at the caravan inside, showing a playful smile. Let's go, it's quite lively, maybe there are some unexpected surprises. Inexplicably speaking, Yuiyu could not help but stunned, but the moonlight blast had already smashed into it. Boss, hurry up and give me a pot of tea and 3 of meatballs. As soon as Moonlight Blast yelled out, he thought of the Moonlight Knight this time, but let him focus on Yuzhibo Chinyu. Looking at Yuzhibo and Chinyu who walked in quickly, he hurriedly said, I'm calling for you. Looking at the Moonlight Blast that was eating, Chinyu shook her head with a smile and said, You eat this thing, I'm not hungry. Guest, tea and meatballs are here. An old man with an old face came out of the kitchen. This young man, I advise you to try it again, our station's balls, the caravans in the past, but no matter how far apart, they will go around and patronize. If you try it once, you will definitely come back later. It's so delicious, I've heard it for the first time. Yan Yuxi's eyes brightened. They are not as perverted as Qin Yu, and they are on their first long-distance mission. After this long journey, the belly has already been drummed. Now hearing the old man so bragging, he couldn't help picking up the meatball and stuffing it into his mouth. Well, don't eat this meatball anymore, everyone is watching you. Qin Yu suddenly caught Wang Yuexian's hand. Suddenly, Yu Yuexian couldn't help but suddenly, her cheeks turned red, and said, "There are many people in Qin Yu, you should take your hands back quickly." Looking at Xiao Yuxian with a look of a little girl, Qin Yu rolled her eyes helplessly. This speed of thinking is too fast. It seems that the precocious thoughts of the Naruto world are poisonous. Chapter 38, Copper-Smelled Assassin. Do it! The violent drinking sounded suddenly. The old shop owner, the next moment he became extremely keen, and went directly to capture Yu Yuxian. Yuxian is gone. She never thought that the old man in front of her would hide so deep. In this close distance, there is no way to hide. When the old man saw this scene, his face turned happy. In his eyes, just hold a hostage. Then, it is not very difficult to deal with two milky stinks. Heavy violence. The crackling thunder sounded suddenly. Lake Wang's fist entangled, as if the air was bursting. Boom! The old man was directly smashed hundreds of meters away. Everywhere along the way, whether it is a wooden board or a large tree, it was broken by the waste. When he slammed heavily on a rock wall and barely stopped his body, he opened his mouth and spit out blood, and his head was dead. In the station, dozens of businessmen who wanted to violently start their hands were dull. The information and tasks they received were only to deal with the three ninja leaves. Among them, even the frightening golden glitter wave Feng Shui Gate left early. In their eyes, this task was xiang. Chief, who is he? It seems different from the intelligence. A homeless ninja couldn't help thinking. The leader is a middle-aged man dressed as a businessman. Looking at Qin Yu's gaze, there is a hint of overcastness. Hey, it's just a little faster. Don't forget, this time we are out of the race. As long as the kid's head is removed, the reward is enough for us to survive the war. Our clan, but fight for survival. Yes, we fight for survival. More than a dozen stray ninjas instantly reconciled. The head of the stray ninja, staring at Qin Yu, shouted sternly, "We are going to fight fast, don't let that guy get us one step ahead and get a reward." When I thought of it, whoever smelled of money and was dangerously dangerous, the head of a stray ninja, and his spine still chilling. It seems that there is an incredible character. Qin Yu smiled kindly. Since you are not the main course, you are not qualified to keep the question. The voice fell, and the floor under Qin Yu's feet cracked. The next moment, it disappeared like a ghost, out of nowhere, and reappeared before the head of the homeless ninja. Spiral pills. This is Qin Yu's weakest attack. Under chakra's perfusion, it was rubbed into balls. Without any hint of fancy, he smashed into the stray ninja head-on. Do not! The head of the stray ninja's pupils suddenly shrank. This is completely different from Zhongren in his cognition. Bang! The moment the spiral pills fell, the head of the homeless ninja hurriedly raised his hands for defense and broke off. The huge impact force made him flew out. He smashed the beam of the house directly and smashed it on a tree 100 meters away. Compared with the homeless ninja who was posing as an old man just now, he couldn't even vomit blood. The entire chest was sunken, and Qi was dead. Dead? Why is the patriarch dead? Escape, let's run away, otherwise we will all be destroyed. A terrifying roar echoed in the field. The stray ninjas present didn't have much time to think about and fled. Qin Yu, hurry up and chase them. These stray ninjas dare to attack outside Mui village. It would be unfortunate if they encountered other people who were inferior to you, said Yu Yuexi. After the previous scare, she quickly turned back, took out the chakra knife, and stood aside. Right now, she isn't surprised that the wandering ninja leader is killed instantly by Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you go, I will help you protect Xi Yan. Moonlight Blast hurriedly stated. This is a great opportunity to take credit. However, the confidence of seeing the twinkling legs of Moonlight Blast obviously became a bit inadequate. No need, they can't walk. Qin Yu faintly looked into the forest not far away. As the head of the homeless ninja said just now, this time there is an intractable character. Ah! The scream sounded suddenly. Su Yui's face changed, and she said, Qin Yu, is it because Master Watergate is here? In Yui Yuzian's eyes, the Wave Wind Gate has the skill of Flying Thunder God. This is still the periphery of Muye village. There are unavoidable shadows or sentries nearby. The sound of the fighting just now was enough to startle Konoha. As long as the Wave Wind Gate knows the situation here, a short distance, the Wave Wind Gate. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. A thunder can be reached. So, what is that? Moonlight Blast's look changed dramatically. However, he didn't wait for him to react. Qin Yu's right foot was lightning fast, and he flew the Moonlight Blast directly. At the same time, Qin Yu grabbed Yu Xi Yan into her arms and quickly flashed to her side. Boom! Where the three stood, they were instantly penetrated. As the soil rolled over, the two arms linked by the black meridians caught the air. Qin Yu took Yu Xi Yan to fall 7 or 8 meters away. As for Moonlight Blast, there was obviously no such personal service. He smashed directly outside the station. Looking at the strange hands that appeared in the dirt, his expression turned pale. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's shot in time, he might have fallen into this big hand. Sure enough, you are a copper-smelling guy. Qin Yu looked into the forest. The two hands that protruded out of the soil, suddenly tightened, opened the soil directly, and appeared in the eyes of everyone. A shroud under the cape could not see the appearance, and walked out slowly in the forest. However, just after coming out of the forest, behind him, the black blood vessels of Zhang Yahu's claws each had a dead body hanging on them. These are the stray ninjas who just fled. Qin Yu, who is this, terrible? Xiao Yuxian's face was a little white. If the stray ninja that appeared just now is an ordinary enemy, the person in front of him is a pervert. Moreover, the 17 or 80 stray ninjas who fled in an instant were killed immediately. Such a record is not something that ordinary ninjas can do. Have you heard of it? Do you forbear the village? Qin Yu looked at the enemy in front of him playfully. He never expected that he had just arrived in the world of Naruto. Then they met the members of the organization Xiadu in the future. Yunren village. Yan Yuxian froze, and said, I heard that 2 or 3 decades ago, there was a rebellion in the village of Ren. After the waterfall, recuperate. Chapter 39, We Make a Bet. Is that the village of Sinui with tail beast distribution? Moonlight Blast was also taken aback. With a look of iron and blue, he couldn't help but said, Qin Yu, wouldn't you tell me, he is the rebellious man who slaughtered the top? Yes. Qin Yu nodded with a smile, and said, I didn't expect that I would meet you so soon, the corners. As soon as this remarks fell, Xi Yuxian and Moonlight Blast looked pale. This is the S-class rebellion that almost destroyed the village. The strength is comparable to the film level. All the time, no matter how hard the 5 forbearance villages work. S-class rebellion has always been difficult to capture. However, now there was one in front of them. Was it not a nightmare, or something? Qin Yu, are we going to escape? Moonlight hurried. It's only a few miles away from here, as long as we slacken our strength, we should be able to rush back to the Seal Gate soon. At that time, the stationed people will support us. In the face of the origins of the corners, the combat intentions of Moonlight Blast disappeared instantly. Blast, you shut up for me. Yan Yuxian gave a cold cry, looking at Qin Yu who still had a smile on her face, and she said, don't grow the spirit of others, and destroy Qin Yu's power. If you look at Qin Yu's look, he doesn't have any fear at all. He can't say that he can deal with this level of rebellion. Just, why is this S-class rebellion eyeing us? Different from Moonlight Blast, Xiu Xian, as a little girl, has a more careful mind. Since Qin Yu is calling him, this man is a bounty hunter with a copper smell. The homeless ninja family just hanged the reward. Does this mean that they have been rewarded? Qin Yu, are we being followed? Yan Yuexi yelled anxiously. Qin Yu smiled and patted her shoulder. You don't seem stupid. We have been rewarded, and the people who start with it are really big and can make the corner shot, at least 20 to 30 million. What? Suiyuan and Moonlight Blast changed their faces. As ninjas, they are about 102 a month. In 1 year, there are 2 or 2,000, which is already very good. Now, according to Qin Yu's guess, he can use 20 to 30 million yuan to offer rewards. The person who issued the assassination order is definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Yu, you mean, someone in Wei village wants to kill us? Xiu Xian couldn't help but test it. Over the past few days, nothing happened to Xiu Xian and Qin Yu. However, in the face of Qin Yu's pampering, no matter what the relationship was, she could not help but care about Yu Xian. It was killing me, you were just implicated. Qin Yu smiled lightly, if you are afraid, you can go first, he will not go after you, your life is not worth your money. Looking at Qin Yu, who was still joking at this time, after Yu Xian glanced stubbornly, Qin Yu, I won't go, I believe you will be able to beat him. Are you right? Moonlight Blast had just begun to retreat, and before he could react in time, he heard this. Facing Yu Xian's gaze, she nodded bitterly. Boy, are you finished? Horns looked up after absorbing the chakras of these stray ninjas. The black blood vessels, not only did not close up, but looked like they were frightened. All corners, you are still covered with copper smell. It is better for us to take a gamble. If you win, I will give you the head of the team. If I win, you will become my subordinate. Qin Yu smiled. This bet is very cost-effective. You can kill me if you win, but you don't have to die and you can become my subordinate. Do you feel honorable? The low voice made Xiu Xian and Moonlight Blast look aghast. Is this a tempo to solicit an S-level rebellion? Once spread, it would be too shocking. Boy, your mouth can really say, I haven't met such a funny little ghost for a long time. The horns unbuttoned the cape, exposing the body like a connection, and black blood vessels were exposed. Even more disgusting. Especially the spitting out of the mouth, it looks like a straw-like blood vessel, like the tongue of a poisonous snake, and it is inexplicably depressed. Looking at Qin Yu, who was always looking the same, Jiao Duo smiled and said, I didn't expect that you little devil, seeing me like this, still looks exactly the same as before. I promised the bet you just made. I hope you will be my reward, and I hope you can support 4 or 5 moves under my hands, otherwise I will be bored. The rise of Qin Yu was only a short period of 7 or 8 days. Even the people in Wei Ninja Village don't know everything, let alone Jiaodu, a stray ninja. What's more, in Jiaodu's eyes, a small leaf in the woods can endure what big waves. Relax, I will make you pain and happy. Qin Yu suddenly smiled. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. The horns all sank, looking at the pressure on themselves, like Qin Yu, who was absent-minded, and completely wiped out the last trace of patience, and yelled coldly. Boy, I hope you wait a while and laugh. Thunder, dark thunder. Jiaodu's back immediately flew out of a thunder mask, and opened his mouth. Rays of light splattered like a frenzy, heading towards Qin Yu. You step back a bit, the battle is over. Qin Yu said with a smile. The appearance of Xiu Xian and Moonlight Blast changed drastically. They have seen Qin Yu's means with their own eyes. Now dare to say such things, definitely not boasting high cow. However, the thought of this one is S-class rebellion. They are confident in Chinyu's strength, but whether they can resolve the battle so quickly is probably another matter. The distance of tens of meters between words was only blink of an eye under the attack of Dark Thunder. When Yu Xian and Moonlight Blast stood firm on their toes, the attack that had struck had already fallen on Chinyu's body. Bang! Lightning burst, like a thunderstorm. Everything inside the post was smashed by a violent thunder arc, and a large area of sand and dust was stirred up. Bad boy, dare to underestimate me, today I will make you die faster. Xiao Du snorted. The fire mask on the back emerged instantly. Huoyan hard work. The sea of fiery flames gulp out of his mouth. After absorbing the chakras of more than 10 homeless ninjas just now, the range of the sea of fire obviously reached 20 or 30 meters. Enveloped the whole station directly. However, it doesn't wait for the corners to react. The rising sea of fire suddenly turned like a whirlpool. The next moment, the flames of the sky were blown away. Chapter 40, solved by 2 meatballs. Buzz. The sharp air screams sounded suddenly. Looking at Chinyu, who was walking slowly out of the sea of fire. And in that hand, a fast-moving, wind-like spiral pill shuriken like a small comet. The corners have changed dramatically. What kind of wind ninjutsu is this, can actually hone the changes in form and attributes to such a degree? You must not be hit, otherwise I'm afraid I will die. Cluttered thoughts flashed through the heads of Jiaodu. But looking at Chinyu, there was a trace of greed in his eyes. In these chakras, he felt a strange purity, if he could own his heart. Will you take this and learn this powerful ninjutsu? The idea of greedy just emerged. The next moment, the corner pupils suddenly shrank. The ground where Chinyu was standing cracked, sinking like a cobweb. The corners just felt a flower in front of them, and a thunder light had hit the air. When you look at it again, the attack is close at hand. Your Meatball Express has arrived, please sign for it. Chinyu smiled. The wind puppet spiral pill shuriken in his hand smashed directly into the chest of the corners. There was a stagnation of sharp air vibrations. The next moment, a powerful hurricane erupted. At the moment when the sharp and screaming sound resounded, the sweeping air wave was almost soaring into the sky. Everything that is 100 meters round, whether it is rocks or trees, is instantly broken. At this moment, the horns felt all over themselves, as if being cut by countless sharp blades. If it were not for the earthworm heart to strengthen the defenses of his body, ordinary attacks could not penetrate at all. I'm afraid he's already dying now. Now he just needs to abandon a heart, survive this wave of attacks, and under false death, wait for the opportunity to sneak attack. In this surprise, to kill this weird kid. However, this idea just emerged in my mind, the next moment into the scene, but the corners almost opened their mouths to vomit blood. Looking at Chinyu's raging meatballs, his scalp was numb. A wind pill spiral pill has made him doubt life. Also a thunderbolt spiral pill shuriken. Then his soil body is probably unable to resist at all. What's more, now that he was under attack, he couldn't move at all and became a target completely. Faced with a fake death, Chinyu still whipped the body, this cautious, and unexpectedly powerful means. For the first time, the horns were skeptical that they were covered with copper smell. Was it wrong? No, don't kill me, do you have to forget our gambling contract? I can surrender your majesty. Xiao Du hurried to wake up in the death. Chinyu smiled and said, it's up to me now. Taste the thunder ball. The voice fell, Chinyu didn't pause, the arc was turned backhand, and the thunderbolt like a thunderball spiral pill was thrown by a shuriken. Do not! The horns screamed strangely. The thunderbolt of the thunderbolt spiral pill shattered against the wind. Like the frenzy, Lake Wang drowned the horns directly. Lightning arcs that were madly compressed, like countless bull hair needles, penetrated the entire body of Jiaodu. With the changes in the attributes of the raked soil, the defense of the corners is completely useless. Bang! The thunder exploded, and it lasted for more than half a minute before annihilating in the heavens and the earth. Looking at the ruins full of sores, lying on the sore hole-like body, Moonlight Blast and Yui Uzian were horrified. Is this still the terrifying S-Class rebellion? Or does the anti-sky massacre that kill all the high-rises in Naoren village? As soon as he appeared on the court, he released 2 ninjutsu, and was directly solved by Chinyu's 2 balls. This is too shocking. Boy, you don't keep your promise. Horns looked up hard in the ruins. The 4 masks on the back had been broken, proving that they had survived the 2 just now, and directly killed him 4 lives. And even a crack appeared in the last mask. If the attack just lasts for another 7 or 8 seconds. I'm afraid that the corners are about to end in the ninja world. What's wrong, aren't you still dead? Chinyu smiled. The horns looked stagnation, and then roared. Boy, let me die. The earth under Chinyu's feet opened instantly, and thousands of blood vessels formed by his 2 arms. Like countless shots, he went straight to Chinyu. The attack is close at hand, and it is still overwhelming, giving people a hiding place. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Nothing to hide. However, in the face of all this, Chinyuxi didn't keep her heart in mind, while her face smiled more vigorously. A blood-colored illusory body enveloped the body instantly. Thousands of blood vessels, like rain hitting a banana. Susanoo could fly directly. Watching this suddenly pop up, like a demon-like figure. The horns were all frozen. By the way, I still have leeches, clay husks, and fire husks. You haven't rubbed them yet, do you need to taste them? Chinyu smiled playfully. If Tuanzang were to see it, he had high hopes that the trump card that could kill Chinyu would be teased like a baby. I'm afraid it's the same as the horns, even the dead heart. No, you killed me, you killed me. The horns growled with a stern look. Tuanzang, I already knew you had nothing good. Xiu Xian and Moonlight Blast couldn't help it. They also speculated that this assassination was probably related to Mui. But it is also possible that Wuren village and Yunren village suffered a big loss in the hands of Chinyu. Intentionally offered a reward in the black market, let the corners come to assassinate. It's just that, now that the corners are broken, it's all different. Robbery from outside, no matter who came. They will never be afraid. But the assassination at the moment, but from the leaves. This is behind the knife. Where will not make people feel chill. Oh, tell everything, isn't that a good boy? Chinyu laughed and said, relax, I won't kill you. You are a rare strong person. If this ninja world lacks you, it will lose a lot of color, and I like your true temperament covered with copper smell. The words fell, and Su Zoneng shrouded in Chinyu's body disappeared instantly. As for the thousands of blood vessels that were still stunned outside, it seemed that they were not attentive. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Horn couldn't help asking. Chinyu smiled and said, isn't this basic trust, or I don't think you can kill me. The horns look stagnant. If other people say such things, he will definitely not be convinced. But after seeing Chinyu's powerful means with his own eyes, the dignified S-Class rebellion was defeated by 2 balls. This is completely a nightmare. I confessed. After a long while, Xiaodu gave this answer. Those blood vessels lurking in the dirt were quickly recovered. Looking at the divine S-Class rebellion, he really surrendered. Moonlight Blast and Yui Uzian were directly shocked in place. From assassination to surrender, the gap is too big. Chapter 41, Next Target. The huge ruins looked extremely messy. The divine S-Class rebellious horns, like a salty fish, lie inside. If, let Tuanzang see, he is regarded as an ace bounty hunter, and he has become a pug in front of Chinyu. I'm afraid to accept it. Relax, you will know later that this decision is correct. Qin Yu patted Dudu's shoulders. Now you have lost 4 hearts. I happen to have a very good goal. If you can get it, your strength will skyrocket. If you have not seen it with your own eyes, Qin Yu is a powerful means. Horns may not believe this. But after suffering the torture of 2 balls, now the corners are anxious to become stronger. Since then stood up in front of Qin Yu. What is the strength you said? Xiao Du grabbed Qin Yu's arm. Feeling the strength coming from the 5 fingers, Qin Yu couldn't help laughing. This world is most afraid of people who have no ambition. If you say, how can you make a person stronger? That can only magnify their ambitions infinitely. For example, Uchiha took soil from the tail of the crane and turned it into a big boss behind the scenes. This is the best interpretation. You should have heard that the opportunity triggered by the Third Ninja War was due to the disappearance of Sando village, the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, right? Qin Yu looked at Jiaodu. He works in the dark all year round, something outsiders may not know. As a bounty hunter, he will have more intelligence channels. In the world of Cape Town, things that cannot be solved without money. I know, it's all over the city, but I don't know who did it. Xiao shook his head. 3 generations of Feng Ying have a reward of 12 million in the black market. Isn't it really your dried leaves? No. Qin Yu shook his head. I asked you to find someone. After you found him, you managed to take the heart of the 3 generations of Feng Ying from his hands. With iron sand, your strength will reach a level. The resentment of the capital city can be obtained by plundering the heart of others, to obtain this change of chakra attributes. Iron sand, like Yunren's dark thunder. All are special mutation attributes, which are different from the blood relay limit. Others may not get this power, but Horn is an exception. It is just that Qin Yu can't understand why in the original book, obviously can become a strong ninjutsu. A good hand is often badly played. Could this be the legendary plot kill? Feeling the change in Qin Yu's eyes, the corners smiled helplessly and sat upright with difficulty. Boss, boss. I know you, and I will definitely think that, with the powerful secret technique of land grievances, why go to find some special people to win the house? It's not that I don't want it, it's just that I can't do it alone. For the helplessness of Jiaodu, Qin Yu is also very powerful. His fame was nothing more than Sentiment Village to assassinate the 1st generation of Naruto. After standing in the distance and putting a shuriken, he was frightened by his eyes, and fled away with his tail in his hands. Sunren Village was afraid of the incident at the east window, and after Jiaodu returned, he was directly charged with a crime. The Horns were furious, and directly captured the mysterious land resentment. Originally, the overall strength of Yunren village would not work. In the later period of the original work, 1 Shangren could hang a village. The existence of such incarnation monsters in facing angles is completely a target. You know the whereabouts of the 3 generations of Feng Ying. Xiao couldn't hold his breath. The distant moonlight blast and the Yu Yan were a moment, and were about to step forward. Qin Yu's kaleidoscope-writing round eyes turned in vain, and they instantly hypnotized the 2. Qin Feng is not disbelieving about Yu Yan. But he didn't want to implicate her, and was monitored by the regiment and the shadows. In case of confession, it is even more undesirable. Watching Qin Yu stare casually, she hypnotized Xiu Xian and Moonlight Blast. After being surprised, she finally realized that she was wrong. Boss, your writing chakra is the same as Uchiha's spot. On the same day, being able to stare and let the corners run away, there are only 2 in the ninja world. The first is the original Naruto. The second is Uchiha. Kakudo existed as the first ninja war, and is no stranger to Uchiha's existence. Almost. Qin Yu did not hide. Since we have to let a person die for himself, if we can't even startle it. How to kill yourself? Speak the business first. Qin Yu pulled the topic back. You have a lot of connections in the black market, so let me check a person named Scorpion of the Red Sand. If you find him, let him give you the heart of the 3 generations of Fengying. He makes human puppets, requires a lot of materials, and keeps people. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Only in the state of survival can the transformation be carried out. Human puppetry, the most special one, is the ability to have ninjutsu before this life. Although the core is also required, for Chin-Yu, it is very good to get iron sand at the corners. However, if you can bring in the red sand scorpion, it is also very good. Moreover, if you can't find Dashiwan, you can also have a reproductive breed, which is the best of both worlds. You mean that little ghost? The horns looked stagnant. Chin-Yu frowned. Do you know him? Of course I know. The corners nodded. This little devil likes making puppets, and sometimes I buy some corpses that have not yet died, and I also offer rewards for me to catch some living people. I did not expect that he was crazy enough. Started. That's the leader of his village. Chin-Yu was helpless for a moment. Did not expect that he wanted to solicit. One is covered with copper smell. One is heterosexuality. It seems that there are a group of strange people in Xiao organization. However, they are not the same people. How can they come to the same road? Now that you know where he is, go ahead. There are a few root ninjas who have just arrived. You should be able to solve it. Chin-Yu glanced at the woods not far away. The 3 root ninjas, who had just arrived and hid under surveillance, changed dramatically. Too late to think, and quickly planned to pull back. The purpose of their visit this time was to monitor the battle between Jiaodu and Chin-Yu, and then go back to report to Tuanzang. However, let them never think of it. I thought it was a protracted war, I never thought of it. Hearing the explosion, and then rushed, the battle was over. Boss, don't worry, they can't get out of my palm, go to find that guy, I'll change my heart first. Jiao smirked. In the dense forest, dark blood vessels were suddenly radiated. Like a large net, they shrouded over the 3 root ninjas. Chapter 42, Come Back Alive. What? 3 screams sounded suddenly. Soon it stopped. With the help of the kaleidoscope to right the chakra, Chin-Yu saw the underground and blasted out a large blood vessel without warning, directly piercing the bodies of the 3 root ninjas. With the swallowing of blood, the originally weak corners gradually recovered their breath. The 3 hearts were even dug out, and directly hosted by the horns. Feeling the slightly recovered physical strength, the corners were secretly relieved and finally stood up. Boss, I'm leaving now. Where do I need to deal with Tuanzang? There was a hint of murder on Jiaodu's face. For the intelligence errors of Tuanzang this time, he almost killed him. If it wasn't for Chin-Yu, he finally had a recruiting heart. I'm afraid he has now become a cold body. No need, you don't need to worry about this, I will handle it myself. Chin-Yu patted Jiaodu's shoulder. Let's go. The corner couldn't help but hesitated, and said, Boss, don't you need to do anything with me? In case I run like this, you're not worth the money. In the eyes of Jiaodu, many spies in various countries are undercover. For security and confidentiality, each of them will use some illusion, mystery, forbidden technique, etc. to remotely control. Originally, it was the hardest thing to let the horns surrender, that is, to bear the pain of being manipulated. No need, use a little trick on your body, but there is a kind of unfavorable feeling. Chin-Yu smiled. Moreover, I believe that my personality is charismatic. Domineering shocks the entire ninja world. This remark seems to be a joke. However, falling in the corner of Jiaodu's ears made him look different. After seeing in person, Chin-Yu's powerful means. There are also blood moon eyes that symbolize disaster like Uchiha. He knows this boy, I'm afraid it's not arrogant. The anglers took a deep breath, and after clearing their thoughts, they said, Boss, I'm leaving first. If there is any news, I will contact you as soon as possible. Watching the corner all left, Qin Yu walked to the side of Xiu Xian and Moonlight Blast. Solution. The hand seal was turned over in his hand, and the Moonlight Blast and Yu Xian in the lethargy awakened. Qin Yu, why did I fall asleep? I seemed to have a dream just now. There is S-class rebellion to assassinate us. Xiu Xian rubbed his hazy eyes. When he saw a ruin in front of him, the whole man was stunned. This is probably not a dream. Let's go, the time is almost the same. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid Mui will send someone to come to us. Qin Yu rubbed the head of Yu Xian. When using the kaleidoscope to write round eyes just now, Qin Yu didn't do nothing. Wu Yuxian looked back a little and stared. Qin Yu, can't you always treat me as a little girl and rub my head? Compared with Qin Yu, Xiu Xian's age is similar. However, in terms of height, Qin Yu is already 1 meter 7, and Yu Xian who is more than 1 meter 5 points is significantly higher. Not only can you see the top of your head, but you can also touch your head comfortably. Wooden leaf seal in front of the gate. Since the birth of Uchiha and Qin Yu, he defeated Yun Ren and Wu Ren with a strong attitude, leading to the high level of wood leaves. Do not. It should be said that the younger generation of Lian Yujibo was also shocked. I thought that the emergence of a Uchiha to stop the water has already overwhelmed the entire era. Not long ago, the little ghost of the patriarch of the Lian Yujibo family was also very sharp. When he entered the ninjutsu school, he was known as a little genius. Now suddenly there is a genius that has been bullied for more than 10 years and lurks. This gap is a bit difficult to accept. It is for this reason that the Uchiha family also sent a guard to wait here. Opposite them, there are Wave Wind and Water Gate and Rare Group Possession. A few minutes ago, after finishing the trivial matter of the Bofeng Shuman, he returned to the wooden leaves and accidentally found that the dragon that had always been invisible to the dragon appeared in front of the city gate. Astonished, his heart also hung up. Thinking of what happened in the stronghold, the Tuanzang appeared here. Obviously the weasel celebrated the new year for the chicken. No, it's the agreed time. I'll take a look. Bofeng Shuman glanced at Zhongren, who was standing at the gate, couldn't help but act. Oh, Shuman, you just came back, where are you going now? Tuanzang stared at Shuman obviously. At the moment of the sign of the Flying Thunder magic spell, he quickly stepped forward and interrupted. Master Tuanzang, the 3 of my teammates who were in the middle of tolerance, exceeded the agreed time. I was worried about something, so I wanted to see it. Bofeng Shuman said Shen Sheng. Between words, there was a hint of coldness. Bofeng Shuman was dissatisfied with Tuanzang's successive shots against Qin Yu. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. However, at the moment, for the late arrival of Qin Yu and others, the Wave Wind Gate is not a reason, and it is not easy to directly refute. Hehe, you are worthy of the next hot shadow of Watergate, even doing things safely. Tuanzang still laughed. In my heart, I silently calculated the time for Jiao to solve Qin Yu. Looking at the impatient Watergate, Tuanzang smiled even more. In his eyes, the longer the delay, the greater the chance that Watergate would wait to collect the body. 15 minutes have passed now, with the strength of S-Class Rebellion and the help of Feng Mo Ninja. It's not too difficult to solve a trivial problem. Even if this one is in the middle, it is no exception to have a secret. Master Tuanzang, wouldn't you have deliberately blocked me to save someone? Bofeng Shuman's expression faded. The team was originally led by him. In case something happened to Qin Yu and others, he could hardly blame him. Watergate, your remarks made the old man chill. Tuanzang said so, but his smile grew brighter. Do you know, everything I do is for the leaves. What's more, I don't know what you're talking about. I just watch the excitement here. I'm here to make fun of it and see who you are waiting for here. At this point Tuanzang smiled and shook his head. However, depending on your expression, the chances that you can't wait for it are small. Then I'll go back first. I hope that the companion in your eyes can arrive safely. 15 minutes have passed. The monitors he sent did not send a signal. From the perspective of Tuanzang, Qin Yu and others must die. It is for this reason that staying here is of little use. Watergate, why are you here? Qin Yu's voice sounded suddenly. Tuanzang's new steps and the smile on his face stiffened. Chapter 43, Tit for Tat. Qin Yu, nothing happened on your way, how could it have been delayed for 15 minutes? Bo Fengshuman's face showed joy. However, looking at Tuanzang, there was more provocation. The moment before, I was uttering the word impossible, and now Qin Yu suddenly appeared. This slap, but his face crackled. Nothing happened, we were just tired and rested. Qin Yu smiled and patted Bo Fengshuman's shoulder. Is there something wrong? If not, I'll go back to rest first. This scene immediately made the guards standing not far away agitated. Did you see that? The waste Uchiha and Qin Yu are the same brothers as Bo Fengshuman said. Their relationship looks good. This wooden leaf is so quick to win people's hearts. It is no wonder that it can become the next hot candidate for Naruto. Obviously a thin man with a hostile flash in his pupils, a man in his early 20s. Qin Yu remembered that this one seemed to be called Yu's Hibo Stone. Have double hook jade writing round eyes. Before the rise of Uchiha's water stop, the rookies known as Uchiha's family also had hope. Unfortunately, at the moment Uchiha became famous overnight. Uchiha Stone was directly turned into dregs. Now another Uchiha Qin Yu emerges, I'm afraid he's not convinced. However, for all of this, Qin Yu didn't take it to heart. In this world of strength, there is nothing that cannot be solved with fists. If that doesn't work, then make another punch. You are Yu's Hibo and Qin Yu. It really turned out that the hero was a boy. It was so dangerous along the way that he could successfully reach Muye village. It seems that the legend is true. Tuanzang turned and smiled. However, the smile-like expression, all over the body, gave an inexplicable depression. According to Qin Yu, this stepping horse is hiding a knife in a smile. Thank you for your concern. Except for a few flies along the way, it seems that there is really no trouble. Qin Feng and Yan smiled. Or, is it because I am so lucky, or is it His Majesty Tuanzang, is there any luck under my control, so I cannot get lost? Speaking of which, Qin Yu did not hesitate to meet Tuanzang's sight, and her smile became even brighter. Master Tuanzang, do you think it's time to kill a watchdog by biting someone? Don't let me see those two beasts, otherwise I won't show mercy to anyone. As the voice fell, Qin Yu wrote a kaleidoscope of revolving eyes, turning in vain. Immediately afterwards, the huge pupils detonated like wild tides, swept away in anger waves. However, this breath came and went in a hurry. It soon disappeared. So powerful pupil. Tuanzang looked stagnant. But looking at Qin Yu's eyes, there was a little greed in the depths of the pupils. To the Uchiha clan, Tuanzang loves and hates. He hates the Uchiha family, but loves their writing chakras. Moreover, it is learned from the information that Qin Yu's eyes are clearly different from the writing wheel eyes of ordinary people. After seeing it with his own eyes, Tuanzang is even more certain. These eyes are definitely similar to the kaleidoscope recorded by the second-generation Naruto. Most importantly, the pupils that just burst out are powerful. If it is not written in a kaleidoscope to measure the eye of the wheel, it is absolutely impossible to explain. Use Hibo Qin Yu, you really are different. Even the legendary eyes can be awakened. Maybe you will surpass Yu's Hibo to stop the water and become a peerless genius in the family. Uchiha Stone and other members of the security team could not help but change his face. They are also members of the Uchiha clan, and they are very happy when strong people appear in the clan. But who doesn't want to be, this is the strong one. Now the tale of the former crane has become a peerless genius in the mouth of Tuanzang. also awakened the legendary writing wheel eye. This kind of treatment is enough to distort the mind. Hehe, Master Tuanzang, you're really joking, maybe I'm not enough to compare with you. Qin Yugan laughed. If you're okay, I'll go report. Yes, I almost forgot about it. Bo Fengshuman quickly took over. 3 generations of adults, Naruto, and 2 consultants of the Leaves of Wood have been waiting for a long time, let's go report first. Xi Yan, the wind, you go back to rest first, you are tired during this time, don't walk around. Moonlight Blast heard the words, as if relieved, looked at Qin Yu, quickly thanked him, turned around and lost his way. Shi Yuxian was a little bit reluctant, but feeling the atmosphere in the field, she also knew that it was not suitable to stay now. After looking at Qin Yu anxiously, he turned and left. For a time, the huge city gate added an inexplicable taste. Watergate, let's go. Qin Yu patted Bo Fengshuman's shoulder. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Don't let 3 generations wait for a long time. If you like it, you will stay here, maybe you will wait for your hope. Leaving this remark, Qin Yu took the lead in walking towards the Naruto building. Bo Fengshuman smiled helplessly. However, he also disagreed with the practice of group possession. Now that Tuanzang can suffer, Bo Fengshuman is too late to be happy. Not to protect the weak mind of the group. Watching the departure of Qin Yu and Bo Fengshuman, Uchiha Stone left the guard with a gloomy face. Master Tuanzang, do you have to wait? I have time to change shifts. Zhongren, who guarded the seal gate, asked weakly. You get me off, is it true that you are eligible to ask, Tuanzang? The mountain stroke flashed in the dark. Behind them, you followed the oil girl to take roots. Tuanzang did not speak. For those words of Qin Yu just now, he was still just pregnant. Although it was a bit vague, the thought of the writing wheel eye that he had collected so his arm. There is also a secret deal with Asumaru, but there is a feeling of being seen through. Tuanzang, as the founder of the Roots, is also a high-level leader of Wood Leaves. Regardless of mind or strategy, even the city government asked itself that even 3 generations of Naruto could not compete with him. However, this time, not only the assassination failed, not even a little ghost could see through. For the first time, Tuanzang understood what it was like to wonder. Master Tuanzang, aren't you letting the S-class rebellion in Tongren village kill Uchiha and Qin Yu? Why is he okay? Thinking of the death of Yamanaka, he could not wait to tear Qin Yu Sheng. Wind, don't be nervous, will it be the kid who changed course? The corners are all gone. Yu took a deep voice. Otherwise, with this little ghost's character, if the horns are really missed, they will definitely attack now. To this remark, Tuanzang nodded silently. Go find someone, contact Jiaodu and check the station at the same time. I'll get the results in 30 minutes. Master Tuanzang, don't worry, I'll go now. The mountain wind couldn't hold his breath. Leaving this remark, he turned and rushed out of the seal door. He is now eager to verify this statement made by Yu. However, another thought flashed through my mind from time to time. Chapter 44, Let me show you the writing eye. In the Naruto office, the 3 generations of Naruto, who turned to bed Xiaochun and Mitomonto, closed their eyes and kept their eyes closed, leaving the large office with an unexplained depression. Sarafii, do you think he will come? Mitokian suddenly said. Zhuan Xiaochun also looked at the 3 generations of Naruto. As soon as this remark fell, after a brief silence in the field, the 3 generations of Naruto said, I believe in Watergate, and I believe he will come. If even these dangers cannot be overcome, how can it be possible to repel Yunren and Wuren, and even AI in the AB group acknowledges his strength. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mitaman inflammation look sluggish. This answer was obviously not the result they thought. Ape flying, would you think of things too simple? Mito Minion said. Soon a shadow ninja appeared in the office like a ghost. In addition to the information of the bounty hunter who handed over to Tuanzang, in addition to the Wind Demon family, there were also sneak attacks on the original Naruto in the past and the killing of the high-end horns of the Tolerance village. The shadow ninja removed a scroll. Is he? Mitokayan and Zwanzioxiokun's faces changed. However, there was a hint of glee in the pupils. 3 generations of Naruto slightly looked old cheeks, with a slight change in appearance. Notify Bo Feng Shui men and let him see me immediately. For the wave wind and water gate, and the importance of Qin Yu, the 3 generations of Naruto began to feel a little calm. However, after learning that Tuanzang had found such a monster to intercept and kill him, he was completely out of breath. Ape flying, you are too laborious to move the crowd. The kid died and he died. We don't have to worry too much. Don't forget, now it is a critical moment in wartime. Xiao Chun turned to bed. Mitokayan nodded and echoed, Kohar is right, and one less thing is good for Koba. Looking at the 2 consultants who are the leaves of wood, giving such a reply, the 3 generations of Naruto look stagnant, or choose to walk quickly and prepare to take a trip in person. Master Naruto, I brought Qin Yu. The 3 generations of Naruto just opened the door, and it was the wave wind and water gate, and a slightly strange face. Is he? Mitokayan and Zungkun Xiaochun could not help but look up, and couldn't help but stand up. Looking at Qin Yu, who was standing side by side with the door of the office with the Feng Shui gate, his expression was a little embarrassed. In their eyes, Qin Yu was too young. Only 14 or 5 years old, he has the power to repel Yun Ren and Wu Ren alone. This is not even comparable to them. If you grow up, that future strength is even more unimaginable. Are you Uchiha Qin Yu? 3 generations of Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Let's take a break first, you and I expected it to be different. Seeing that the 3 generations of Naruto gave way to the gate, Qin Yu was not detained at all, and went straight in. The wave of Feng Shui gate was stunned, and he felt helplessly touched the tip of his nose, and followed him. Impolite kid. Xiao Chun snorted coldly as she turned to bed. However, the voice just blurted out, but met Qin Yu's eyes. At the moment when the 4 eyes were opposite, the scarlet blood color spread quickly in Qin Yu's pupil. Juko wrote the round eyes, and the moment it turned suddenly, it exuded an inexplicable taste. What? Xiao Chun's look changed dramatically. Boy, you are brave. Midaman Yan shook his body and quickly appeared next to Qin Yu's side. He turned his right hand into an eagle claw and caught him directly. Seal, water chained. A mysterious spell printing array spreads rapidly around Mitokaman's right foot as the center. At the same time, 4 chains condensed by water were condensed out of thin air, and quickly tangled around Qin Yu's body. However, as soon as this attack came out, Mitamonian felt that the heavens and the earth were changing, like a star-studded movement. Illusion solution. 3 generations of Naruto yelled. Midaman Yan suddenly woke up, gasping in the air, and found that the water chain he had just cast bound him, and even entangled his limbs. Xiao Chun, who turned aside, was sweating all over. Qin Yu, what are you doing? Midaman Yan yelled, come, catch him immediately. An angry roar echoed in the office. However, the surrounding ninjas did not appear half. Don't be excited, I know you want to know what pupil technique I have, just a little demonstration just now. Qin Yu and Yi smiled. Illusion hypnosis eyes, as long as I have a brief eye contact with me, will be hypnotized instantly. Of course, if a ninja is strong, determined, and experienced in combat, such a simple hypnotic eye will not work for him. Solution. Qin Yu's 9 Guyu writing round eyes faded, and the illusion was lifted instantly. Hidden in the surroundings, there are 8 in the office. And, every. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. The breath emanating from the body is a master of nerves. Boy, are you laughing at us being hypnotized? Midaman Yan sank, angrily, "Come, hurry up and catch him." The 8 shadows at the scene couldn't help but look at each other. After looking at each other, they looked at the 3 generations of Naruto. They are directly under the shadow of Naruto, only to listen to a command from Naruto. Koharu and Mito Minion are top executives and consultants of Koba. But it is absolutely impossible for them to act. Retreat. 3 generations of Naruto waved. The 8 shadow ninjas disappeared without any hesitation. Turning to bed, Koharu and Midaman Yan's faces changed. "Ape flying, what do you mean?" He attacked the leaves of Mue, and even caused trouble in the Naruto office. "This should be punished." Xiao Chun hurriedly yelled. Midamonitis didn't speak, but thought that he had just hit the illusion and was caught by the water whip he had cast. This made his face a bit unstoppable. "Well, Qin, you just demonstrated a little bit just now. I will deal with this matter, and you don't need to say much." 3 generations of Naruto said without a doubt. "Also, I am Naruto. If you are not injured, shut up obediently." Xuanchun, Xiaochun and Midamonian could not help but change their faces. For the ape who has always been a stable school, they knew that this kind of toughness would only be revealed when determining the fate of Konoha. After looking at Qin Yu, Midaman snorted coldly, and said, "Since Naruto does not need us to be present, as Kobe consultants, I and Xiaochun leave first. I hope that the 3 generations of Naruto will not do anything that endangers the roots of the wood leaves, otherwise we don't mind where to go to Daming." Chapter 45, 3 Generations of Naruto and Number 039, S Decision. Leaving this remark, Mito Minion and Zhengkun Xiaochun turned and walked out of Naruto's office. At that time, the Killing Gaze was almost anxious to swallow Qin Yusheng. "Well, let the water gate close the door." The 3 generations of Naruto didn't take their words to heart. As the leaves of Naruto, the prestige of the 3rd generation is still very high. If you casually startle Mito Mengen and turn to bed Koharu, how else do you go about it? Master Naruto, if you end this way, it seems that the 2 consultants will run to the group camp. Qin Yu took the lead in speaking. As soon as the Bo Feng Shui men closed the door, he felt a headache. He had long expected that Qin Yu's unruly character would definitely make things happen. It never occurred to me that as soon as he came to Naruto's office, he opened a bed with Zhengkun Xiaochun and Mito Minion. Let the wave wind and water gate never imagine that the hypnotic effect of kaleidoscope writing round eyes will be so powerful. Lien Weie's 2 senior consultants, when caught off guard, also directly recruited. "Use Haibo Qin Yu, you really hide very deeply. With your mind and guts, I really don't know how to describe you." 3 generations of Naruto shook his head with a smile. Obviously has such a powerful strength, but has hidden its edge for more than 10 years. I can call your mind as a demon. For this evaluation, Qin Yu also smiled and did not speak. After all, I can't tell the 3 generations of Naruto that I was crossing the army and just captured the body of this short-lived ghost, then opened the plug-in, and instantly became strong. Moreover, now the 3 generations of Naruto have personally made up their brains to help him make excuses. Qin Yu, why not do it? Seeing Qin Yu smiling and not speaking, the 3 generations of Naruto frowned and changed a way of speaking. "Qin Yu, I want to know, why did you do this, and, for so long, why you suddenly shot again? Because you don't want to see Guan Yu lost, or you don't want to see other people die? Or you have other people who value you and don't want them to die?" Speaking of which, Bo Feng Shui men couldn't help looking at Qin Yu. Moreover, for the 3 generations of Naruto's inquiry, he nodded secretly. At least, during this period of contact with Qin Yu, Bo Feng Shuiman was very clear in Qin Yu's character. "Qin Yu, you remember, any answer will be related to whether you can stay in Wei Ninja Village. Of course, I hope that you, like Shuiman, will become our Wei Ninja Village and a powerful new force." Can't help but add another sentence. Looking at the 3 generations of Naruto with a solemn look, Qin Yu smiled. I'm not interested in Naruto's position, and I don't have the so-called sense of belonging to your faction's contention. However, I don't like other people sneaking in. If you don't like it, you can just let it go, or I'm not afraid of death. I don't mind killing one by one, killing one by one. Chinyu's smile grew brighter, and after a pause, he said, I just want to be my salted fish. Salted fish? The wave-wind water gate and the 3 generations of Naruto could not help but stunned. They are obviously unable to think of such fresh and vulgar adjectives. Chinyu, what is a salted fish? Bo Fengshuman could not help asking. 3 generations of Naruto heard the words, and even the dark parts in the dark, also revealed a touch of urgency. After all, from Chinyu's words just now, his attitude will shake the safety of Mu yet. Salty fish just has time to bask in the sun, bask in the front and then the days behind. Chinyu explained, touching the tip of his nose. For this life, in the eyes of previous lives, this is a symbol of successful people. Imagine when others are at work. Under the sun and the beach, basking in the sun. From time to time, there is a big beautiful girl wearing a little cloth, helping to turn over and rub the sun oil from time to time. Isn't life like salted fish? Bo Feng Shui Gate is stunned. Do not. It should be said that even the 3 generations of Naruto and the dark parts hidden in the dark, their expressions became stiff. This salty fish life is too much nonsense. Chinyu, your request is really that simple. 3 generations of Naruto couldn't hold his breath. If you want, I can promote you to the elite, and announce your record so that you have the same power as Watergate. Even the ninjas in the shadows were taken aback by the incense sticks thrown by the 3 generations of Naruto. The Wave-Wind Gate has long been regarded as the successor of the next generation of Naruto, and its identity and status are completely unique. Now that the 3 generations of Naruto have spoken, they have proposed this condition. That is probably to admit that Chinyu is qualified to compete in Naruto. No need, when it is Naruto, that's a lot of trouble. I don't want to age early, and I will lose white hair. If I'm not careful, I'll give up my life for the village. This fearless spirit is left to Watergate. Chinyu said nothing. If nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. Leaving this remark, Chinyu turned around and left. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Seeing the situation, the wave of wind and water gate was stagnant, and he was about to speak out to dissuade him. He has seen 3 generations of Naruto shake his head to stop it. As the office door closed again, after 3 generations of Naruto groaned, he said, Watergate, what do you think? What salty fish Chinyu just said, is it true? With regard to Chinyu's salty fish theory, the 3 generations of Naruto now think of it and have a headache. It's too good. Master Naruto, I think Chinyu is trustworthy. After Bo Feng Shuimen's look flickered, he said, from the beginning, he knew the situation of the Uchiha family. Not only did he not have any hostile mentality, he also gave up the secret that he had hidden for more than 10 years and rescued him in the face of hundreds of Yunrin and Ab combinations during the Yunrin raid, which proves Chinyu's heart, still in the leaves. After repelling Yunrin, he knew that Tuanzang would be angry with him because of the mountain stroke and the oil girl taking roots. He not only did not run away, but also broke the attack of Wu Ren again. He is now following me back to Koba. With the strength he just showed, he sneaked away halfway, who can stop him? Having said that, Bo Feng Shuman looked at the 3 generations of Naruto. He knows clearly that no matter how much he says, the person who can really decide is still the 3rd generation of Naruto. Watergate, I know your thoughts very well. 3 generations of Naruto groaned for a moment and then said, the matter of Uchiha Chinyu, I will give you all my fists. I hope you can make him a sharp spear in the hands of our leaves, glowing like you, and the departure of Sanren is actually the important fuse of the 3rd Ninja War. Chapter 46, All Dead. A small voice echoed in the office. The wave of Feng Shui Gate looked stagnant and fell into a short silence. In the Second World War of Ninjas, Sancho Yuhanzo awarded the title of Santo to Takaya, Tsunade, and Otaru. It can be said that for a period of time, the three ninjas in the big ninja world are flourishing. The presence of three people in any battlefield is enough to dominate a battle situation. If you put it now, there are three of them placed on each battlefield, and the three great powers want to offend the country of fire. Still need to weigh one or two. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's betrayal, the sequelae of Tsunade's trauma. There are also departures. For Koba, it was a huge blow. If there is now a new force joining Chinyu, it is best to end the third war in ninja. Master Huoying, don't worry, I have a good relationship with Fuyu. With his assistance, Chinyu is also a salted fish at most. Bo Fengshuman said to the end, remembering Chinyu's words. Ken not help but laughed bitterly. The three generations of Naruto also reluctantly shook their heads with a bitter smile and said, I have peace of mind when I have you. The latest news has been sent back about Shinjuya Bridge. I hope you take the time to take a trip as soon as possible. Yanren will adjust a lot of elites. The fight between them and Yunren seems to be over. Outside, Koharu and Mito Minion turned out of the Naruto building with a gloomy look. It's Tuanzang. Midaman Yan frowned. Let's check it out. Xiao Chun cast aside these words, and walked quickly. Why did you come down? Where did the little ghost go? Tuanzang just planned to return to the Naruto building. Hey, that kid is so arrogant that he performed illusions at us in Naruto's office, but his eyes are too scary, I'm afraid he is proficient in illusions, Midaman said angrily. Tuanzang, didn't you let the S-class rebellious horns go and kill him? Why did you fail? Powerful illusion? Tuanzang's expression changed slightly. It seems that the information network of Ape Fei is still so powerful that it even knows who I found. I did look for the rebellious horns in Yunren village, as well as the Wind Demon family to intercept and kill, but looking at the kid's expression, I am afraid that I secretly changed the route and escaped. Hey, I know, he's just a timid coward, how could he be an opponent of S-class rebellious horns? Midaman snorted coldly. This boy, it's too taunting. I'm worried that he can't use it for Koba. You should contact Jiaodu as soon as possible, and try to solve it. Xiao Chun didn't speak when she turned to bed, but her look had already indicated her meaning. A smile appeared on Tuanzang's face as he watched Xiao Chun and Midaman Yan, who were still standing in the Ape Flying Sun Cut camp. Just rest assured, this time Cao Fei made such a decision, which has already endangered the foundation of Mui. I will contact Jiao as soon as possible to try to resolve the kid. Think about it. For Tuanzang, this was his best chance to capture Naruto. If there are two high-rises, Xiao Chun and Midamanitis. There is also evidence that the decision of Ape Fei Sun failed, so he has enough chances to compete with Bo Feng Shui Men in front of De Ming for the position of the next generation of Naruto. Midaman and Yan Chun could not help but look stagnation. They were already expected. However, it was not expected that Tuanzang would not cover up the position of Naruto at all. Master Tuanzang, the mountain stroke is back. Yu Teng suddenly said. Tuanzang gave a glance, and after a hesitant look at Mito Kamen and Zhengkun Xiao Chun, he said, you don't have to make a decision too quickly. I will contact the mountain stroke and the angle, and let him resolve Chinyu as soon as possible. If you go back and think about it now, but at the critical moment of the war, the four great powers simultaneously shot at our country of fire. Daming is already furious. All this is because of the so-called sound thinking of Ape Fei. My persuasion was to frighten the Big Four with iron-handed means. Our Konoha village is dominating, who dares to offend us? Mito Kayan and Zhengkun Xiao Chun fell into silence. The mountain stroke also hurried up, full of sweat and anxiety. If it wasn't panting for breath, I'd be the first to lose my breath and speak. Wind, you slowly say that they are also our camp now. Tuanzang smiled with a hint of smile, you now contact Jiao Du, the target has returned to Mui, we will try to create opportunities for him to shoot this time. You can only succeed and you can't fail. It's a failure, it's a failure. I'm afraid Tuanzang, the Horns, and the Fengmo clan have failed. Danzang's smile suddenly stiffened, and his cheeks twitched. Wind, what are you talking about? What happened? In the eyes of Tuanzang, Yu's Haibo and Qin Yu are not as powerful as a S-class rebellion who has been famous for a long time and has also slaughtered high-level officials. Dead, Wind Demon 1. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. All the clan were killed, and there were large-scale battle trails in the station, said the mountain stroke with a strong look. Among them, from the damaged traces of some jutsu, the power has reached the S level. What? No matter it was Tuanzang, or Midaman Yan and Zhuan Ziokun's complexion changed. Although Qin Yu is a three-member party, they do not believe that two newcomers, Moonlight Blast and Xiu Xian, can perform such powerful ninjutsu. As for the so-called S-level ninjutsu, if it is from the hands of Kadodo, then there is absolutely no way for Qin Yu to come back alive. After much scrutiny, it is proved that this S-class ninjutsu is probably in the hands of Qin Yu. If he can come back alive, it means that they have high hopes for the S-class rebellious horns. I am afraid they have fallen. When I think of it, Mito Qian and Zhuan Xiaochun are all pale. Just a moment ago, they were in tit-for-tat confrontation with Qin Yu. In case accidental illusions were accidentally used, and 3 generations of Naruto did not rescue him in time, Qin Yu shot violently. I'm afraid they are waiting for them. Mito, Xiaochun, don't forget, promised me something. Tuanzang was anxious, and quickly returned to this topic. Xiaochun, the weather today is very good, and we haven't had a cup of coffee for a long time. Mito Qian suddenly said. Xiaochun nodded after turning to bed, and said, Okay, I feel like we haven't been together for a long time. Looking at the two who left the nonsense, they turned and left, and the look of Tuanzang was extreme. Junk guy. Tuanzang was full of resentment. This should have been his closest opportunity to Naruto. However, even the corners have been beheaded by Qin Yu, which is beyond his expectations. Master Tuanzang, what are we to do now? The mountain chiller couldn't hold his breath. Now even the S-class rebellious horns can't kill Uchiha and Qin Yu, we have to watch him in vain for nothing. Shake it. Wind, don't be impulsive, Tuanzang adults will have a solution. Yu Nu Tang hurriedly discouraged. However, he said this in his mouth, but for the moment, he couldn't figure out exactly. Even the existence of this horn cannot deal with Qin Yu. Who else dares to take the shot? Relax, I think of a good candidate. Chapter 47, Yu and number 039, Re a little weak. The Uchiha clan is located in the northwest corner of Muye-Ren village. It is leaning on the edge of the village and the mountains, which gives people a feeling of being easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, it is easier for the leaves to guard the gate of the Uchiha family. This can always guard against the defection of the Uchiha family. After Qin Yu left the Naruto building, he headed for the Uchiha family. For 2 generations, Qin Yu became cautious. However, for this place, there is still an attachment from the soul. This may be the last soul, the only thing left to Qin Yu. Qin Feng looked up, not far from the simple gate, which also engraved the family emblem of the Uchiha family. Hey! The sound of breaking air sounded suddenly. Qin Yu raised a brow and threw 3 shurikens backhand, turning them into a black light, rushing straight to the side. Dang 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 dang! 3 metal collisions sounded. Shuriken was bombed directly. Hwa-hwa-hwa-hwa-shiashu. A slight voice sounded suddenly. Qin Yu glanced helplessly, looking at the fireball that was 4 or 5 meters in diameter, and rolled quickly with both hands, forming a series of marks. Water Margin Dragon Bomb. The water dragon broke out and collided with the fireball directly. Bang! A thunderous thunder erupted, and the water mist rose into the sky. Itaki is enough. If you want to fight, wait for the next time. Chin Yu, like a ghost, passed through the blast of waves, appeared behind Itaki, and held his shoulders. Itaki was startled. His hands were still being printed quickly, but Chin Yu was not expected to be so fast. He even caught him a little. Only 6 years old, I opened a single hook jade writing round eye, you really amazing. Chin Yu patted Itaki's shoulder. For this cousin, even the former life's Uchiha Chin Yu took great care. Moreover, Uchiha Itaki also cares about this cowardly and introverted cousin. Brother, you usually hide so deeply. Uchiha Itaki turned around, a little displeased on his face. Chin Yu reluctantly touched his nose and said, I just don't want to cause trouble, but this time I can't help it, there is no way out. Aren't you in the ninja school? You're not going to skip class by shadow. Uchiha Itaki looks stagnant and is obviously stuck in the pain. Brother, don't tell my dad to know. Yuzhibo Itaki hurried. For Uchiha Itaki, who has just entered Ninjutsu Academy. At that time he was still a naive and romantic young man. It was only after graduating from Ninjutsu College that his character gradually became silent, and the more things he was exposed to at the same time, the more things he shouldered. Eventually, Uchiha's death was stopped, causing Uchiha Itaki to completely enter the dead end of his mind. Relax, your dad doesn't bother me, this is already very good. Chin Yu patted Yuzhibo Itaki's shoulder. Looking at the woods not far away, he raised his eyebrows and cast the blinking technique directly. Brother! Uchiha Itaki just opened his mouth, and before he finished his words, he saw Uchiha Chin Yu disappearing out of thin air. Fast lightning bolts are quicker than those that stop the water. Uchiha Itaki looked stunned and quickly followed. As soon as I set foot in the woods, I heard a call for help. Chin Yu, I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiu Xian was holding a chakra knife, her face was dirty, and there was a hint of tiredness. I just wanted to bring you something to eat. I didn't expect him to say that I'm good at Uchiha's main place. Having said that, Yu Xian bowed her head in a grievance. Don't put it on your mind. Chin Yu shook her head and looked at the 3 people who blocked Yu Xian, her face slightly dimmed. If he remembered correctly, the team leader was one of the deputy captains, Uchiha Stone, who was once known as a little genius, and 2 followers. However, it was only after Uchiha's emergence that he was forced to stop. Chin Yu, is this your friend? Did you forget that non-Uchiha people can't set foot within 500 meters of the police station? Uchiha smiled miserably. This time, he deliberately asked for trouble in order to convince Chin Yu to be under his control. Uchiha Stone, I remember there is no such rule in the guard, my father will never set such a rule. Uchiha Itaki took the lead in speaking. Hurry up and let people go, or you'll violate the family rules. Because the Uchihas have been yearning for Naruto. It's a pity that every time you vote above the crowd, you will be greatly behind. After all, the number of Uchihas is quite large, and they are considered to be one big group in the ninja world. However, compared with the entire Muie Rinken, there is no comparability at all. Therefore, for this Naruto position, Uchiha Fuyu made a lot of preparations. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. It's a pity that a ghost talent wave Feng Shuman was born at the same time. In the case of Uchiha Fuyu's hidden kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the 2 are not comparable at all. Hey, now the clan of Fuyu is not here, then I am the rule. Yuzhibo said in a deep voice. Actually, we are all people of the same race. As long as you listen to me in the future, this time she will break into our police force. Otherwise, don't blame us for the sentence now. Yuzhibo Itaki's face changed slightly, looking at Chin Yu with a little hesitation. Itaki, don't leave the muddy water this time, stand aside and watch. Chin Yu patted Yuzhibo Itaki's shoulder and looked at Yuzhibo Stone said, is there no room for discussion? Uchiha Stone firstly sneered, and then sneered, I forgot to tell you. I have just been appointed as the elite Shangni, do you say there is room for negotiation? The elite is tolerant. Qin Yu and Ai smiled. No wonder you dare to change the rules without authorization. It turned out to be elites. It seems that there aren't many of them in the elite. With that said, the smile on Qin Yu's face was even worse. The next moment there was a bit of coldness in his speech. Unfortunately, you are a little underpowered. As soon as the voice fell, the arc on Qin Yu's body crackled. Boom! At the same time the ground suddenly broke down, the whole person seemed like a flash of electricity, passing by in an instant. The distance of tens of meters is just in blink of an eye. After waiting for Uchiha Stone and others to react, Qin Yu has appeared in front of them. Heavy flow. Qin Yu's right finger clenched abruptly without any trace of fanciness, and smashed directly into Yu's Haibo's abdomen. Chapter 48, Encounter 3 Forbearance. Bang! Like thunder and thunder, under the splash of thunder, all defenses looked pale and weak. The powerful impact immediately made Uchiha Stone fly backwards like a shell. With the sound of dull collision coming out, the big tree cut off directly. The violent scene, and Qin Yu bathed in thunder, changed the face of the remaining two young classmates. Too late to think about it, quickly backhanded out of suffering, and stabbed directly to Qin Yu's chest. However, facing this scene, Qin Yu seemed completely unaware. The moment the two black sorrows pierced the chest, the thunder flew and they were bombarded directly. What kind of monster is this? The two followers turned pale, and after taking a step back, their huge fists quickly enlarged in their pupils. Boom! The two figures flew out like artillery shells. Smashed into two big trees. Under the splash of blood and water, he fell directly on the ground and couldn't get up. This is too strong. Uchiha Itachi's expression of stagnation was unbelievable. He learned the changes of his cousin from the mouth of Uchiha Fuyu. However, according to Uchiha Itachi's understanding, this change is also a level of tolerance, or elite level. When he saw Uchiha Stone and the other two dog legs appeared just now, he also thought about holding it. It was never expected that Qin Yu would solve Uchiha Stone, who is an elite, as soon as he shot. Not hurt. Qin Yu rubbed his head, still missing in Uxi Yan. If it hurts, I can help you treat one or two. At the base, Uchiha and Qin Yu did not miss the opportunity to let the silent guide medical ninjutsu. Now his palm immortal technique, as well as the extraction of minor troubles, have been one click full. I'm fine. This is because the lunch box you brought is broken. Uxi Yan said lostly. Let's go, let's have a ramen. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. Is this okay? Uxi Yan could not help but frown, but her cheeks were crimson. In her eyes, this is almost the same as a so-called date. And the little devil over there, if you don't mind. Qin Yu looked at the ferocious Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is only a little over 6 years old, and he graduated from a ninja school at the age of 7. So I just opened a single hook jade, the strength is also a little stronger than Zhongren. Is this your brother Uchiha Itachi? Sai Uxi Yan apparently heard of this little genius and said quickly. Of course I don't mind, Itachi is so cute. Xi Uxi Yan pinched Yu's Haibo Itachi's cheek. If you let future generations know that Itachi is treated like this, you do nt know what expression it will be. I don't have to go. Uchiha Itachi reacted in disappointment. You don't want to know, how deep is your brother hiding? Yan Uxi said with a playful smile, we may work together to squeeze his secret. And you don't want to know, how did he fight Yunren and Wuren with his own power? Listening to these words, Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment, and bit his lip and promised to come down. Let's go. Qin Yu glanced helplessly and turned to lead the way. Along the way, Xiao Uxi Yan, a little beauty, has attracted the attention of many people. Especially seeing Yui Yuzian and Uchiha's people walking together, their faces were more or less disgusted. For all of this, Qin Yu didn't take it seriously, but he did not expect that Mui was so hostile to the people of the Uchiha family. "Welcome." A 12-year-old girl stepped out. "Yupo, first ask the guests to sit down, I will make the ramen, and then I will be able to serve." The sound of a hand hit came from the kitchen. "I want a barbecued ramen." Qin Yu sat down casually. This is a ramen shop that is the most mysterious in Naruto. One was also fantasized that the true identity of Uncle Yul was still the most mysterious big-handed wooden hand hiding in Wei Ninja Village. "I also want to simmer." Yu Yuxian replied anxiously. In her eyes, only eating the same thing as Qin Yu can be called a date. "I want it too," Uchiha Ataka said helplessly. However, the two quickly entered the exchange meeting. When Yu Yuxian mentioned Uchiha and Qin Yu, she played 100,000 yunren with Lei Yu Kailan. Uchiha Ataka's gaze toward Qin Yu was obviously a little more shocked and awed. "Hit, give me a barbecued ramen." A slightly tired voice came from the door. Qin Yu raised a brow and saw a man with silver hair and a huge scroll on his back, sitting beside him. "I'm an adult, too. I didn't expect you to come back in this kind of knot." The hand struck out in the back kitchen with a touch of joy. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Hand hitting is an ordinary businessman in the wood leaves, and only knows about the situation. However, who knows that 3 major battlefields are open at the same time, who will not worry? Since its existence as the second world of ninja wars, it is a reassurance from Wei. Hand hit, you're still the same. Zi Lai also tore open the chopsticks, watching the hand hitting the snack sent by Poo Poo, shaking his head. "I'm back this time, just to report to the 3 generations for information, and I will leave soon. The war will soon be decided." The look of the hand couldn't help changing, and he quickly made a stop gesture to Zi Lai. "Master Lai, there are juniors here, these information, you can't just casually say. By the way, don't drink this time. The last time you were an adult, but told a lot of information. If it wasn't for Lord Naruto, I would have become a sinner." Hand tap to remove sake from tap and table. "Well, coming back this time is really not suitable for wine." Zi Lai also surprisingly did not fight with his hands this time, instead he turned to Qin Yu. The hand hitting was not a stupid person, and immediately saw the clues, and returned to the back kitchen with a calamus. "The ramen will be ready in 10 minutes. "I see." Zi Lai also knew that this was a reminder of a hand hit. Looking at this boy who seemed to recognize himself early in the morning, he sighed sighingly. "I didn't expect that Watergate made me come back for you, little kid. I heard that you have repelled Yunren and Wuren alone. This strength is infinitely close to the shadow level. Looking at the whole wood leaves, there are few people who can defeat you." Xiu Xian and Uchiha Ataka didn't say anything interesting. Looking at one of the dignified 3 forbearances, I was shocked to give such an evaluation of Uchiha Qin Yu. Chapter 49, Psychic. "You are also an adult, you speak a lot." Qin Yu smiled fluently. "I was only going to be a salted fish, like writing a small yellow book just like you. This life is more freehand. If it wasn't for being caught as a strong man, I wouldn't want to make trouble." Having said that, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, my heart is soft and kind, I still can't help it." Looking at Qin Yu with a careless face, he was also surprised at first. These words are not much different from those mentioned by Bo Fengshuman. It is a pity that this is not the result that we need from the beginning. Qin Yu, you should be very clear. Sometimes, once you are exposed, you can't go back, and many times you still need to make a choice. Zi Lai also said in a deep voice. "This time, I came back, just wondering what you think will happen to Koba, the Third Ninja War. The decisive battle of God Wukiao will begin. In this case, the biggest variable is Uchiha Qin Yu. With the strength he showed, he was completely able to fight 1,000. In case of a runaway at the big rear of Koyo, this would be a huge disaster for Koyo. Rest assured, I just want to go to the battlefield. Qin Yu smiled lightly, and said, God without a bridge, the wood leaves will win. Obviously, he never expected that Qin Yu would agree so easily. However, this also just resolved his concerns in Wei village. Rather than putting Uchiha and Qin Yu, this variable is placed in the village of Konoha. Might as well let Qin Yu and Bo Fengshiman go to the battlefield together. This can at least stabilize the big rear. However, I have a condition. Qin Yu suddenly said. He couldn't help but be surprised, saying, What conditions do you have? As long as it does not endanger the safety of Koba, I can promise you. Don't worry, don't always treat me as a threat. I said that I would rather be a salted fish than show up. Unfortunately, people are afraid of being famous pigs, but I have no choice. Qin Yu laughed. Originally, Qin Yu was still a little disappointed that he did not see the psychic scroll of Miao Mushin on the Bo Feng Shui Men. It never occurred to me that he would take the initiative to come to the door. This fat sheep is not slaughtered. You're the idea of psychicism. Zi Lai also frowned, and said, Shuman has mentioned to me that you want to sign a psychic contract with the Toad of Miamu Mountain. There is no problem with this, but I would like to warn you that there must be nothing wrong with Miao Mushin, otherwise I will retract your contract. As Miamu Mountain Toad Fairy, TAP also has many special rights. Among them, entering and exiting the Miamu Mountain, and the integration of the two great immortals are two of them. Rest assured, I'm a good person. After eating the ramen, we will sign the contract. Qin Yu smiled and looked at the hand that came out. The scent of that ramen has spread. Looking at Zilla and Uchiha Qin Yu, there was no conflict, and the hand hit could not be relieved. Ramen is here, and adults are also here. This is sake. Why did you drink me again? Don't you worry that I'm drunk and talking again. Haha, you are also an adult, don't you have 3 little ghosts by your side, they just send you back. This meal of ramen, Uchiha Itaki and Haoyuzian did not speak, and they ate fast. Looking at their little urgency, Qin Yu knew that they were distinct and wanted to see the signing of a psychic contract. In Naruto, very few people can sign psychic contracts. Moreover, even if they can really sign, the contracts psychic beasts signed by many people are not very powerful. Compared with Miamu Mountain, which is known as the strongest slippery forest, Longdedong, it is too far away. As for the place of these 3 contracts, it is also because of the rise of the 3 forbearances that they have shook the entire forbearance circle. Now Qin Yu can sign a contract with Miao Mushin, which is proof of the strong. We are done, thank you for your hospitality, Xiu Xian and Yu's Haibo Ataka said in unison. Feeling their fiery eyes, Qin Yu's appetite is not great. Moreover, the thought of signing a psychic contract, afterwards, can try to get the fairy mode, Qin Yu's heart is inexplicably urgent. 3 of you, don't keep staring at me. Yaxing drinking is gone. Helpless, he patted his wallet and said, this time, let me pay the bill. Rarely come back. Once again, money is wasted on you little ones. It would be great if it was used on which big girls. At the thought of these young ladies and sisters in the hot spring bath, there was a trace of memories on Ziyi's face. Let's go out, don't say you are San Ren, look like a pig brother, shameful. Qin Yu glanced and took the lead to leave with Yu's Haibo Ataki and Xiu Xian. Boy, what are you talking about, you are still young, and you do nt know what the adult S world is. It's better for me to lend you the intimacy paradise, but this will allow you to open up a second world view. Life is also full of color. After Lai also paid the bill, hurried to catch up. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Go with. When the 4 left, a figure flashed out in the dark, and quickly walked towards the roots. Led by Uchiha Itaki, Qin Yu finally came to the slightly secluded basin outside the village. Looking at the few people around, the open space in the middle was tied with a lot of scarecrows dedicated to shuriken practice, and the traces of attacks scattered on the ground. It seems that the identity of Uchiha Itachi is not a bullshit. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan, but this time they had 3 geniuses, not 7 years old enough, to be able to exercise shuriken to such a degree. Since then, he has also been the tail of a crane for half his life. But now that he has mastered the magic, he can definitely be called the strongest existence in the 3 tolerances. This may be the counterattack of a hard-working genius. Boy, why don't I accept you as a disciple, and you wander with me? Zi Lai said ruthlessly. Uchiha Itachi could not help but hesitated, and then shook his head. No more, I want my brother to guide me. Let this monster. Zi Lai also glanced at Uchiha Chinyu, and said, you follow this monster, but it is very easy to be traumatized. If you follow me, I can give you another kind of enlightenment. You know, the world is big, and some things are so cool. It feels like logging into heaven. As long as you try it, you will linger. Looking at the opening, he ran the train. Chinyu glanced helplessly and said, since you are coming, if you want harm, go back to harm the Watergate. Now that God Wukiao is in a hurry, let's finish the serious business first. You kid, it's just a wooden puppet. No wonder the little girl around you also ignored it. Zi Lai also pouted. However, he still took the contract scroll with ease. Boy, this is the contract scroll of Miao Mushin. Only after signing a contract on the scroll can you summon Miao Mushin's toad. Zili also rolled out the scroll. There are people who signed the contract with Miao Mushin in the past, including the name of Datong Muaiyi's son Yukin. Boy, if you have other psychic beasts, then cancel the contract first. Miao Mushin's toad is not bad. In case they let you know that you are riding 2 boats, this is a sin. Chapter 50, Psychic Spell Full. Since you came, you can rest assured that my temper is not small. I hope the toad does not provoke me. Chinyu said with a smile. How real is the tone? Zi Lai also glanced. Wait a while, but don't cry and ask me for help. Break your index finger first, then leave your name on it, and then cast it by me. Once the contract is set, you can't betray Miao Mushin casually, otherwise it will become a stone. In the end, he hasn't forgotten to remind him. Looking at the flat scroll, Chinyu took a bite of her finger, and when the blood flowed out, she quickly wrote her name directly on it. When Chinyu's hand was withdrawn, Talay also quickly printed with both hands, and finally lighted up with 5 colors, pressing directly on the scroll. The white gas transpired, and the seal in the hand of Tayi also gathered with Chinyu's signature instantly, turning into a mysterious seal spell. When these lights are gone, Chinyu feels in the midst of an inexplicable connection with the alien space. Well, the contract has been successful. You can try it, but I advise you to be cautious and don't be ashamed. Zili also put away the scroll and carried it again. By the way, I haven't learned the method of sealing the psychic arts. You can teach me by the way. Chinyu thought of an important question. His body has been in vain for more than 10 years, and he can't even recognize ninjutsu, let alone such a high-level psychic technique. You still don't understand the seal of psychicism. Zila was also a little surprised. After all, he was aware of Bo Fengshuman's letter, knowing that in addition to Chinyu, who had been dormant for more than 10 years in Muye village, he returned to Muye village to find out. Now Chinyu tells him that he does not know the psychic skills, which really exceeds his cognition. Watching Chinyu shook her head again, Zi Lai also sighed, well, I will show you, but once you cast, there will be a 90% chance that you will fail. Don't take it to heart. Look at it, don't blink, Miao Mushin Fairy has come. Lai also appeared on the wrap with his mouth on his mouth, bit his right hand against his mouth, and turned his hands quickly like a wheel. When the last mark of the spell fell, Zuri also suddenly shot with his right hand toward the ground. Psychic. The cobweb-like marks of the art unfolded instantly, under the haze of white mist. A me-sized figure appeared in front of everyone. This is a toad with armor on both hands. This is similar to the summons summoned in the original book, when Suzui also fought against Oni and Uchiha Itachi. Is this a psychic beast? Yan Yuexi's eyes could not help but lighten. I heard that as long as a psychic beast is summoned on the battlefield after signing the contract, it means that the combat power is doubled. Also, psychic beasts are partners who will never betray. For these remarks, Qin Yu's heart was a little bit confusing. If you let Wan Shi know, she will grin. Eat people, eat masters. Wan Shi never joke. Brother, if you are sure. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. Qin Yu patted Itachi's head and smiled, do you want to see my joke too? I try as much as I can, and maybe succeed. While talking, Qin Yu communicated the system in the body. Ding dong, found out that the host has learned psychic skills, whether it is one click full. Right now. Qin Yu gave an order. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, full of psychic skills. A piece of information about the psychic technique was poured into his mind, giving Qin Yu a clear and cheerful feeling. Qin Yu, if you still don't have confidence, you can go back and contact first, don't worry about it for a while. Lai also patted Qin Yu's shoulder and smiled, you don't have to be discouraged, no one is like me genius, the first call was successful. Looking at the self-familiar tap, Qin Yu glanced blankly, and said, this is the first chaotic psychic, successfully summoned yourself to Miao Mushin. I'm different from you. He couldn't help himself, this is his secret. In addition to 3 generations of Naruto knowing 1 or 2, he also brags to Tsunade. Do not. I also flaunted it in front of Asumaru. It seems to be written in intimacy heaven. I have been thinking more and more, and found that this seems to be no secret at all, simply ignore it. Boy, you have a good tone. I hope you wait a while and see that you don't even have legs. You can laugh. On the other hand, Uxi Yan also waved a small powder fist towards Qin Yu, apparently pumping up. As for Yu's Hibo Itachi remained silent, with a cool look, but looking at Qin Yu, there was a little more urgency. Who? Qin Yu took a deep breath. The blood on the index finger of the right hand had not dried out, and with the wipe of the palm, his hands quickly flew up like wheels. Seeing this scene, the look can't help but change. Originally, he thought Qin Yu was the first. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. The second seal, even if you really learn it, will be extremely jerky. However, the sharpness of the nodding action in front of them completely subverted their cognition. Psychic. When the last seal was finished, Qin Yu shot backhand on the ground. Feeling that 80% of chakras were drawn like frenzy in his body, his look could not help changing. Boom! The powerful sound rang suddenly, and under the white mist, 3 huge hill-like figures condensed out of thin air. The air waves brought by the summons were even rolled up, giving the feeling of being unable to open their eyes. However, compared to them, Zi also almost burst his eyes. Watching once came out of the psychic, the Toad Wenta, known as the 3 major combat powers of Miao Mushin. The toad is healthy, the toad is wide, and his face is hard to believe. Since, what happened? You won't run to the 3rd Ninja War, and you'll run into some difficult guys, and psyche the 3 of us out at once. Toad Wen stunned the dry smoke. It's a big price to pay, he said. Look for thousands of pounds of bugs, or don't think about sending us. Toad Jian and Toad Wide couldn't help but look around. However, in their perception, there was no danger at all. There were only 2 stunned people, and an atrocious face. Since you are here, you should also speak. There is no danger at all. You are summoned out casually, but you can't just send us away casually. Tomohiro couldn't help but speak. Chapter 51, Struck by a Look. With Toad's wide voice falling, Toad Wentai and Toad Jian also looked at Zillet. The staring expression, if not getting a reasonable answer, I'm afraid it will backfire. He was also awakened by the loss of his mind. After looking around, he smiled bitterly. I can say, isn't it the person who called you? Not you. Toad Wen raised an eyebrow, exhaled smoke, and said, is that the guy on Watergate? Why didn't I see him? In contemporary times, there may be others who have signed a contract with Toad. But they can really support the huge consumption of chakras, and they are qualified to summon their 3 big toads, but very few. They really can't think of anyone other than Zi and Bofeng Shuman. It's him. Since looking at Qin Yu, he smiled bitterly, boy, you take care of it yourself, a giant baptism is already miserable, you now call 3 at a time, do it yourself. Leaving this sentence off, he also directly opened the mode of spreading his legs and running, and quickly opened a safe distance. Hao Yuzian and Uchiha Itaki are also very blue. However, facing these 3 hill-like toads, he still gritted his teeth and wanted to walk to Qin Yu's side. Let's step back and give it to me here. Qin Yu looked up at Toad Wenta and said, it's my first time to meet, and I'm very glad to have reached a psychic contract with you. Hey, it was a grotesque kid, I thought who it was and dared to summon us all at once. Toad Wen snorted too coldly. Nevertheless, don't you think, summoned us, patted our and sent us back. Toad Guang and Toad Jian are obviously based on Toad Wen Tama's head. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was obvious. Is there any solution? Qin Yu smiled even more. He knew, of course, that the more powerful a psychic beast, the more character it has. Before tame, they are all tattooed. Well, of course. As long as you beat the 3 of us, this time it's fine, otherwise you'll help us catch the worms for a month. Toad Wen's eyes narrowed slightly. The thought of some delicious bugs, some people took the initiative to feed into the mouth. This life is the best. I like this solution too. Qin Yu and Ai smiled. Toad Wen Tai was a stunner, and immediately met Qin Yu's scarlet eyes. 9 hooks right round eyes. As the eyes opened, Qin Yu's breath changed drastically, and her huge pupils rolled back like wild waves. Toad Wen's face changed dramatically. It was the distress eyes that the Daxian mentioned. I didn't expect to meet here. Toad Wen Tai's face changed. Be careful, this pupil is not easy. The toad was too violent, and when the backhand knife was caught, Qin Yu moved. Do not. It should be said that he saw Qin Yu's eyes widened. Monthly reading. The monthly reading of the 3 big toads at once, for Qin Yu, is also very expensive. Perhaps only a short moment can be limited. But in the case of such a strong matchup, everything is enough. Sui Lai also waited, but only saw a pause in the action of Toad Wen Taizan. The next moment, under the thunder of light, Qin Yu's body broke down instantly. The whole person turned into a streamer that traversed the sky and landed on Toma Wenta's head in a blink of an eye. After the 3 big toads woke up, Qin Yu's body was long gone. Looking for me, Wen Tai is on your head. Qin Yu smiled and patted Toad Wen Tai's head. The sudden scene made To Wen stiff. However, as usual, he will definitely run away. However, this time it did not dare to make trouble. No matter it was Toad Wenta or Toad Health, even Toad Guang didn't try again. They knew very well that they had fallen into the illusion just now. Since the opponent can get on their heads, this proves that they have the ability to kill them in one shot. In this case, the outcome has been divided. Boy, I didn't expect you to do a good job, the old man was convinced. Toad Wen too retracted his right hand to take the knife, took a cigarette and took a deep breath. This time it will be fine. The next time we are called, what is the urgent matter of hope? We don't want to get together every time we come out. Jian, Guang, we go back. Leaving this remark, the 3 toads directly turned into a white mist and disappeared out of thin air. So easy to fix it. Zi Lai was also surprised. The first time I entered Miomushan, I was miserable because of toads. Especially the worm meal, in order to maintain freshness, will still squirm inside the bowl. This situation makes people think about it, the stomach is a little restless. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Already. Chinyu fell in the air, watching Uchiha Itachi and Miyuki Zian hurried to meet, saying, "Relax, I'm fine." "Brother, did you just write round eyes?" Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. In the eyes of others, Uchiha Itachi is called a genius, because he is not yet 7 years old and he opened a single hook jade writing round eye. This has always been an honor. However, when seeing the face of the 3 psychic beasts, Chinyu just glared a little and pulled them directly into illusion. This method, but what he called a single hook jade writing round eye seconds into slag. This is the kaleidoscope of writing chakras, which is the limit of chakras. You must have them in the future. Chinyu rubbed his head. It can be said that the sky photos, monthly readings, and Suzonenghu that he has now are all pupils that Chinyu's thinking has changed systematically at the time of full grade. It can be regarded as stealing Uchiha Itachi's pupil technique. Really? Uchiha Itachi rarely revealed a hint of innocence of his age. Chinyu patted his head and said, "Of course it is. It's getting late, you guys go back first, and I have something to say." Hao Yuzian and Yuz Haibo Itachi hesitantly glanced at Chinyu before finally turning around and leaving. For a time, the huge open space, only Chinyu and Zilei remained. "Boy, the method just worked so well, even I didn't expect that your pupil technique would be so powerful that Meow Mushin's 3 big toads directly hit the illusion. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it." There is no alertness. Instead, he relaxes a bit. In his eyes, Chinyu was able to show his strength without hesitation in front of him. This is enough. Oh, it's all a little trick. Compared with your fairy mode, it's a long way off. Chinyu laughed, took out 2 bottles of wine from his backpack, and threw a bottle in the past. Drinking wine makes it easier to talk. This is the table manners. Chapter 52, Objective of Cooperation. He also caught the sake, hesitantly, and sat down cross-legged first. "Boy, I didn't expect that you know so much." Looking at Chinyu, he also took out a lot of dried meat snacks, etc., and he was not polite. After taking a sip of sake, he said, "You didn't fight with the idea of psychic skills from the beginning. Is it fairy mode?" Fairy mode, as one of Naruto's late combat capabilities collapse, one of the most powerful fighting methods. Even the big snake ball has always been salivating. Chinyu had thought about it, and Dashiwan also searched for Longdi Cave. "I also wanted to get the fairy mode, but unfortunately I didn't get approval. As for why Dashuan knew the existence of the fairy mode, I am afraid that it has also fought against Zillet. Pained by fairy mode. It's as if Asumaru wanted to get attack his right wheel eye, after being spiked by illusion. Instead, it was the same for Uchiha Sasuke. Almost." Chinyu didn't hide it, sitting with a smile. "This is the world of the strong. Who has the big fist and who can say things, are you right?" He couldn't help but hesitated, saying, "Aren't you saying you want to be a salted fish? This seems to be a bit against your will." According to Chinyu's explanation, the salted fish was lying in the sun, after drying in the front, only after drying. Oh, in this world of power struggle, if there is no absolute strength, even the desire to experiment as a salted fish is difficult. Chinyu also took a sip of sake. "Rest assured, this fairy mode, I will definitely get it, but I don't like to use violence, let it go. However, I advise you to stop staring at Asumaru when you have time, and remember to go to Uren village to see that place will change the pattern of the entire ninja world." Chinyu remembered the 3 men. According to the development in the original work, Tuanzang is also about to attack Xiao Xiao under the leadership of Yahiko. Once Yahiko is killed, Nagato will run away, and the nature and meaning of Xiao will change dramatically. Since then, he couldn't help but look at Chinyu's eyes, a little more uncertain. Boy, you seem to know a lot of things. It seems that you haven't been blind for more than 10 years. Zi Lai also took a spit air. Watergate, and I mentioned that your talent for learning ninjutsu is extremely high. World. I just saw you cast your psychic skills for the first time, and summoned the 3 toads, and I found out that I don't want to be your enemy. I hope you will not threaten the leaves in the future, otherwise I will feel very trouble. Urinkan, I will go there. The deeds of the 3 little guys, I have often heard of them, and I don't know what is going on. Zi Lai also patted the dust on his body, and while turning, he turned away. Watching this one leaving, Qin Yu set her gaze on the wood on the left. When the 3 big toads were called out just now, Qin Yu discovered that someone was coming and was still monitoring. Although the distance is 600 or 700 meters, it still cannot escape Qin Yu's perception. As for who you are, you can even figure it out with your toes. I really don't know what Tuzang will do next. In this boring life, I really need some guys who are not afraid of death to adjust it, otherwise it's really too stuffy. Qin Yu stretched her waist with a smile, and did not rush to leave, drinking alone. On the other hand, the roots. Tuanzang stood on the roof, squinting in the wind, and behind him stood a slender, pale man. The frivolous smile is even more inexplicable. Master Tuanzang, emergency. The ninja in the roots appeared next to Tuanzang, couldn't help looking at the pale man. His face changed suddenly after recognizing his identity. Don't be surprised. Next, he is our ally. Let's say something directly. Tuanzang said lightly with a cane. This time, he did not expect that the person he was looking for had just sneaked into Mui Ninja village. Tuanzang also saved a lot of effort. Yes. The ninja at the root responded, and said, according to the intelligence report, after Uchiha Qin Yu and Zi Lai left the village together, 3 frogs were psychic. As for who is psychic, we just arrived and didn't have time to see clearly. Oh, I can summon the 3 toads at the same time. I don't believe there are others besides coming. The soft voice suddenly sounded. The scarlet tongue swallowed, as slender as a snake, and it was astonishing. I didn't expect that since I left Koba, the strength of Taiyi has increased a lot. In front of this man who is scary like a snake, the ninja at the root, couldn't help but take a step back, and opened a safe distance that he thought was sufficient. Faced with one of the 3 forbearances, he was expelled from the village of Asumaru because of his personality quirks and human experiments. That's a more horrible existence than the other 3 forbearances. However, the ninja in the roots was in awe, but still insisted, no, we finally speculated that these 3 toads were summoned by Uchiha and Qin Yu. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. There was also a gambling battle between them. It's just that this gambling battle was resolved with a quicker look than Uchiha Qin Yu. Speaking of which, the ninja in the roots had a look of surprise on his face. The look of Tenzo and Asumaru also changed. They can summon 3 psychic beasts at the same time. In their eyes, they can only do it from the source. However, now they are told that the person who did this kind of thing turned out to be Yuzhibo Qin Yu, and the gap was a little too large. With the narrative of the root ninja, Tuanzang and Dashi Wan's faces were a little more dignified. However, the pupils are more fiery and urgent. You mean, Uchiha Qin Yu pulled the 3 big toads into the illusion with one eye? Dashi Wan continued to reiterate once. After seeing the root ninja definitely nodded, there was a touch of fieriness on his face. In the legend, the kaleidoscope only owned by Uchiha Spot appeared on a 14 or 5-year-old kid, and it is no wonder that it was so arrogant. Asumaru sneered, Tuanzang, did not expect this time, you contact me, it turned out to be such a great thing. If you can take this skin as your own, how nice it feels. A good shell is a fatal temptation to him under the immortal rebirth of Dashi Wan. Moreover, only Uchiha Bauhinia, known as the first generation of Naruto, has a kaleidoscope writing wheel. This is the best experimental product for Dashiwan, who loves human testing. Hey, da snake pill, have you forgotten our cooperation premise? Tuanzang snorted coldly. When Ashimaru defected, he assisted. At the same time, in private, there have been collusion, including his right arm and right eye. Although, he is not getting a kaleidoscope now. But during this time, he also secretly collected many writing chakras. What Tuanzang has to do is to capture the clog cells of the first generation Naruto, known as the strongest in the ninja world, and the writing wheel eye of Uchiha. Only by getting these two strongest foundations, Tuanzang believes that one day, he will definitely be able to defeat the ape flying sun. Chapter 53, Kakashi. The early morning sun shone like gold, covering the entire Mue village. In front of the seal gate, Qin yawned and stretched. For the battle of Shenmukiao, it can be said that it determines the direction of the whole Naruto story. Regardless of whether he promised to come or to solve his own lack of chakras, he needs to find the whereabouts of the three tails. To make up for the lack of blue, Qin must take a trip in person. Hello there. The pretty girl's voice rang suddenly. Qin looked at her voice, and it was Lin who was aiming. 14 or 5-year-old Lin is also a standout in the wood. In addition, the gentle and kind character is the object that the big boss will secretly love in the future. Are you here for the mission? Lin couldn't help asking. In her quest scrolls, this time heading to the Godless Bridge, only she, Kakashi, and Bandi. They were led by their teacher, the Golden Glitter Wave Feng Shuman. Now, suddenly someone appeared at the meeting point, and Lin couldn't help asking. It should be temporarily pulled Zhuangding, join the team. Qin smiled lightly. Lazian? Lin couldn't help but hesitated and said with a smile, you don't have to worry, there will be Teacher Watergate and Kakashi, we will be safe. Tell you a secret. Today Kakashi has become Shang-Ni, which is a symbol of strength. Lin said, not forgetting to look at Qin body. It turned out that you, like me, are also in the middle of tolerance. Is this the first time you have been on a mission? No wonder you are here so early, it is too nervous. You can rest assured that I am a medical ninja. In case of something, I will treat you well. Looking at Lin with enthusiasm, Qin could not help rolling her eyes. This horse riding is silly and sweet. No wonder so many people like it. As soon as they met, they were familiar with each other. Moreover, they opened their mouths and closed their mouths, cursing their injuries. If they are not in a good state of mind, I am afraid they both huffed and passed. Well, when did you graduate? Kakashi is terrific. Lin continued to take care of herself. Qin looked helplessly into the grass next to him, and said, Kakashi, come out when you come, and at one night, my ears are cocoon. Kakashi? Lin could not help but hesitated for a moment, and soon saw a dark shadow flashing from the bushes next to Qin. The speed is as short as a few 10 meters, but it arrives in a blink of an eye. Before Lin could react, Chakla's short knife in Kakashi's hand suddenly came out of the sheath. Turned into a white light, heading towards Qin. Kakashi, don't! Lin exclaimed. However, the next moment, the look could not help but stagnate. The crackling thunder arc flashed over Qin body, and then disappeared out of nowhere. Chakla's short knife in Kakashi's hand was suddenly lost. As soon as he stood firm, a dangerous smell emerged from behind. A chilling blade stuck directly on his neck. Don't move, my knife is sharp. Qin smiled kindly. However, this smile fell on Lin and Kakashi's eyes, but made the pupil shrink. This is too fast. Qin, can't you be merciless? I just came one step late, and you're welcome to my students. Bo Feng Shuman, like a ghost, performed the technique of flying thunder and appeared beside Qin. Looking at the Bo Feng Shuman, he and Qin intersect with their faces. Kakashi and Lin's faces were even more puzzled. Shuman, you're sorry to be late. If you come early, I won't be misunderstood, and I won't be too lazy. Qin Yu retracted Thunder Knife and deposited it in the scroll. Looking at the aggressive Kakashi and Lin, she touched her nose and said, Watergate, I think you should explain it first. For Kakashi's hostility, Qin Yu did not take it to heart. Dead father, it's normal to twist your heart a little. Moreover, in this almost invincible boring life, it is also very good to have some little things that are not afraid of these days to adjust life. As soon as this word came down, Kakashi and Lin couldn't help looking at Bo Feng Shui Men. Yes, sorry, I'm not late. A scream of urgency came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, he saw Uchiha wearing a blindfold leaping quickly in front of Kakashi. You're late, Kakashi said quietly, but now we have the mood to take care of you. Teacher Watergate, the completion rate of the task is about rules. When we took the task, we clearly marked the group of 4. Why is there another person of unknown origin now? Looking at the eyes, Qin Yu couldn't help laughing as Kakashi, who had only one root in the brain circuit, dared to smash even the Feng Shui gate. He repelled Yunren and Wu Ren, and only the senior members of the Koba and Uchiha clan. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. No. For Kakashi and others, this remains a secret. Are you Uchiha Qin Yu? Take soil as the Uchiha family, or the crane tail of the family. I still know a little about the brothers in the clan who have opened the eye for writing. You, aren't you sent to guard the Northwest Pass? Why are you here? Qin Yu collected the memories left in her mind, and found that this Qin Yu and the soil were a bit of friendship. So it is not surprising to know that he took the task. However, now all of a sudden, such a big change has taken place, and Qin Yu is really difficult to explain with the soil. Cough, don't be rude with soil. Bo Feng Shui coughed dryly. He also didn't know how to explain it, and he couldn't tell them that Uchiha Qin Yu in front of him, but a salty fish genius that had been lurking for more than 10 years. Not only returned from the Guangzhou Pass in the northwest, but also performed a kaleidoscope to right the eye of the wheel, and the air was blown by every second. Teacher Watergate, did I say something wrong? Zai too couldn't help rubbing his eyes and said, I just saw an old lady crossing the road, so I did good deeds, so I lost time. Then sand was in my eyes. Qin Yu could not help but glance at the belt with goggles and open mouth into the sand. This is an excuse, and you should find a little bit more. Well, now is just the right time. Rarely this time, Kakashi, without raising the bar with you, we should set off. Something is on the way. Bo Feng Shui looked at Qin Yu and paused. There are 3 things to announce today. The first thing is to welcome the elite to stand up to Qin Yu and join our team. Chapter 54, I Don and number 039, T want this captain. Elite? Kakashi and others looked stagnant, especially Lin, who couldn't help but said, Teacher Watergate, isn't the mark on his body not the middle forbearance amount, why is the elite forbearing? In the ninja level, it is divided into lower tolerance, middle tolerance, special upper tolerance, and elite upper tolerance. Among them, special forbearance refers to those who have strengths beyond Chinese forbearance but cannot reach them, but have special personal strengths, comprehensive strength, and can barely reach the evaluation of forbearance, which is called special forbearance. For example, in the original book, the moonlight blast that understands the 3-day moon dance swordsmanship of the wooden leaves is good at some kind of illusion, perhaps in a certain field, there is an outstanding ninja. As for the elite Shangni, it is the elite in Shangni. He was yesterday rated by the 3 generations of Naruto adults, and was specially rated as an elite by the elite. No announcement has been issued yet, so there is no time to replace the amount of protection. Bo Feng Shui looked helpless. For the explanation, he really is not good. Had it not been for the 3rd generation of Naruto to issue a password, it was absolutely impossible to divulge Qin Yu's affairs casually. Bo Feng Shui is really willing, a brain to say everything. 3 generations of Naruto personally promoted. Yu's Haibo couldn't help sinking. Qin Yu, wouldn't you open the double-hook jade writing wheel or, like the patriarch, open the 3-hook jade? Kakashi, take a look, this is the genius of our Uchiha family, much better than yours. Looking at the bad smell, he did not forget to use his own Uchiha to bring soil. Qin Yu glanced helplessly and said, Kakashi has also been promoted to Shangren today. The low voice made Uchiha helpless. He has always regarded Kakashi as a competitor, and thought he could leapfrog Kakashi after opening the writing wheel. However, he is now told that Kakashi has not yet opened and Kakashi has become a forbearance. However, the good news that originally belonged to Tianda seemed a little inferior in the face of the title of Qin Yu Elite. Take the soil, you won't forget it. Lin hurriedly spoke to ease the atmosphere. We are talking, but we need to prepare gifts for Kakashi. This is my gift. Although it is a little ugly, it is very useful at critical moments. Aside from Lin, she quickly took out her special medical kit and said, Kakashi, this is what I did by myself. I hope you can come in handy. Listening to this kind of blessing, Qin Yu really wanted to pinch Lin Qianbai severely. However, it wasn't waiting for Qin Yu to attack, and the sight of Bo Feng Shui Gate had blinked at him. Qin Yu, as a senior, should you show it? Kakashi could not help but hesitated. After receiving the Filii Shengkuo and the medical kit, he said, Mr. Watergate, I don't need his stuff. Looking at the stubborn Kakashi, Bo Feng Shuman could not help but have a headache. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If I don't have a little friendship with Qin Yu, I am afraid no one can dig for him. Benefits? Kakashi frowned. Teacher Watergate, is his stuff better than Fei Lei Shen? If it does, I will just open my eyes and not. In Kakashi's eyes, Qin Yu and his age are similar. In the most festive days, Qin Yu was not only subdued. He was overwhelmed by his elite endurance. Now to make him happy, it's harder than climbing the sky. Well, now that your mind is determined, I beg Qin Yu and let him open your eyes. Bo Feng Shuman looked helplessly at Qin Yu. Watergate, can't you be more mature? Qin Yu was helpless. However, a seal scroll fell into his hands. Boom! Surrounded by white mist, the diaphragmatic muscles and thunder knife fell into Qin Yu's hands. Oh, the shot is the diaphragm muscle and thunder knife of the 7 people of Ninja Sword. Qin Yu, you really did a great job. Bo Feng Shuman's eyes could not help but said, well, your adults do not remember the villain, give Kakashi make up a gift. No way. Qin Yu backhand put the diaphragm and thunder knife into the scroll again. I keep the collection. Watching the duck flying to the mouth flew away, and when the wave of wind and water gate was helpless, there was a little regret on his face. However, compared to him, Kakashi and others can't hold their breath. The prestige of the 7 people of Ninja Sword also exists in the world of ninja. The 7 ninja swords are their lifeblood. It has always been rumored that people are cutting swords. However, the diaphragm and thunder knife, one of the 7 swords, now fell into Qin Yu's hands, which meant that there were 7 people in the sword, and 2 of them fell. Moreover, it fell into the hands of the young man in front of him. Mr. Kakashi. Uchiha took the lead to lose her breath. Before the words were over, he saw Bo Feng Shui Men smile with a bitter nod. Kakashi, this time you're out of luck, and you were going to kill you. However, you guessed right, Qin Yu can become an elite. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. One reason was the beheading of 2 of Wu Ren's 7. Having said that, Bo Feng Shui Men looked at Qin Yu and said, this time, because the battle situation of Shenhua Bridge is urgent, we will divide into 2 teams to perform the task. I am independent. The 3 of you are headed by Qin Yu. What? Uchiha took soil and waited. Kakashi was even more impatient, saying, Teacher Watergate, the team must pay attention to cooperation. Qin Yu's strength may be very good, but forcing a team with us, I'm afraid it's a bit wrong. Looking at Kakashi, who has always returned to use Haibo's soil, and said these words, Bo Fengshiman knew that Kakashi didn't want to stay with Chinyu at all. Helplessly sighed, Kakashi, this is the order of 3 generations of Naruto, and it is also an emergency dispatch in wartime. Command? Kakashi froze and said impassively, since it is the order of the 3 generations of Naruto, I will definitely abide by it, but I want to remind that no matter who it is, you must not break the rules, otherwise you will be spurned. Looking at Kakashi with a look of dead father, Chinyu reluctantly glanced, and said, rest assured, I have not always followed the rules, and the orders of the 3 generations of Naruto are no exception. I don't need this captain. The next action is 3 of you, headed by Kakashi. I will act alone. Are you alone? Haibo took the soil, and hurriedly said, Chinyu, this is the order of the 3 generations of Naruto. If you disturb the rules without permission, I am afraid you will be abandoned when you return to the village. Abandoned? Chinyu smiled and waved, well, what makes me look at their faces? Don't say spit, even if the sky falls, I won't put it in my eyes. Watergate, it's getting late, let's go. I have a headache against these little farts. You're a good shopkeeper. If you change it, you will lead the team and I will kill. Chapter 55, You Rush Out to Die. Looking at Chinyu, whose face was completely out of her mind, Kakashi and others were so aggressive that they couldn't talk back. The wave-wind Watergate is helpless. Looking around all the wood leaf ninjas, I am afraid that only Chinyu ventured to say such a thing. After all, not long ago another legend in Wei, Kimoshu Mao, was accused of sullen and dying for violating the rules. Master Asumaru, they have set off. The mountain stroke flashed in the dark. Really, it's really exciting. A big snake ball with a different skin, came out in the wooden leaf village. After Scarlet's tongue licked her dry lips gently, she said, I thought it would take some effort to be able to move the wavewind and water gate away. Now it seems to help me. You follow him all the time, and I will soon follow. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes, it is destined to belong to me. Omitting this remark, Dashiwan disappeared out of thin air. After the mountain stroke and the belated Yu take a look at each other, he said, we also act, don't forget to leak the information to Yan Ren, if you can use the hand of Yan Ren to kill Chinyu, then it would be best. Adult Tuanzang said that Dashiwan is a double-edged knife. If it is not used well, I'm afraid it will hurt us. Yunyo nodded and said, everything is for the roots, let's go. After half a day, Chinyu and his team finally reached the periphery of the target. Okay, we are here to take a break now, and at the same time to clarify the current situation. Bo Fengshiman took out a roll of topographic map. This time, our opponent is Yan Ren. We and Yani village are separated by a grass ninja village. Originally, the existence of Caoni village was a buffer for He Ren village. Once Yan village attacks, Caoni village will also rise to the role of resistance, to provide us with time to defend the leaves. However, this time, when we found out, a large army of thousands of people in Yani village had crossed the defense line of Caoni village, only 3 kilometers away from Armwie defense line. What? Kakashi and others could not help but change their faces. The biggest reason that Caoni village can survive the cracks of the great powers is the tacit consent of the 2 powers. After all, if the borders between the 2 countries are connected, I'm afraid there will be no sense of stability in the evening. In order to ease the relationship between Yani village and Wei, Caoni village became necessary. However, now Yan Ren has unknowingly crossed the defense line of Caoni village, and that has only 2 consequences. First, Caoni did not even resist, and was immediately destroyed by Yan Ren. Second, Caoni fell to Yan Ren and gave up the resistance on his own initiative. These 2 choices are undoubtedly the second in Chinyu's eyes. After all, for a small country to act as a buffer, the most basic thing is to have a balanced combat capability. Now Muirankan, 3 battlefields are opened at the same time, and Yunrankan still faces the tiger's eyes. As long as they are not fools, in this situation, they will think that Muirankan must lose. Dozens of Mui people are undoubtedly shabby compared to the large army number 1000 in Yani village. Opening the door for future winners is the way to survive in a small country. I think you all understand the current situation, and since Chinyu does not want to be the captain, then give it to Kakashi. Bo Fengshuman glanced at Chinyu and said helplessly. The teacher has only hoped that after this war, I will still be able to see you standing in front of me. If nothing else matters, let's go. For the first time, Kakashi and Uchiha brought the 3 men into the battlefield of this level. But at the moment, it's only time to set off. The 4 of them fluttered into the woods. Chinyu stretched a lazy waist, glanced at Guanlin in the back, and smiled playfully. This time, I really wish I could catch a big fish. I always ran out of small shrimp hairs, and I was almost suffocated. Leaving this remark, Chinyu did not stop anymore, and followed him. Kakashi rushed hundreds of meters away, and saw the belated Qin Feng, and frowned. Follow the team, now I am the captain. Looking at Kakashi with a look of expression, Chinyu glanced blankly. Your captain, I will give it to you, don't forget, I am a person who does not care about rules. You. Kakashi was angry. Bo Feng Shuigate looked at this scene, could not help but have a headache. He really regretted it and let Chinyu and Kakashi team up. He couldn't even get Chinyu to cooperate, let alone Kakashi. Stop! Kakashi abruptly stopped, and the scout motioned. Bo Feng Shui men nodded with satisfaction and looked at the big tree in the distance. In his perception, the enemy was hidden here. Kakashi, let's discuss the tactics first, there are a lot of opponents. Bo Feng Shuman proposed. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu and said, the teacher doesn't need it anymore, but we are now. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. In a hurry, if we negotiate again, I am afraid that the enemy will escape. I just developed a new technique, the same name as the teacher. As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi flew his hands up quickly. As the last mark of the spell fell, the crackling arc formed instantly. Chidori. If you are in your teens, you will be able to develop A-class ninjutsu. Looking at your peers, you are definitely a leader. Feeling this huge raging power, with Soil and Lin's face changed. Kakashi, the number of enemies is unknown, this ninjutsu is very strong, but you will endure a lot of unknown changes, Bo Fengshuman reminded in a deep voice. Chinyu, you can also persuade me. Chinyu glanced blankly and said, Watergate, you really like to spill dirty water on my body. I can honestly tell you that this 1000 birds is fast, but your experience and neural response speed cannot be balanced at all. Now going out, you will only die. Listening to this relentless blow, Bo Fengshuman smiled bitterly, a little regretting that Chinyu interjected. Hey, this is the ninjutsu I developed, and I know it best. Kakashi snorted, there is something wrong with it, and you don't need to make random comments at all. Teacher Watergate, you cover me. In an instant, I can kill them all. Looking at Kakashi whose idea was decided, Po Feng Shui men nodded helplessly. Boom! Kakashi's right hand slammed into the ground, and a violent electric arc shattered the ground. The next moment, the entire man blasted out like a cannonball. Under the condition that Thunder had activated cells, his speed of assault was obviously faster and faster. Chinyu, look at it, this is my strength. The voice was mixed with thunder. Looking at such a big swing, Kakashi rushing out, even Yanren hiding behind the big tree was surprised. Bad boy, look down on me like this, and dare to make a direct attack. Yanren's face was exposed, and he quickly threw out a large shuriken in the backhand. However, as soon as these shurikens approached Kakashi, they were blown away with the shuriken by Bo Fengshuman. Chapter 56, Flower-style houndstooth. 1, 10, 15, your attacks revealed whereabouts. Kakashi's figure quickly passed. 15 shadow avatars were instantly torn apart. His eyes suddenly turned and locked behind the big tree. The thunderous scene shocked Lin and Uchiha with their faces. This is completely beyond their knowledge. Someone is here. Chinyu said suddenly, straining all the nerves. Uchiha's face changed suddenly, and soon she saw a figure emerging from the ground. 4. Yanren looked stagnant and hadn't seen all the faces clearly. An airless attack came. Hey! Yanren responded to the sound of white mist and collapsed into the sky. Suddenly the look of the Bofeng shaman changed, and he yelled, Chinyu, they have given it to you. The words looked down, and the wave Feng shaman disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared again, and he had come to Kakashi. The sharp blade sharply enlarged in Kakashi's pupil. He couldn't dodge at all under this speeding shock. Hey! As soon as the wave wind and water gate appeared, he immediately hit Kakashi's chest and blocked his speed. However, the sharp blade also scratched Kakashi's shoulder, and the blood splattered looked shocking. The next moment, the wave Feng shaman looked like a ghost, and took Kakashi out of thin air. Kakashi, are you okay? Lin turned pale, and after taking a half step, she saw Chinyu standing up lazily. It's my turn. The voice fell, and the crackling thunder sounded open, and Chinyu disappeared from the ground like a ghost. Disappeared. Yanren missed a blow, and the memory of the avatar rushed into his mind. The next moment his expression changed suddenly. In the memory of backfeeding, he saw two chilling faces. Golden Glitter and Ashura. However, compared with the Golden Glitter, the Scarlet Ashura who has recently gained fame in the ninja world is even more frightening. Dormant for more than 10 years, 2 battles killed nearly 200 ninjas. Such a record can definitely be called glorious in the light of the Third Ninja War. Escape. There was a thought in Yanren's mind, and the moment he turned around quickly, his face shrank his pupils. Thousands of birds. Chinyu's right hand, leg Wang, tangled, without any trace of fancy, cut directly to Yanren's neck. Hey! The huge skull flew directly, and the large tree with a diameter of half a meter, under the flow of thunder, also stopped the waist and cut off. Under the collapsed tree, Chinyu's figure is clearly visible. He grabbed a head that had fallen in midair and disappeared again out of thin air. Disappeared again? This thunderbolt blinking is so fast that it's not much different from Teacher Watergate. Yu's Haibo couldn't hold his breath. Are you looking for him? Chinyu's voice sounded suddenly. The head with a round stare was thrown out by Chinyu, the blood and water splashed, and the grass was red. At the same time, there was an inexplicable stench in the air. Looking at the panic of Yanren's face, at the moment of death, I am afraid to see extremely horrible things. Did you just use Chidori? Kakashi suddenly said. Uchiha could not help but take the soil and Lin. Only Po Feng Shuigate laughed bitterly. In the eyes of outsiders, the 1,000 birds developed by Kakashi seem to be able to reach A-level difficulty. However, Chinyu can even learn S-level ninjutsu instantly. Moreover, in the mouth of Zia, it was learned that Chinyu's first psychic skill summoned Myomushin's 3 combat powers. It can be said that for thousands of birds, Chinyu really has no difficulty at all. Good eyesight. Chinyu and Ai smiled. At the same time, there was a crackling sound from the right hand, and a violent thunder light quickly surged away. Lake Wang was raging, giving a feeling of tearing everything up 4 weeks ago. Chidori. Looking at the scene in front of me, even Uchiha with soil at the tail of the crane knew that it was Kakashi, who just smelled bad and hung on his mouth. Known as the newly developed A-class ninjutsu. The next moment, the arc entangled in the hand was stagnation, and then quickly spread across the body. For a time, Chinyu felt as if bathed in thunder. This is Chidori. This is 1,000 shotgun. This is the Thousand Birds sword. Watching Qin Yu performing the same demonstration, Bo Fengshuman's cheeks were stiff and twitched without rhythm. Enough! Kakashi finally lost his breath. The moment before. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. With a proud face, he bragged about the Thousand Birds. He also kept the speed as his teacher's name. Now, watching Qin Yu's fancy change of the Thousand Birds flow. This invisible slaps. Kakashi, you don't care, Qin Yu is just kind. Bo Fengshuman smiled bitterly. Qin Yu patted Watergate's shoulder and said, sorry, I did it on purpose. As a ninja, I don't know what it means to be cautious, but I put my teammates in the dead. Now do you still want to be the captain? All the people present couldn't help but stagnate. Lin quickly said, Qin Yu, Kakashi is not intentional, he would have succeeded. Lin was right. Kakashi was missed this time, but you shouldn't deprive Kakashi of the captain's position, not to mention, I made a mistake just now. Uchiha echoed with urgency. Looking at this rare scene, Qin Yu and Bo Fengshuman also felt unexpected. On weekdays, Kakashi and Uchiha carry soil, but the situation is unacceptable. The minority obeys the majority. I have always been fair. Please help, Kakashi plead, and this time it's fine. Qin Yu said indifferently. In his eyes, the captain's position is completely insignificant. After all, he would not accept any orders. Nohara, Lin and Uchiha took a secret sigh of relief. Kakashi, are you injured? Can you give me treatment? Lin looked at Kakashi's wound that almost hurt her bones, and her face was urgent. Kakashi reacted in disappointment, his eyes crossed everyone and locked on Qin Yu. I don't want this, captain, but I will soon surpass you and master the more powerful Chidori. At that time, I hope you can give me the captain position. Listening to this resolute speech, Qin Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Was thinking about whether to tell him the truth. I also have a thunderous unicorn that is seconds, days, and seconds. Chapter 57, This is a Bureau. Looking at the resolute look of Kakashi, Bo Fengshuman was helpless. I just hope that Qin Yu will stop stimulating Kakashi's weak heart. Well, Lin, you're treating Kakashi now, and we're going to part ways, Bo Fengshuman said. I was kind of worried about you, but with Qin Yu in there, I believe it won't be a big deal. Leaving this remark, Bo Fengshuman lifted his backpack and disappeared like a ghost. Call. Yu's Haibo took a sigh of relief, sat beside Qin Yu with a slump, and said nervously, Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Riding round eyes, powerful thunder, this strength is no wonder that it can become an elite, and it is indeed better than some people. Having said that, Uchiha could not help looking at Kakashi. What he meant was obviously the intention, with the help of Qin Yu to come and go. I didn't know who it was just now. I was stunned by the enemy's surprise attack. Whoever was vocal about protecting Linear. Kakashi obviously breathed out his breath and brought soil to Uchiha. You. Uchiha had a rustic nod and hurriedly said, I just got my eyes into the sand. It was Qin Yu who grabbed my limelight. Looking at the two men struggling, Qin Yu was helpless. Children really don't need a reason for arguing. Lin, did Kakashi's wound stop bleeding? Qin Yu looked at Kakashi's wound. Lin is the medical ninja of this squad. However, medical ninjutsu is obviously just the beginning. To learn medical ninjutsu, the premise is to have accurate chakra control. This threshold alone is 1 of 100 miles. It's pretty good that Lin can reach this point. Kakashi's wound is a bit deep and takes time. Lin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Kakashi frowned slightly and said, Lin, if you're tired, take a break first. Don't worry about this injury for the time being. I'm not in the big trouble. As he said, Kakashi took the bandage. However, as soon as he moved, he saw Qin Yu's hand resting on his shoulder. Let me come, it is the towing oil bottle. If I get hurt, I will take care of you. Qin Yu's right hand, chakra turned. The palm spell technique was launched instantly. Feeling the tingling on his shoulder fade away quickly, the wound healed quickly, not to mention Kakashi and Uchiha with soil, even Lin, who is a medical ninja, couldn't help it. Qin Yu, are you also a medical ninja? Lin couldn't breathe. As a medical ninja, she knows the difficulty. Now Qin Yu can make the wound heal quickly, which at least needs to reach the level of advanced medical ninja. Let's count half. Watching the wound on Kakashi's shoulder heal, Qin Yu dispersed chakra in his hand and said, "Next, we're going to catch a big fish." 30 minutes later, Qin Yu and his party entered the bamboo forest. Feeling the loneliness around him, Kakashi suddenly snatched the crowd away. Earth and earth spike. A series of soil spurs stabbed under the feet, and the dense posture can easily penetrate the human hole into a horse honeycomb. Spread. Qin Yu's lips are very light, which is not much different from the original. This makes Qin Yu seem to have the ability of an unknown prophet. The form moved instantly, and quickly dissipated around. However, everyone's eyes fell on Nohara Lin intentionally or unintentionally. Nohara Lin fell on the water, her footsteps just standing still. The water surface behind them immediately caused a ripple. Yan Niu, who had performed camouflage stealth, appeared like a ghost and immediately caught Nohara Lin. Hehe, the three buns are green, and even a woman can't be protected. Although you can rest assured, we will greet her well. After Dashi dropped these words, he quickly pulled away and violently retreated. The flames of secretly covering the soil are no exception. For a time, the large bamboo forest fell into a dead silence. There was really an ambush. Qin Yu was right. The Yanren didn't go back. The other party would definitely try to move. At the same time, when he saw that we were too young, he couldn't help. Flash out. If you let them know that Qin Yu's shadow is being captured, I don't know what the mood will be. Speaking of which, roused Kakashi's gaze toward Qin Yu, all a little more silent. Kakashi confessed that he was a genius of wood leaves and had a good mind. He asked the younger generation that all of them could see through. However, in front of Qin Yu, Kakashi has a sense of confusion. Qin Yu really is as good as the gods, so what do we do now and chase it away immediately? Yu's Haibo took the soil slightly excited. As long as you can see Kakashi eating maggots, this is enough. No, let's capture the thief first and capture the king. We want to wipe them out. Qin Yu smiled. Another. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. On the one hand, the firelight and big stone, with Qin Yu's avatar, fell into a rock cave not far away. This girl is really quiet. It seems that all three guys can't be rescued from our hands. Dashi laughed wryly. Now, all we have to do is perform magic on her and scrape the information as soon as possible. As long as we detect the number and layout of the leaves, we are the heroes of this battle. Firelight placed Qin Yu's avatar in front of the wall, and motioned to Dashi to perform magic. Along with the double surgical seal quickly flipping and falling, Dashi drank coldly. Illusion hypnosis. A psychic wave filled Dashi's body. Soon after seeing the quiet Qin Yu, she suddenly became dull. Dashi and the flames saw this, and could not help but stun it. This hypnosis was too smooth. Dashi, it seems we are in good luck. Before the big troops arrive, we should be able to dig out information. Huiguang's face added a little excitement. Walking out to Qin Yu. At the same time, he pulled out his right hand and gently raised Qin Yu's chin. The next moment, the eye-catching smile made him look stiff. What's wrong, can I do it like that? A small voice swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi and Firelight's face changed suddenly. Who are you? Facing this young girl in front of me. Do not. It should be said that this male voice came out and made them instantly understand that this is a bureau. Oh, if you go out and see, you'll know. Chin-yu smiled. The next moment, the body slammed and turned into a white mist, dissipating in the sky. The violent scene made Dashi and Firelight nerves tighten to the extreme. Don't have much time to think about it, and quickly got out and fled out. It was just that the two of them had just stepped into the hole and felt the fiery flames approaching them. Chapter 58, Scarlet Azura. Art Fire Escape Fireball. Thunderbird Chidori. Uchiha flew fast with his hands in his hands, and the hot chakras swallowed as they gathered in their mouths. A fireball with a diameter of 56 meters hits the entrance with a rolling attitude. Earth and earth rupture. The flare of his face changed suddenly. However, as the upper four barons in Yanren village, their strength cannot be underestimated. What's more, the rich experience in combat is not comparable to ordinary people. A series of marks were formed on both hands and they were photographed backhand. Boom! The solid rock formation ground cracked, and immediately the rock formation rose up, forming a soil wall that directly collided with the fireball. The fireball was shattered in response, and the fiery flames splashed down, forming a fire rain. Watching the oncoming attack blocked, the flare and dash of stone scattered instantly and fled. However, compared to the stone with camouflage stealth, the way of fire escape is obviously a little insufficient. As soon as he jumped out of the cave, he saw that Lake Wang quickly enlarged in his pupils. Kakashi came face to face in a raid gesture of Chidori. "You devil, you die!" Firelight's face changed sharply, growling quickly. The ninja knife hidden in his sleeve slashed head-on towards Kakashi. The means of this attack is no doubt intended to be desperate. In the eyes of Huiguang, in the face of this battle of life and death, the little ghost in front of him looks different. But compared with their experienced ninjas, this kind of gambling battle is not comparable in psychological quality. However, this idea had just emerged, but the next moment came to his eyes are two dark shadows that came from him. Thunderbird Chidorisha Shuriken. The two shurikens were entangled with a violent thunder arc, which instantly cut through the sky, and first hit the ninja sword of the Firelight hands. When the crisp metal collision sounded loudly, and the huge impact force made the ninja knife in the flames directly bounce off. Watching this violent scene, Kakashi's eyes could not help but light up when the look of fire changed dramatically. The closeness of the distance, and the speed of the thousand-bird activated cells, made Kakashi appear in front of the fire. Chidori. Without any trace of fancy, the right hand entangled by thunder light, like lightning, directly penetrated the chest of Firelight. Hey! Blood splattered, giving a shocking feeling. Under the sky full of blood, there is a kind of shocking taste. Looking at the first kill of the thousand birds, a rare smile appeared on Kakashi's face. "Yes, it's you." The intermittent sound of the firelight rang suddenly. Looking at Chin-yu, who helped out not far away, looked a little crazy. "Dashi, run away quickly, go back and tell Lord Huangta that Scarlet Azura is here, and let them run away." The hysterical roar resounded between heaven and earth. Cast a mystery into the hidden stone, and originally planned to let the fire catch everyone's attention. Then, waiting for the opportunity to kill Chin-yu and others. But now hearing this name, he turned without hesitation and fled. Scarlet Azura. It was from Yunren village, the next battle that Lei Ying personally described. Scarlet Azura combines powerful attack ninjutsu, defense ninjutsu, and illusion. Everyone below the shadow level, as if encountering him, must escape. From the beginning, many ninja villages did not believe this information. However, after learning that Wuren village had also become interested in the guard at the rear of the wooden leaves, he went for the attack alone. After paying out two monsters walking out of the mist, known as the Seven People of Ninja Swords, Scarlet Azura's fierce name was thoroughly established in the ninja world. What happened? Uchiha took soil, and originally planned to protect Nohara Lin. However, the sudden scene shook their nerves. "What were you talking about? Who is the Scarlet Azura?" Kakashi's expression also changed, and he caught the fire neckline and hurriedly asked. However, he didn't wait for him to get the result, and a sound of breaking air came from behind. Kakashi, be careful! Nohara-Lin exclaimed. Uchiha rushed out with soil. It is a pity that in the face of the hidden big stone, all this seems pale. Looking at Kakashi, who didn't even know where the enemy was, a dash of amused smile appeared on Dashi's face. This is his unscrupulous mystery, which can be compared with Wu Ren's silent killing technique. In his eyes, now that Kakashi's attack power has just dissipated, it is impossible to continue defense now. The only thing I can do is to be obedient to him. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. Hostage. I see you. A small voice swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi's nerves were strained to the extreme. Hurrying to look behind, a figure entangled in Lake Wang, like a ghost, appeared first behind him. Four eyes crossed, scarlet eyes like blood moon, let people fall into the ice cellar. This is the writing eye. Dashi looked stiff. He finally understood why the other party saw himself. However, at this close distance, everything seemed pale and weak. Between Qin Yu's backhand, under the flow of thunder, the 1,000 birds bloomed and opened instantly, turned into a thunder, and penetrated Dashi's chest first. Hey! Blood splattered and turned into a huge blood mist. Da Xiuan stared at his eyes, his face was incredible. When they entered the battlefield, they also thought about many deaths. But at all, he never thought that he would end up in the hands of a little ghost who was only 13 or 14 years old. Boom! The corpse slammed heavily on the ground, blood splattered and looked startled. Qin Yu wiped the contaminated blood from Dashi's body and said, "Okay, the three of them are a team in Yanren village. Now all three have been killed by us, and the other party should also contact the large forces, and it will be a tough battle next." Uchiha took the soil with three people and looked stiff. They were just a victory just now. But in addition to Kakashi killing an enemy, Nohara-Rin just used medical ninjutsu slightly. Uchiha's soil also cast a flame. If the other party really comes to the army, I am afraid that waiting for them is a dead end. Qin Yu, it's going to rain this day, do we need to step down temporarily? Kakashi said hesitantly. Compared with Uchiha with soil and Rei Nohara, he cares most now about the fiery light and the scarlet azura in Dashikao. Being able to make Shang Ren feel embarrassed is definitely the same level as Bo Feng Shui Men. Most importantly, there were only 6 people present. In addition to the 2 dead Yan Ren, Kakashi and Uchiha are incompatible with each other. How much he weighs, Kakashi certainly knows. As for Nohara-Lin, except that medical ninjutsu is a little better, the combat skills and ninjutsu are not as good as those in the elite, let alone let the 2 rocks endure the fear. After exclusion, then only Uchiha and Qin Yu remain. This is known as a salty fish that has not only become an elite when it suddenly appeared for more than 10 years. Even known as the most likely to be the next Naruto, the golden glitter wave Feng Shui Gate is also awesome. It gives people the feeling of being equal. This made Kakashi believe that the Scarlet Azura who made Yan Ren suffocate could never be separated from Qin Yu. Chapter 59, Bakutan Ninja Hunt. Qin Yu, I want to know if you are the Scarlet Azura in their mouths. Kakashi was the first to lose heart. Uchiha and Dora and Nohara could not help but look at Qin Yu. The exclamation just now also made them doubtful. At the same time, I was also anxious to know whether Qin Yu had let the 2 rocks tolerate and smell the scary Azura. Can I say no? Qin Yu was helpless. Thinking of it now, I really want to kill you AI. If you don't choose any name, choose a Scarlet Azura who gets scum. Most important. This one is spreading too fast. In a short period of 7 or 8 days, they spread across the entire ninja world, making Qin Yu wonder whether there was a paparazzi undercover around him. Kakashi and others couldn't help it. In the face of Qin Yu's ambiguous answer, there really is a feeling of scratching his head. However, they did not wait for them to inquire again, and they all broke into the air and came in all directions. "Be careful, it's an enemy attack." Kakashi hurriedly took the lead and pulled out Chakra's short knife behind him. Under Chakra's infusion, the short knife exuded a white light, like a flying butterfly. Dang dang! The sound of crisp metal collisions echoed between the heavens and the earth, and there was even a splash of Mars. The violent scene made Uchiha mess up again with soil. However, this time in a panic, Uchiha was clearly determined to protect Nohara Lin. The figure flickered, and appeared in front of Nohara. Both hands quickly flew, and fell with a series of marks. The blazing fireball spit out, and the bitterness of the oncoming attack flew directly. As for Chinyu, it is the most relaxed one of 4 people. The thunder arc raging on the body, and the bitterness around the body was directly collapsed by the thunder arc. The first wave of attacks passed quickly. Waiting for Kakashi and others to stand firm, the whole basin is densely packed in all directions. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha looked at the dense body around her with white soil, her face paled. This number is at least hundreds of times theirs. Kakashi, this won't be the entire Yani's support force, so many people. Uchiha could not help but move in the direction of Kakashi. Nohara Rei is no exception. Faced with such a fierce and crowded scene, the presence of the 3 of them all seemed pale and weak. "Oh, I didn't expect that the 4 of you could defeat the team of Huiguang and Dashi. It seems that you are the Azura Uchiha Chinyu who has been boiling recently." A ninja with a mask fell down on the tree. As soon as the footsteps were firm, there was a stream of hot steam rising from his body. Chinyu frowned, and quickly searched her mind for Yan Ren's knowledge. In the process, the Kakashi trio looked stagnant. If they were guessing just now, then it is now confirmed in the mouth of the other party. "What's wrong? Look at your expressions, and you don't even know the famous Scarlet Azura who was on the battlefield recently." The steam man laughed jokingly. "It's no wonder, it is rumored that the Uchiha family's newly born genius, Uchiha Chinyu, pushed the predecessor Uchiha to stop the water. In the Northwest Guanya World War I, Lei Yu killed 100 people in a flash, Illusion was deterred as a tail beast, Hei Yan shook people's hearts, and killed 2 people with 7 swords. It's such a stunning record and how shocking." With that said, the steam man's face was disdainful. "You tell me, is this kind of thing credible? I just don't believe it. This is just your wooden leaves." Under this kind of end of the road, the so-called genius strongman appears, in order to restore the disadvantage on the battlefield. The hysterical words were a little mad. Chinyu finally remembered the origin of this Yan Ren. "I thought that this time the ninja leading the team would be the cheap son Lois who ran into Onaki for 2 days. Unexpectedly, there will be a ninja hunter who has a blood relay limit. Burst is a very special blood relay limit. Once the attack contacts the enemy, it can cause a big explosion. The power of the explosion was measured by the size of the check carrot. According to the original book, this hunter has the power of film level. Otherwise, they will not be stared at." "Boy, it seems you can see who I am, too," Kiri smiled. "You read that right. Uncle Ben is a ninja hunter. I don't care if you are a Scarlet Azura or a White Azura. If you don't want to suffer, I hope you can be good at it and don't let me waste too much energy." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Hundreds of chi brushed and locked on Chinyu's body. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. It's almost the same as Bakia Ninja. In their eyes, Chinyu was just a genius who was concocted out of nowhere. Chinyu. Kakashi couldn't hold his breath. They are not convinced by the words. However, they are both Koba, but they have never heard of Uchiha Chinyu's deeds. In this kind of naughty eyes, it is inevitable to have suspicion. A total of 365 people, half of whom are shadow avatars, I said, "Do you Yani village, do you like to be a big head ghost?" Qin Yu suddenly laughed. Don't you say you're not afraid? I need to work so hard against me and the three little farts. A small voice swept away like a hurricane at this moment. The headed hunting look could not help but lag. The basin occupies at least a few kilometers of open ground. They showed a stance of encirclement and blocked the entire basin. Moreover, at the time of the visit, Kiri had given an order that everyone should have at least one shadow avatar. Although it will weaken its own strength, it will also increase the number of senses, giving people a line-up pressure. However, the line-up that is so scattered now has been broken by the opponent at a glance. In terms of numbers, as well as tactics, they were all broken down. There is absolutely no way to do this with any enemy. Is it riding round eyes? Kiri met Qin Yu's eyes. However, I quickly thought of an important thing. I quickly looked away and sank, and said, the blood-colored 9-hook jade riding round eyes are completely different from the ordinary Uchiha family's eyes. You are really special. Chapter 60, Take care of yourself first. It's a bit special, otherwise how can it be different? Qin Yu smiled kindly. Gaze turned in vain, and fell outside the encirclement. Have you cut everything? It seems like it's about to start. Start? He couldn't help but start to laugh, and then laughed recklessly. Boy, are you talking about starting to die? Even if you can see that half of them are shadow avatars, we are all the best in Yanren, but many of you, the famous dog thieves, can compare. Speaking of which, Kari raised his hand and wiped his neck. Boy, you wait to die. Kakashi and others looked very hot, the three of them subconsciously back to back, but the light of the corners of their eyes locked on Yu's Haibo Qin Yu. In the face of this inevitable situation, no one will have the confidence, only Uchiha and Qin Yu can look as usual. Time is almost over, Qin Yu said suddenly. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but stagnate. The headed hunter laughed recklessly. Boy, you're really kidding me. What do you do now? Do you think someone can save you? In the face of these words, Kakashi and others flashed the wave of Feng Shuman in their minds. In their eyes, they did not understand Qin Yu. But the deeds and prestige of the wooden leaf golden glitter wave Feng Shui Gate are clear. If he can get his support, it may not be difficult to escape. Sorry, it seems that I am too low-key, and it is easy to be ignored. Qin Yu smiled and raised his hand to the sky. You see clearly who is surrounded. Inexplicably, even Kakashi and others couldn't hold their breath, and hurriedly looked up into the sky. At the moment of entering the eyes, the pupils suddenly contracted, and the eyes were almost glared. Bang! The violent thunder sounded suddenly, giving a deafening feeling. Dark clouds over the city formed a huge vortex, and a thunder arc wandered like an electric snake. The vortex is renewed, and that elusive unicorn figure is even more shocking. At this moment, all the people present were suddenly awakened. What I said just now is absolutely not false. The thunderous light accumulated in the sky exudes a terrifying atmosphere. I am afraid that it is rumored to kill hundreds of Yunren's super thunder. Boy, are you crazy? This attack really came down, even you have to die. Kari's face changed drastically. As soon as they arrived, they were attracted by the name of Qin Yu's Scarlet Shura. Ignore the changes in the sky completely. The nerves of Kakashi and others were as tight as strings. The scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. If it really falls, as Hunt said, they will die. Oh, our safety, but you don't have to worry about it. You have to do it, you are concerned about how to survive this attack. Qin Yu smiled, turned his right hand, and the thunder knife was directly psychic. Between the backhands, under the infusion of Qin Yu's chakra, thunder blade directly penetrated the void. Bang! The backlog of thunder was pulled instantly. Roar! A thunder roaring like a roaring giant beast shattered the world. The next moment, the unicorn lurking in the thunder, instantly broke through the clouds and dived down. It's fast, it's here in the blink of an eye, it's hard to escape. The three Kakashi looked pale all at once. At the moment when Lei Guang struck, everything in front of him was just a thunderous sky. The eardrum also roared directly. The only thought was to close my eyes and wait for death. Bang! Lei Guang soared into the sky, like a wild tide. The raging gesture swept everything over a radius of 10,000 meters. Whether it's a tree, or Yan Ren thinking about escaping from the outside. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and weak in the face of the blow. The overwhelming thunderbolt drowned everyone instantly. Together with the Rocky Mountains, they were directly shattered by the raging thunder. It was a minute or two after everything was calm. The backlog of lead clouds dispersed, and the thunder of the wandering was cleared. There was only a scorched basin and messy woodland. The center hit by Kirin was sunk like a funnel. An imaginary huge figure stood among the ruins. In addition to Qin Feng, there are also 3 Kakashi. Well, open your eyes if you are not scared to death. Qin Yu said lightly. Kakashi and others could not help but twitch. The next moment, I found no pain in my body. Read the full text for free in my bookstore. We aren't dead? The attack just now ruined the world. Uchiha quickly opened his eyes with the soil. Seeing Susuknungu, who was covering them, looked stiff, his eyes were almost glared. This scene was too shocking for him. That's when it hits the ground. Did it stop us from attacking? Nohara Lin also looked green. Looking at the shrouds covering them, the whole body of Suzuneng was scarlet. They finally understood why Qin Yu was called Scarlet Azura. I am afraid that the power of thunder has just reached Super S level. This Shura turned out unscathed and has stronger defense. Kakashi looked irony, remembering that not long ago, he was still in front of Qin Yu, showing off his so-called 1,000 birds. This cheek is a little bit shaky. If there was a ground seam here, he could not wait to get into it directly. This is Su Zoneng Hu, one of the pupils of Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes. Qin Yu said lightly. However, his eyebrows frowned quickly, revealing an unexpected look. Qin Yu, you mean, if I open the writing wheel I will also get this method? Yu's Haibo said with excitement, with a smile on her face. Did you hear, Kakashi? We of the Uchiha family are geniuses, and I will soon catch up with you. Kakashi's expression sank, and he couldn't help looking at Qin Yu's eyes. The moment his eyes turned on, the whole human soul seemed to be pulled by the invisible big hands. It seems that as long as Qin Yu has a look, his soul will be sucked in. Kakashi, are you okay? Are you scared by my potential? Uchiha said with a pat on the shoulder of Kakashi. It is rare to find an opportunity for a wolf and a tiger, but he doesn't want to let go. You forget it. Kakashi woke up in disappointment, glanced at Qin Yu, and said, his is not a normal writing wheel If anyone can do it, you Uchiha family, nor will the title of Blood Shura appear for the first time. I think that to reach this level requires very powerful means. I am afraid that in your life, you have no chance to achieve it. You. Uchiha swelled with soil all at once. But there was no way to refute it, and he was not a stupid person. He broke the point of Kakashi's word and clearly understood the key point.